Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. It was meant to be an adventure and escape from the grind of the city. A few weeks of breaking rules, finding forgotten places, and capturing it all on camera for their social media feeds. But as the old truck bounced over a rough dirt road, the group of friends started to realize they might have stumbled into something far darker than they anticipated. In the distance, through the dense trees, they could see the faint outline of the forgotten park. The air was heavy, humid, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The overgrowth of vines and trees had swallowed much of it, leaving behind only the outlines of what used to be a place of laughter, joy, and childlike wonder, now abandoned and forsaken. The gates were still there, rusted shut, as if time had simply forgotten about this place, except for the whispers. "Do you guys hear that?" Lucy asked, her voice barely audible over the sound of the engine as the truck jolted to a stop. Said Aaron, the boldest of the group, always first to take risks. "I hear it." Laughter, coming from the trees. It was a child's laugh, a sound that echoed unnervingly across the forest, bouncing between the tangled branches, like it was coming from nowhere and everywhere all at once. "That's creepy," Matt murmured, his eyes narrowing as he peered. Through the thick foliage, his fingers twitched near the camera he'd been carrying, itching to capture whatever spectacle this was turning into. "It sounds like ... Nothing in the near vicinity, just the creeping vines and empty paths leading into the heart of the forgotten park." They'd been driving for hours, following only vague directions from an online urban exploration forum. Someone had posted an old photograph of a lost Disney park, tucked away somewhere in the woods, shut down after a mysterious event. A place that had been erased from all official records. But here it was, hiding in plain sight. After a few hesitant glances exchanged among the group, Aaron pushed open the door with determination. He was the one who had found the place he'd pushed them to come. And so, they all followed him into the overgrown entrance, the towering gates groaning as they parted. They passed through the rusted gates and stepped onto what was once a grand entrance plaza, now forgotten. The sidewalk was cracked, overrun with weeds, and a once glorious fountain lay dormant in the center, the water long since dried up. Even the towering, faded images of Disney characters painted on the walls of nearby buildings had begun to crack and peel, as if their smiles had become twisted over time, now staring down at the intruders with strange, malformed expressions. "This is insane," Lucy whispered, half in awe, half in trepidation. Her flashlight beam swept across the remnants of a towering castle in the distance, its spires broken and angled oddly, as though something had crushed it from above. The castle seemed like a hollowed-out skeleton now, a ruin that used to be a symbol of magic, but was now just a monument to abandonment. But it was the silence that struck them first. The deeper they ventured into the park, the quieter it became. The usual sounds of birds, insects, and the wind in the trees faded, replaced by a pressing, unnatural stillness. Even their steps seemed muffled, as if the air itself was trying to keep them from moving forward. They passed an old ticket booth, and Matt paused, running his fingers along the faded counters. "This is insane," he muttered. "Who would have thought? A lost Disney park. It's like we're stepping into a forgotten dream." But then, as they moved past the booth and further into the park, the laugh returned. Clearer now, louder. It rang out through the trees, echoing off the walls of the park like a hollow cry. It was impossible to ignore, to pretend it was just their imagination playing tricks. Matt turned to Aaron, his face pale, his usual bravado melting away. "What the hell was that?" Aaron's smile faltered as he stood frozen in place, staring ahead at something none of them had noticed before. shadow in the corner of their vision, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. It seemed to move against the wind, slowly, almost like it was following their every step, watching. Lucy noticed it too. Her eyes widened in realization, and she quickly snapped a photo, even though she felt a chill crawling up her spine. But the image on the screen was wrong. The shadow was gone in the photo, as if it had never been there at all. "Let's get out of here," Matt said, his voice thin with fear. "I don't like this." It was too late. From somewhere in the park's vast, desolate grounds came a sound, a soft clink, like metal on stone. Then another laugh. It wasn't childish this time. It was taunting, like someone or something was trying to make them leave. And then, in the distance, just as their feet started to move towards the gate again, something bright caught their eyes. It was a small, dusty doll, half buried in the dirt by the side of the path, staring up at them with glass eyes that reflected nothing but emptiness. It wasn't the doll that bothered them. It was the fact that they were alone. The doll had not been there a moment ago. The laughter echoed again, closer, and then the ground beneath their feet seemed to shift just slightly, like it was breathing, as if the park itself was alive and aware of their presence. The silence was no longer just a peculiar absence, it was oppressive. It hung over them like a weight, as if the very air had thickened. The laughter had stopped, but the feeling of being watched only intensified. Even the shadow that had lingered in the corner of their eyes seemed to have disappeared, fading into the trees, or perhaps just moving in tandem with them. "We should keep moving," Aaron said, his voice low, almost reverent, as though the park itself might be listening. His footsteps were the loudest now, echoing too sharply in the silence as they ventured deeper. They stumbled upon what used to be the park's main street. They imagined, once lined with shops, vendors, and bustling crowds. Now it was an eerie, almost otherworldly sight. The buildings that had once glimmered with color and cheer now seemed to lean under the weight of decades of neglect. The brickwork was chipped, the glass in the windows shattered or obscured by layers of dust, and the faded neon lights flickered weakly, as if they were trying to call them in. They paused. Lucy ran her fingers along the surface of the nearest building. There were remnants of something that looked like the outline of old posters and advertisements, but the figures and faces were blurred, their features faded and distorted, barely recognizable. The characters were wrong, their eyes stretched, their smiles too wide. "Something happened here," Lucy murmured. Her voice felt like it didn't belong in this place. Aaron shined his flashlight down the street, his gaze darting between the remains of shops. "You think?" he replied with a half smirk, trying to shake off the unease crawling up his spine. "Maybe they just overdid it on the paint." Before Lucy could respond, Matt's voice cut through the air. "Hey, look at this." He was standing in front of a small, abandoned newsstand, bent over a pile of yellowed newspapers. The dust was thick, and when he touched one, the brittle paper disintegrated between his fingers. But it was the headline that caught his attention. The bold black type stood out starkly against the crumbling yellow background. "Mysterious incident. Leads to closure of Fantasyland Park." "Is this real?" Matt asked. He held the paper up to the group, and they gathered around. Their curiosity piqued. The article itself was brief, filled with cryptic language that left more questions than answers. The park's abrupt closure was attributed to a tragic event involving several children, though no further details were provided. The names of those responsible were never disclosed, and the park was left to rot in secrecy. A photograph accompanied the article. The faded image showed a parade one that seemed almost joyful at first glance, with colorful floats and performers in oversized costumes. But in the center of the photo, a child stood eerily still. She was smiling, but her smile looked unnatural, wide to empty. Her eyes, unblinking, were so dark they seemed to absorb the light around her, as though she didn't belong in the world of the photograph. Aaron glanced nervously at the others. "This is weird, right?" he said, his voice cracking a little before anyone could answer. Lucy noticed something else, another clue, buried under the corner of the newspaper. A smaller section, almost as if it were meant to be hidden, was tucked beneath the main body of the article. It simply read, "Workers report seeing figures in the park after hours. Laughter heard from the empty rides. Claims of shadows moving in the dark. The children never left." The air in the park grew colder, and the wind rustled through the trees with an unsettling intensity. For a moment, they just stood there, staring at the words. No one spoke. No one moved. "What do you think that means?" Lucy finally whispered, her voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, the ground seemed to shift under their feet again. It wasn't much, a slight tremor, just enough to make them all exchange confused glances. Was the park settling under its own weight? Was it just their imagination? But then, as if on cue, the sound of laughter returned. It wasn't the child's laughter from earlier. This time, it was distant, faint, like the sound of someone trying to call to them from far across the park. It sent chills down their spines. Matt laughed nervously. Okay, this is way too creepy. Let's just get out of here." But even as he spoke, a soft creak interrupted him, a sound that seemed to come from one of the nearby shops. They turned, eyes scanning the building's dark windows, but nothing moved. Then, suddenly, there was another noise, a soft thud, followed by a distinct scratching sound, as though something was trying to climb up the side of the building. Lucy, her hand gripping her flashlight tightly, was the first to move. "Did you guys hear that?" They all nodded, but none of them moved forward. Instead, they looked back at the article, the photograph, the strange message about the children who never left. And then, without any warning, something fluttered from above, a piece of paper, light and brittle, like an old leaflet, fluttering from one of the shop windows. It landed softly on the ground in front of them. Lucy bent down to pick it up. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the paper, revealing another message, this one hastily scrawled in dark ink, the letters jagged and uneven. "They never let us leave. We won't let you leave either." The wind howled suddenly, as if the entire park was holding its breath. And just as they were about to react, they heard the sound again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, heavy, unearthly. And then the ground beneath them trembled again, this time more violently, as if the park itself was shifting, waking up after years of slumber. Something was moving in the shadows, and it was coming closer. The footsteps grew louder, dragging along the cracked pavement like the weight of an unseen force. The air around them grew colder, thick with an unnatural presence. Every breath Lucy took seemed to catch in her throat, the taste of metal and dust lingering, making it hard to breathe. The group was paralyzed for a moment, staring at the shadows, unsure whether to run or stay. But the decision was soon made for them. The sound of footsteps suddenly stopped. A silence so profound that it felt like the whole park was holding its breath. Not even the wind dared to move. The laughter, the child's laughter, the haunting sound that had followed them since their arrival, had ceased entirely. And then they saw it. It was a figure standing just outside the light of their flashlights. It was impossible to tell exactly what it was at first, hazy, its shape indistinct, like a smear against the backdrop of the darkened park. Its outline was shifting, like the shadows were bending to its will. The edges flickered, changing, almost as if it was made of shifting smoke-like, something that had no true form, no beginning or end. The figure lurched, its movements jerky and unnatural, as if it was struggling against some invisible force that kept pulling it back and forth. Matt let out a strained gasp, his heart hammering in his chest. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Stay quiet," Aaron hissed. "Maybe it won't notice us." But it already had. Without warning, the thing moved. It glided forward, with a horrifying grace, as though it were floating on the air. The light from their flashlights flickered, casting long shadows across the park, and for a brief second, the figure's features became visible. Pale with skin stretched too tight, as though the flesh itself was too thin to cover the bones beneath. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were nothing but dark pits, pools of nothingness that seemed to absorb the light, consuming it like a bottomless abyss. Then it smiled, but the smile wasn't right. It stretched too wide, too unnaturally, like it had been carved into the creature's face with jagged, broken glass. It was a grin that should never have been seen, one that spoke of an ancient, twisted hunger. The group froze. Lucy's heart pounded in her ears, the only sound she could hear, as her feet seemed to sink into the dirt beneath her. The air around them felt thick, like it was pressing in from every direction. The thing, if it could be called that, slowly began to advance, the ground beneath it shifting, as if it was leaving footprints in the air itself. Each step it took was marked by a subtle shift in the surrounding world. Trees seemed to bend as it passed. The walls of the decaying buildings warped in its wake, twisting into grotesque shapes. "Aaron," Lucy whispered, her voice trembling. What is it? What does it want?" Aaron's face was pale, his eyes locked on the figure. He seemed too afraid to answer, too paralyzed to move. And then, without warning, the creature stopped. Its grin widened even further, stretching grotesquely, as though it was savoring the moment. It reached a hand out toward them. Lucy flinched, stepping backward, but there was nowhere to go. Behind them, the entrance to the park, the way they had come in, was now blocked by an impossibly thick fog. The park's gates, which had once been open, now seemed to pulse with an unnatural light, flickering like a dying neon sign. They were trapped, its fingers long and twisted, ending in sharp claws that gleamed in the dim light. But just as it was about to touch her, a loud crack rang through the air. The creature recoiled, its face twisting in agony, as though the sound had physically hurt it. It let out a screechy, horrible, high-pitched wail that echoed throughout the park, sending the birds in the nearby trees scattering into the night sky. The air seemed to hum with the energy of it, a palpable force that made the ground beneath their feet tremble. For a moment, they thought it might be gone, retreating back into the shadows. But the creature only paused, its head tilting slightly as it stared at them. Its eyes, those endless pits, seemed to be considering them, weighing them like prey. Then, with a sudden jerk, it turned away and began to drift further into the park. What the hell just happened? Matt managed to choke out, his voice shaky, his body trembling. Lucy was still staring at where the figure had been, her flashlight beam flickering against the thick fog that now surrounded them. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, her voice breaking. Now, but as they turned to leave, the sound of footsteps, low and heavy, began again. This time coming from behind them. It wasn't the same as before. This time it was deliberate, purposeful. Someone or something was following them, and it wasn't far behind. The sound of footsteps was unmistakable, slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Each step seemed to reverberate through the park, amplifying the tension in the air. Lucy's breath came in short, ragged gasps, her hands trembling, as she tightened her grip on the flashlight. It seemed pointless now. The beam of light flickered weakly, casting long shadows that twisted in the corners of her vision. "Do you hear that?" Matt whispered, his voice barely audible, strained with fear. His eyes were wide, darting around the overgrown path ahead. But it wasn't the footsteps that troubled him. It was the other sound. The whispers, low, almost indistinct. They were coming from the trees themselves. The words seemed to slither through the fog, curling around their thoughts, infecting their minds. "Stay with us. Stay with us." Lucy spun around, her eyes wide. There was no one behind them, no figure, no shadow. Yet the whispers grew louder, closer, as if the very air was alive. Pressing in on them, the trees stretched up around them, their branches twisted and gnarled like gnashing fingers, the leaves barely moving in the still air. But every time they glanced upward, the canopy seemed to shift, like the trees were slowly closing in on them, tightening around them. "We need to get to the gates," Aaron muttered, his voice hoarse. He took a step forward, only for his foot to snag on a root, a large, knotted one, thick and tangled with the ground. He stumbled, barely catching himself. When he looked down, his eyes widened in shock. The root wasn't just a root, it was moving, writhing, like something alive beneath the dirt. Did you see that?" he whispered, shaking. Lucy didn't need to answer. She had seen it too. The earth itself seemed to be alive, the ground beneath them pulsating in a rhythm that matched the slow, steady thrum of their own hearts, being pulled in like moths to a flame. There was no way out, not by running. "Keep moving," Aaron said, louder now, urgency seeping into his voice. They broke into a jog, adrenaline pushing them forward. But every time they looked around, the park had changed, shifted in subtle ways. The dilapidated buildings that once lined the street now seemed to lean in, toward them, like they were being watched from every corner. Windows that had been shattered were now whole again, but streaked with something dark, something that looked disturbingly like blood. The air felt thick with the weight of those unseen eyes, pressing in from every direction. The whispers grew louder, richer, more distinct. They were no longer just words, they were promises, a soft, coaxing voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Stay with us. You belong here now. You'll never leave." Each step felt like they were walking deeper into a trap, but the gates were ahead, a glimmer of hope, a symbol of escape. They could see the rusted iron, the intricate arches, half collapsed and overgrown, but it was a sight that pulled them forward. The wind had picked up, swirling around them in erratic bursts. The leaves and debris danced in the air, driven by an unseen force. As they drew closer to the gate, something caught Lucy's eye movement at the corner of her vision. She stopped dead in her tracks. "Did you see that?" She breathed, her voice thick with dread. The others froze. Aaron squinted into the fog, then looked around. He didn't see anything. Neither did Matt. But Lucy saw it again. A shadow, tall and thin, barely visible through the mist, moving just beyond the gates, almost like it was waiting for them. A face pale, twisted, with hollow eyes that seemed to peer into her soul appeared, for just a split second, only to vanish again. "Go." The voice wasn't one of the whispers. It was louder, a command. But it wasn't human. The air grew colder, and the fog thickened, swirling around them. The shadows at the gate lengthened, as if they were reaching for them, growing larger, stretching out like long, skeletal fingers. It was then that the ground beneath them began to rumble again, more violently this time. The tremors felt like the park itself was alive, like it was breathing. "Run!" Aaron shouted, breaking the silence, his voice cracking. He grabbed Lucy's arm, pulling her toward the gate, but as they moved, the air seemed to press in on them. Invisible hands tugged at their feet, trying to drag them back. "Help! Help!" Matt screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the thick fog, vanishing into the choking silence. They were almost there, so close to the gate, but just as they reached the rusted bars, they heard it again, the laughter. Soft at first, but rising steadily, growing louder, louder, until it was deafening. It seemed to come from every direction, each echo twisting their nerves, making them dizzy. The sound was joined by something else, a low, guttural growl, like something inhuman was lurking just beneath the surface. The ground trembled again, and with it, the gate shifted. It wasn't moving as a gate should, it was closing, inch by inch, the bars creaking and groaning as they slammed together, sealing them inside. They tried to push, to force the gate open, but it was too late. The shadows were everywhere now, and Then silence. For just a moment, the laughter stopped. The growling ceased. The fog thickened to a pressing heaviness. And when Lucy looked around, her heart skipped a beat. They weren't alone anymore. The shadows were alive, moving, reaching for them, crawling out from the buildings, from the trees, from the very ground beneath them. Figures pale, featureless, their forms barely human, their limbs elongated, as if their bodies had been twisted and stretched to unnatural proportions, emerged from the mist. They were everywhere, their faces blank, their eyes empty, staring at them, watching them with a terrible, empty hunger. And in that moment, the full horror of what they had wandered into hit them. They weren't just trapped in an abandoned park. They were in a place where the lost never left, and they were next. The fog was suffocating now, pressing in on them from all sides, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Lucy's breath came in short, panicked bursts, the sound of her heartbeat loud in her ears. Every movement felt sluggish, as though the air itself had become thick and heavy, weighing them down. The shadows were closing in, no longer just distant figures, but creeping, slithering towards them with deliberate purpose. The pale faces, their eyes hollow and dark, stared from the periphery, their twisted forms emerging from the fog like forgotten memories brought to life. They weren't human. No, they were something else, something ancient, something that had slumbered for decades in the forgotten corners of the park, waiting for the right moment to stir. Aaron's voice cut through the oppressive quiet, hoarse and broken. We need to move. We need to. But before he could finish, a screech echoed through the air, a high-pitched, deafening wail that seemed to come from the very earth itself. It was the same shrill cry they had heard earlier, but now it was louder, more urgent, a sound that vibrated in their bones, that rattled their teeth. The ground beneath them trembled again. But this time, it wasn't just a subtle shift. It was as if the park was waking up, shaking off the layers of dust and time that had accumulated over the years. The shadows inched closer, their figures blurring as if they were shifting in and out of reality, their limbs stretching unnaturally long, twisting with jerking motions. They moved with a fluidity that was terrifying, their forms wriggling like caterpillars, their eyes empty, staring into the very souls of the group. It was as if they could see them, know them, reach into them. "Run," Aaron shouted, his voice breaking as the first of the figures reached the edge of the street, its form flickering between the trees like a sickly glow. He grabbed Lucy's arm and yanked her toward the nearest building, but the air seemed to close in around them. The path forward, once clear, was now swallowed by a wall of shadows. Blocking their way, the laughter from earlier returned, but this time it was no longer innocent. It was a mockery, a cruel, taunting sound that echoed through the park, bouncing off the walls of the rotting buildings, echoing back to them like a distorted, nightmarish reflection of their own fear. It felt like the park was alive, aware of their presence, feeding on their terror. "Matt, Matt, where are you?" Lucy's voice cracked as she turned back, her flashlight swinging wildly, but the beam of light couldn't pierce the thick fog. The figure of Matt was no longer beside them. In fact, he was nowhere to be seen. The air was empty where he had been, and for a terrifying moment, Lucy wasn't sure if he had ever been there at all. Then she heard it, a thudding sound, slow and deliberate, a faint scratching, like fingernails dragging across stone. It was coming from the shadows at the end of the street. "Matt," Aaron called out, his voice tight with fear. The sound stopped. There was a shift in the air, and then the figure appeared, a dark silhouette in the fog, standing at the edge of the park just beyond the reach of their light. For a moment, it looked like Matt, his form indistinct, but there was something wrong. His movements were jerky, twitching, like something puppeteering him from the inside out. "Matt," Lucy called again, taking a hesitant step toward him. Her heart was in her throat. She reached for him, but just as her hand stretched out, the figure collapsed, crumpling to the ground like a rag doll. Its limbs bent at unnatural angles, its body twitching, as if the very act of standing was a painful struggle. And then it wasn't Matt anymore. The thing on the ground was a horrible mockery of him. His eyes were wide and empty, the pupils swallowed by the darkness inside, his mouth gaping open in an unnatural scream that didn't make a sound. His skin was pale, blotchy, and his clothes hung loosely on his frame like discarded rags. Lucy staggered back, her stomach turning. "What the hell is that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Aaron grabbed her, his hands shaking, his eyes locked on the twisted form of what was left of Matt. "That's not Matt. Whatever is here, it's using him." Suddenly, the figure jerked, its head snapping upward with a cracking sound that sent a wave of nausea through Lucy. Its mouth stretched wide in a grin that was too large, its teeth sharp, jagged, like broken glass. And then, in a voice that was not Matt's, but something far older, far darker, it spoke. "You're too late." The words hit them like a punch to the gut. The thing twisted, its head rolling unnaturally, its body moving like something pulled by invisible strings. The shadows behind it seemed to crawl, reaching out with dark, claw-like hands that grasped at the air, pulling themselves into the shape of figures that had never been human. And then, as if on cue, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A low growled deep, guttural and familiar rumbled from the earth, as if the park itself was waking up, shifting, groaning with life after years of slumber. The very trees seemed to sway, their branches reaching out toward them, their trunks bending at unnatural angles. The fog thickened, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. The figure stood and staggered toward them, its body twitching as if it were being pulled by some invisible force. It wasn't Matt anymore. It wasn't anything human. It was a Thinga horror, a living nightmare brought to life by the very land they had trespassed upon. And they realized with a sickening certainty they weren't supposed to be here. They were never supposed to have come. The thing moved closer, and just as it reached out for them, they heard it again, the whispering, the same voice that had spoken earlier, but now it was clearer, sharper, filling their minds with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Stay with us." And then the world went dark. The world dissolved into blackness. No sound, no light, no motion, just a suffocating void that seemed to press in from all sides, the kind of darkness that was alive, that ate at the edges of their minds, stealing the very air from their lungs. Lucy's breath hitched. Her heart pounded painfully in her chest, but her body felt paralyzed, as if the air itself had turned to cement, trapping her in place. Her eyes darted frantically, searching for something anything but the darkness seemed to stretch on endlessly. There was nothing to see, nothing to touch. And then a whisper, "Stay with us." It was low, almost familiar, as though it was speaking directly into her mind. She recoiled, but it lingered, lingering in her thoughts like a shadow, clawing at her sanity. It wasn't just a voice, her voice cracked. It sounded like someone else was speaking far away. Her tongue felt heavy in her mouth, as though it were no longer her own. A strange sensation tugged at her. It was a feeling of being watched, of being drawn toward something. There was a faint pull in the air, as if some invisible force was guiding her, calling her. Her legs moved of their own accord, jerking her forward, and yet she had no control over them. Suddenly, the blackness shifted. A dim light bloomed out of the darkness, faint at first, but growing, becoming more tangible. A thin shaft of white light appeared before her, cutting through the nothingness like a blade, and in that light stood something, a figure. Her stomach churned as the figure slowly materialized in the glow, its form becoming clearer, more defined. It wasn't one of the twisted shadows from before. It was human, but only just. The figure was tall, its limbs unnaturally long, thin and stretched. The skin was pale, almost translucent, with deep black veins running through it, crawling up its arms, neck, and face. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't Matt, but it looked like him. It looked like all of them. It was a husk, a shell, an imitation of life. Nothing human remained within it except a hollow echo. The eyes were wide and empty, the pupils lost in an abyss of black, like the figure was staring into the depths of something that no one was meant to see. "Stay with us," the words whispered through the void again, and this time they came from the figure's lips. But the voice, it wasn't Matt's, it wasn't Aaron's or Lucy's, it was alien. It reverberated in the silence, like the voice of something ancient, something that had been waiting in the forgotten corners of the world. Just beneath the surface, hungry to rise again, Lucy froze. The figure reached out toward her, and as it did, the air seemed to warp around it. The light twisted, as if it were struggling to contain the entity that now emerged from the void. Its fingers stretched out longer, impossibly long, cracking like bones as they reached for her. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't have time to think. The pull was so strong now, an overwhelming force dragging her toward the figure, and she couldn't break free. She wanted to scream, to run, but her limbs were frozen, her body betraying her. "Lucy, Lucy." The voice was softer this time, a whisper, a voice she recognized. "Aaron," she turned, but there was nothing. The darkness around her had become alive, swirling in erratic patterns, shifting and writhing. The voice was gone, replaced by the whispers. The voices that had been calling them from the moment they set foot in this cursed park. The pale figure stepped forward again, and this time its face began to shift. Its features morphed, twisting and changing, becoming more grotesque by the second. It looked like a nightmarish reflection of Matt, but it was so much more to it, like a puppet that had been stretched beyond recognition, its skin sagging, its face pulled taut as if it had been stitched together from the remnants of several others. The thing spoke again, its mouth clicking with every syllable. "You are here now, forever." And suddenly, Lucy felt it. A coldness like an icy hand gripping her heart, squeezing it so tightly that her ribs felt as if they might break under the pressure. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. Every inch of her skin tingled with a sensation of being trapped, of being bound by something far older and far more powerful than she could understand. "You're part of us now." The voice wasn't coming from the figure anymore. No, it was coming from all around her, the park itself, the trees, the ground. The very air seemed to breathe with a life of its own, its hunger gnawing at her. "Lucy," Aaron's voice broke, through the fog, distant but clear. "Get out of there. Run." But the words felt impossible. The figure reached out for her once more, its fingers elongating, cracking as it moved closer. The light around her flickered. The whispers grew louder, pressing against her skull, crawling under her skin. And then, just as the figure's hand brushed against her arm, she felt it a jolt, a rush of warmth, like a flicker of electricity, coursing through her body. It pulled her in. She gasped as everything went white, blinding, overwhelming. The shadows seemed to disintegrate around her, the park fading away, melting into a blur of color and motion. But then she realized she wasn't alone. They were all there, Aaron, Matt. They were with her. And in that moment, Lucy understood. The park wasn't just trapping them, it was feasting on them, drawing them in piece by piece, turning them into something else, something lost. Just like the others, they were already part of the nightmare, and they would never leave. The blinding white light faded, leaving behind a sharp, suffocating stillness. For a heartbeat, Lucy thought she was blind, but then her vision slowly adjusted, revealing a grotesque twilight world, one that was neither fully day nor night. The air smelled of rot and decay, and the sounds of the park, those faint whispers, that sickening creaking, were now clearer, sharper, reverberating through her skull like a dull, constant ache. She was standing in what looked like the remnants of the park's main plaza. The grand entrance gates, those iconic arches she had passed through earlier, were now twisted. Their once ornate ironwork bent and twisted into impossible shapes like distorted sculptures. The stone tiles beneath her feet were cracked and crumbled, covered with a blanket of dead leaves and mold. But there was something else, something that made her stomach turn. Along the walls of the plaza, on the faded murals and signs that used to advertise attractions, were the faces of people, thousands of them, twisted and distorted, their eyes wide and vacant, their smiles frozen in an eerie, glassy expression. The figures were not painted, but etched into the stone as if someone had carved them into the surface, their faces all the same, hollow, lifeless, and staring. Her breath caught in her throat as she stepped closer. She could see movements, subtle shifting behind the murals. It was as if the faces were blinking, their eyes flickering, their lips twitching just out of her reach. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the plaza, carrying with it the distinct, bitter taste of something far more ancient than the decaying theme park around them. The ground seemed to pulse under her feet, vibrating like a low hum, and there, at the center of it all, stood the fountain. But it wasn't a fountain anymore. What had once been a beautiful stone structure, shaped like a towering carousel, was now a twisted, skeletal form, its once flowing water now blackened, oozing a thick, viscous substance that resembled tar. The figures atop it, cartoonish animals meant to delight children, were now malformed, their bodies stretched and distorted, their faces frozen in expressions of eternal anguish. Where are we?" Lucy whispered, her voice trembling. The words tasted like dust in her mouth. Her legs shook beneath her, each step feeling like a heavy burden, each breath harder to take than the last. "It's like we're in a memory," Aaron's voice came from behind her, and she turned to find him standing at her side, his face pale and drawn. His eyes were wide, unblinking, as if he were seeing something beyond the walls of the plaza, something otherworldly. "Don't understand this. This place, it feels wrong," he muttered. He glanced at the strange, twisting murals, the disturbing faces. "I thought we were just exploring an abandoned park. But this is more. It's alive. It's cursed." Lucy nodded, her hand instinctively moving to her throat, where her pulse was pounding. She felt like she was being watched, not just by the murals, but by the park itself. The air felt thick, oppressive, like it was filled with 1,000 voices of them whispering to her, beckoning her deeper into the darkness. "It's like they've all been forgotten," she said, her voice almost a gasp. She moved closer to one of the murals, leaning in to examine the faces more closely. "Look at their eyes. They're still alive." Aaron stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "But they're not, Lucy. Look at them again." He gestured toward the fountain, where shadows twisted and shifted beneath the black, stagnant water. "The faces, those people, they're all trapped, and they've been waiting for us to take their place." A sudden jolt of horror swept through Lucy. She could feel it like a shiver in her bones, like the park was sucking them in, pulling them deeper into its web. The walls seemed to close in around her, the distance between them and the exit shrinking, as though the plaza were growing smaller by the second. Aaron grabbed her arm, his grip cold and tight. "We need to find Matt." Lucy's heart skipped a beat. Matt. They had lost him. They had searched for him, called out for him, but now it felt as though he was just another echo in the void, a part of the park that had been swallowed by the dark, lost among the forgotten. Souls who now roamed this cursed place. But just as they were about to turn and search deeper into the park, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. The plaza seemed to shift, the once solid stone tiles cracking as something stirred beneath them. The air hummed with an unnatural energy. Something was awakening. The voice was no longer distant. It was right next to them, breathing into their ears, filling their minds closer, closer. Lucy spun around, her pulse quickening, and there beneath the shadow of the fountain, among the twisted statues, stood a figure. It was tall to tall and its body was bent, its limbs stretched in unnatural angles. Its face was hidden, obscured by a mask of ripping shadows, but its eyes, those eyes were unmistakable. It was Matt, or at least what had been Matt. His body was twisted, bent at a sickening angle, his head hanging low, as if the bones had been broken and reassembled in the wrong shape. His clothes were tattered, his skin pale and mottled, like he had been left to rot. But his eyes, those eyes were alive. They flickered with something familiar, something that reached into the depths of her soul. And then, in a voice that was not Matt's, but something older, something that had been hidden beneath the surface of this forsaken place for centuries, came the whisper, louder than ever, "Welcome home." And the ground cracked wide open. The earth beneath Lucy's feet split open with an ear-splitting crack, sending a wave of icy air through the plaza. She stumbled back, nearly falling as the fissures widened, the once sturdy ground now a gaping wound. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the atmosphere charged with something unnatural, like a storm on the verge of breaking. Matif, that twisted thing, still resembled him. Shifted, his head jerked up, his body making an impossible, sickening motion as he straightened. His limbs, like puppet strings pulled too tight, groaned and popped with every movement. His eyes, those black sunken pits, stared at Lucy, not with recognition, but with the coldness of something that had long since ceased to be human. "It's too late." His voice was distant, barely a whisper, but it vibrated with a chilling resonance that echoed through the cracking plaza. "We're all part of the same story now." Lucy's breath hitched, the weight of his words sinking deep into her chest like lead. She could feel it to the pull, the thing beneath her skin, the terror, the darkness that had seeped into her bones ever since they first set foot in this forsaken place. It was alive, it was aware, and it wasn't just the park that had been waiting for them. They had been waiting. She grabbed Aaron's arm, the grip frantic. "We have to get out of here," she gasped. But Aaron's face was pale, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to look at Mator. Whatever was left of him. His lips trembled. "Matt," Aaron whispered, as though the name itself could break the spell. But Matif, it even was still him, didn't respond. Instead, his head tilted back, his neck cracking at an unnatural angle, and his mouth opened. The sound that came from his throat was not human. It was a low, guttural growl, almost like the growl of a predator waiting to pounce. But it didn't end there. The ground beneath their feet rumbled again, sending tremors through the plaza. And from the cracks, more shapes began to emerge. Figures, forms, shadows. The whispers from before had intensified, now loud enough to drown out any rational thought, echoing in their ears like an ocean of lost souls. "They will never leave. We will be together forever. Join us." The shapes that rose from the fissures were once human, at least in form, but now they were contorted, grotesque parodies of life, their faces distorted, features pulled tight, skin stretched over skeletal frames. They were the forgotten ones, the souls trapped in the park, bound to its will, condemned to roam for eternity. "They're all dead," Aaron whispered in a daze, as if trying to make sense of it all, but his voice faltered. His eyes flickered with terror, and Lucy could see that the pull was affecting him, too, the same gnawing sensation in his chest, the suffocating weight of it all, threatening to collapse him from the inside out. The figures slowly approached, their footsteps silent, as though the earth itself had ceased to matter to them. Lucy could see the hunger in their eyes. This wasn't death. No, this was something worse, something more insidious. They were trapped, feeding off the despair, the fear of anyone foolish enough to step into this cursed place. "We have to run," Lucy screamed, her voice hoarse with panic. But as she turned to flee, the ground beneath her feet began to shift. Again, the plaza had become alive in the most twisted, malevolent sense. The walls were closing in, and the fissures were spreading, swallowing more of the plaza, more of the path leading out. "No," Aaron's voice was barely a whisper, but it stopped Lucy in her tracks. She turned back to see him standing still, his eyes distant, his face pale, as though a part of him was already slipping away. He was watching Matt, or the twisted creature that was once him, Aaron. Lucy reached for him, but he took a step back, his face contorting with a mix of fear and something darker resignation. I can't fight it. It's too strong." His voice trembled. "The cycle, it's already begun." A deep, unnatural laughter echoed from the figures surrounding them, from the walls, from the very air itself. The whispers were now a roar, deafening, filling Lucy's mind with images of people long lost, of families that had disappeared into the park, of children who had never left. Aaron turned to her, his eyes empty, the light in them flickering like a dying flame. "It's what the park does. It feeds. It doesn't just take your body, Lucy. It takes your soul. Once you're here, you become part of it, part of the park. You never leave. Not really." Her heart raced as the truth of his words settled deep within her chest, like an anchor dragging her into an abyss. The park wasn't just haunted, it was alive, and it fed on the souls of those who dared enter. The forgotten ones weren't just remnants of the past, they were trapped spirits, doomed to become part of the park's eternal cycle. And now, they were all caught in it. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet shuddered once more, and she stumbled. She looked down and realized, with horror, that the fissures were closing in on her, squeezing the air out of her lungs. She could feel it, the pull, the gravity of the park's dark will, pulling her toward the very heart of the place. Behind her, she could hear the whispers louder, now forming, words demanding her, claiming her. "Join us forever, Lucy." Aaron's voice was a breath, and when she turned, she saw him standing there, the same twisted look in his eyes as Matt. "It's too late. You can't run." Her pulse thudded in her ears. She turned toward the shadows behind them, where the twisted figures of the forgotten lurked, their movements so smooth, so fluid, like they were born of the darkness itself. And then she heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind her. Matt was coming closer, and so was the end. The shadows loomed larger, stretching their grasp toward Lucy. The air was thick with the scent of old decay, and something darker, something far worse. Her breath was ragged, and each step she took seemed to pull her deeper into the abyss, as though the ground itself were pulling her in. The walls of the plaza, now cracking and bending like twisted bones, were closing in, shrinking the space she had left to move. Her heart thundered in her chest, and every instinct screamed at her to run. But the park's malevolent pull was too strong. Behind her, the figures closed in distorted versions of humans, their faces twisted in that same endless grin of the lost, their eyes dead but watching, hungry. But it wasn't the figures themselves that terrified Lucy. It was what they represented, the cycle, the slow, inevitable pull toward becoming one of them. Matt, that thing that had once been her friend, was moving toward her, his limbs jerking in unnatural patterns, his mouth opened wider, revealing blackened gums and jagged teeth, as if he were more creature than man now. The sickening, guttural growl that slipped from his throat resonated deep in her chest, a primal warning. "You can't escape." His voice was a low rasp, barely human. "We are part of this place now, and you will be too. All of us, ... together, forever." Tears stung Lucy's eyes as she looked around in desperation. She was cornered. There was no way out. The exit had disappeared beneath the earth's hungry fissures, and the plaza was closing in on her with suffocating speed. The light above was flickering, struggling against the encroaching darkness. Please. You can't choose. Matt's form twisted, his body bending at a sickening angle. This place doesn't give you a choice, it takes. It always takes. Lucy's thoughts scrambled, every fear and instinct clawing at her mind. She had to do something, anything to escape, to break free from this horror. But no matter how much she struggled, the park was like a living entity, swallowing them whole, closing in from all sides. The whispers grew louder. The figures around her shifted, their limbs snapping into grotesque shapes, their eyes fixed on her like sharks encircling their prey. She looked at Aaron. He was standing, frozen, his face ashen, staring into the gathering. Darkness. He hadn't spoken in minutes. His eyes glazed with something far worse than fear, resignation. His soul had already been claimed, just like Matt's. She knew it. He knew it. Aaron knew, but there was no response. His body was there, but it felt like he was already slipping away, drifting, becoming a part of this horrible place. Lucy could feel the heat of the black, tar-like substance from the fountain creeping closer, pooling at her feet. It was as if the very ground were alive, feeding on her fear, waiting for her to give in. She wasn't sure how much time she had left before the park tore her apart, body and soul. In the midst of the chaos, a shimmering light broke through the cracks in the walls, a pale blue glow that cut through the oppressive darkness. Lucy's eyes snapped to it. It was an opening, barely large enough for her to squeeze through. The only way out. But the moment she saw it, something shifted in the air, and a cold, biting wind rushed past her, carrying with it a voice that sent chills crawling down her spine. It was faint at first, but it grew stronger, clearer, wrapping around her, pressing into her mind. You will never escape. She whipped around, but the source of the voice wasn't Matt or any of the figures. It was coming from beneath the ground. The earth itself seemed to be speaking to her, its voice a low rumble that shook her bones, and then the ground cracked open further, splitting wide like a yawning mouth ready to swallow them all whole. We are bound to this place, the voice continued, resonating through the air, seeping into her thoughts. Once you step inside, you can never leave, not fully. You'll remain here forever, a part of the forgotten, a part of the curse. Lucy felt the cold sting of tears, but she didn't let them fall. She couldn't afford to break down now. Her survival depended on her willpower, on the ability to think clearly, despite the despair closing in. She glanced at the glowing rift, the only hope she had left. Her mind raced, but the words echoed again, louder now, with an unshakable finality. Escape is not possible. You have already chosen. But then, a thought pierced through the dark fog in her mind, a sliver of clarity, memory she hadn't yet processed, a whisper from the past. The park was cursed, but it was cursed by something older, something that had lived before the park, before the attractions and the fame. The figures, the echoes, the entities haunting this place, they had been alive once, and they hadn't chosen to be part of it, but they had become trapped just as she was. The park fed on those who were lost, those who were forgotten. And what was she? Wasn't she just as much a ghost, a remnant of the past, clinging to life, but doomed to fade away? She shuddered as the answer settled in her chest. She had been forgotten too. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. She had to choose. She wasn't going to be another lost soul. She wasn't going to fade into the dark. She wouldn't allow herself to become just another shadow on the walls. With a final surge of strength, Lucy ran toward the rift, ignoring the figures that reached out to her with skeletal hands, the voices that screamed her name, urging her to stay. No, she cried, pushing herself forward, her fingers brushing the edge of the glowing tear in the fabric of the park. And just as the park seemed to swallow her whole, she leaped. Everything was silent, not the heavy kind of silence, where the world presses in on you like a suffocating blanket. This silence felt unnatural, almost like the sound itself had been stripped from existence. There were no whispers, no movement, just a crushing, profound stillness. For a brief, fragile moment, Lucy thought she had escaped. She had made it through the rift. She had jumped, felt her body being pulled through that strange, flickering tear in the fabric of the park. Was it over? But when her eyes opened again, she wasn't sure if she was still in the park. She wasn't sure if she was alive. She was standing in the center of a room, a vast space. The walls were smooth and featureless, stretching upward, so tall that she couldn't see the ceiling, only endless blackness above. There was no exit, no door, no windows, just her. Her heart was racing, her breath shallow, but her limbs felt heavy, as though the weight of everything she had just experienced had finally caught up with her. And then, from the blackness, a figure emerged. Lucy froze. Her pulse skipped. Matt. But it wasn't the twisted, broken version of Matt that had chased her, or the horrors that had emerged from the earth. No, this was different. He looked almost normal, his features calm, the faintest flicker of recognition in his eyes, but the smile that tugged at his lips was wrong. It was stretched too wide, a grin that didn't fit the circumstances. "You're still here." His voice was soft, too soft, but it reverberated around the space, the echoes lingering as though the room itself was listening, waiting. What is this?" Lucy whispered, her voice shaking, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossibility of it all. "This is what remains," Matt said, his smile growing wider. "If that was even possible. This place, this cycle, it never truly ends. You can run, you can hide, but you'll never escape." Lucy's legs felt like lead, her chest tightening with each breath. She wanted to scream, to run, but the space around her felt suffocating. The shadows clung to her, pressing against her skin, as though the very darkness was pulling her into its folds. "The park doesn't just trap bodies, Lucy." Matt's voice shifted, the smile slowly melting away, leaving a cold emptiness behind. "It traps souls, and once you're part of its story, there's no going back." "No," Lucy gasped, shaking her head. "That's not true. I got out. I escaped." Matt laughed, a hollow, chilling sound that reverberated through the void. "Did you?" he asked. His eyes darkened, the blackness swallowing the light. "In them. The moment you stepped into the park, Lucy, it already had you. It marked you. And when it marked you, you became part of the endless cycle." Lucy took a step back, her mind scrambling for a way out. She had to have made it out. She couldn't be trapped here. There had to be something. Something she missed. "But there is a way out, isn't there?" she demanded, her voice gaining strength. She had to fight, had to hold on to the last shred of her sanity. She had to find a way. "Oh, there's always a way out, Lucy." Matt's voice softened, almost sympathetically. "But the price is something you'll have to decide." She looked up, her eyes narrowing, trying to hold her ground. "What do you mean?" Matt tilted his head, his expression becoming almost sorrowful. "The park will take you eventually, or you can leave. But to leave, you must give something in return. Something important, something you'll never get back." Lucy's stomach churned. She wanted to scream, to shout that she'd already given everything: her friends, her sanity, her peace of mind. What more could it want? "I don't understand. What do I have to give?" Her voice cracked, but she tried to hold the fear back. She needed to understand, needed to find a way out. "You know what you have to give, Lucy." Matt stepped forward, his form shifting, becoming less human with each step. "It's always the same. The park's hunger never ends. You'll have to make the same choice they all do. The choice that traps you here forever." The shadows around Lucy twisted and moved, closing in around her. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as though it could crumble away at any moment. The temperature dropped suddenly, a biting chill creeping up her spine. Something was watching her, something ancient, patient, and hungry. She swallowed hard. No, I won't make that choice. I won't become like them. Her voice trembled, but her will was firm. Matt's eyes narrowed, and the smile that spread across his face felt like a knife in her chest. But you already have, Lucy. In that moment, everything around her seemed to shudder. The walls of the room rippled like liquid, and the floor cracked open beneath her feet. Sending her spiraling into blackness, she fell. And when she hit the ground, there was no pain, just an overwhelming numbness. Her vision blurred, the darkness swallowing everything. The cycle. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, crammed into your mailbox like an afterthought wedged beneath. A stack of overdue bills and catalogs that always found their way to your doorstep. It was heavy, thickened, old-fashioned, cream-colored, envelope sealed with black wax, the kind you've only seen in movies. The handwriting on the front was elegant, flowing, yet entirely unfamiliar. No return address, just a single name scrawled across the front. No End House. At first, you thought it was some kind of prank. The world of online hoaxes and creepy mailers was a place you'd long since learned to ignore, your life already wrapped in the weight of grief and isolation. Your mother's death had left a hole so wide it swallowed everything, friends. Laughter, joy. It was just you now, alone. But the name No End House lingered in your mind like a whisper, a memory scratching at the surface. It seemed like something you should know, something that once mattered to you. It didn't belong with the usual junk, and so, in a moment of strange, unexplainable curiosity, you opened it. Inside was a single sheet of thick, aged parchment. The ink was dark and ornate, a kind of script you'd expect to find in some long-forgotten diary. It read, "You are invited to test your courage. There exists a house built upon a history of terror, an endless maze of rooms, each one more dreadful than the last. If you make it through all of them, a great prize awaits. The entrance is already prepared. Will you accept?" A small key was tucked into the corner of the parchment, heavy, old-fashioned, its teeth sharp and jagged, as if it had been waiting to unlock something long forgotten. You stared at the words. A prize, it said. What kind of prize could a place like this promise? Your fingers lingered on the key, your heartbeat drumming in your chest. A question rising, pushing itself forward. Why me? And as quickly as it came, the thought was gone, replaced by the weight of something else. Something pulling you toward it. The door is open, the letter seemed to whisper. Why not walk through it? The world outside your window looked the same as it always did. Dreary gray clouds hanging low, the soft hum of traffic drifting in from the street. Nothing had changed. Except now, something had begun to itch at your skin, something deep inside, gnawing at the corners of your mind. You didn't know why, but your fingers closed around the key. And that was the moment everything shifted. A door, somewhere, waiting to be opened. You would be the one to walk through it. The sky outside darkened quickly, the air growing heavy. The house, wherever it was calling your name, and you answered. The night you decided to seek out No End House, you didn't feel the usual tremor of hesitation that had gripped you earlier. Somehow, the weight of the letter, the mystery of the key, pulled you forward like a magnet, unstoppable, undeniable. Even the rain, which had begun to patter down in thin sheets, didn't deter you. It felt right, like this was a step you were destined to take, and the city, with its cold, indifferent streets, seemed to fade into the background as your mind honed in on the one singular destination, No End House. You drove for what seemed like hours, the familiar lights of the city swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The path became narrower, the buildings sparser, until the road beneath you twisted and wound like a serpent through the thick, oppressive woods. The trees on either side of you stood like silent sentinels, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, scraping the night sky. You rolled your windows down slightly, hoping to catch a glimpse of anything that might hint at the house's presence, but only the smell of wet earth and damp moss filled your senses. Your headlights were the only thing cutting through the darkness, slicing the gloom with fleeting beams of light, until at last you saw it. A towering structure loomed ahead, barely visible through the dense trees, its silhouette barely discernible against the inky blackness. No End House. Its outline was jagged, twisted, as if the house itself had been built to defy the laws of nature. The iron gates were wide open, their rusted bars creaking in the wind, as though inviting you in. You could hardly breathe. You parked. The house seemed to still, too quiet, like it had been waiting for you, for years, centuries even. The air around it felt thicker, heavier, as if it absorbed the very essence of time itself. You swallowed, hard looking at the key in your hand. It was cold now, colder than it had been when you first touched it, like it had been outside for ages. You walked toward the gates, your steps muffled by the wet ground. As you passed through them, the soft rustle of leaves beneath your feet was the only sound, but even that seemed unnatural in the oppressive silence. The path before you was narrow, winding, as if deliberately designed to disorient. And just ahead, the front door of the house loomed, towering above you. Dark wood carved with intricate symbols that you couldn't quite make out in the dim light. Something shifted inside you, something primal, a gut feeling that you couldn't ignore. Turn back, it whispered. This is a mistake. But your hand, almost without thought, reached for the door. The key slid into the lock with a sickening, smooth click, and the door swung open on its own, a gust of cold air rushing out to greet you, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten memories. You stepped inside, immediately hit by the thick, stale air of the foyer. The space was immense, stretching far beyond what seemed possible. The grand chandelier above flickered weakly, casting shadows that seemed to stretch and twist as if they were alive. The walls were lined with dark, oppressive tapestries, their figures flickering in the low light, as though their eyes followed you, watched you. The floor beneath your feet creaked and groaned with every step, like the house was alive, groaning in its sleep, unwilling to give up its secrets just yet. A staircase wound upward in the far corner, its banister worn with age, each step appearing as though it had been used by someone long ago, perhaps someone who'd never left. But there was something unsettling about the silence, the kind of silence that gnaws at you, that makes you feel like there's something just out of sight, watching, waiting. You could almost hear the soft, distant murmur of voices. Who is it? You thought. Who else has walked through this door? You turned to close the door behind you, but it had already shut. For a moment, you were lost in the shadows, the only light now coming from the dying flicker of the chandelier. Something felt wrong. Then a noise, a creak, a whisper, barely perceptible, but unmistakable. Welcome. The voice was soft, distant, but somehow it felt like it was right beside you. And just like that, the chill returned, creeping down your spine, fingers like ice brushing your skin. It wasn't just the house now. Something else, something far darker, was here. It was watching. You didn't take the time to analyze the voice, not really. Your heart pounded, echoing in your chest like a war drum, drowning out all other thoughts. The hairs on the back of your neck stood straight. You swallowed the thick taste of fear, coating the back of your throat. You wanted to turn back, to flee. The rational part of your mind screamed at you to leave, but it was too late. The door had already closed, and you were drawn forward, compelled by something that felt like an invisible thread, pulling you deeper into the heart of no end. House, you had no choice but to move forward. Your feet carried you down the long, dimly lit hall, the shadows swallowing you whole as you passed, one foot after the other. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of something damp, something ancient dust and decay, like a tomb that hadn't been disturbed for years. A door stood at the far end of the hall, its edges cracked and warped. It seemed almost too ordinary, simple, even, compared to the sinister feeling of the house surrounding you. The hinges groaned as you pushed it open, revealing a room bathed in soft, golden light. You blinked in surprise. It felt almost welcoming, a stark contrast to the ominous atmosphere of the house outside. The room was a parlor, luxurious, but strangely unnerving. Velvet curtains hung from the windows, the fabric dark but rich, almost like the material had been woven with shadows themselves. A grand fireplace stood against one wall, its hearth cold and unlit. Two armchairs, facing each other, sat near the fire, their backs straight, waiting. On a polished mahogany table between them lay an intricate silver tray with a decanter of what appeared to be wine. The faint scent of roses lingered in the air, and the music's oft classical drifted from some unseen speaker. The smell, the sound, the arrangement, all too perfect, too contrived. It felt staged, as if this was a place frozen in time, waiting for someone to walk in. You stepped into the room, your shoes clicking against the polished wooden floor, the sound too loud in the quiet. As you moved further inside, you couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. You reached for one of the armchairs instinctively, and the moment your fingers brushed the velvet fabric, a jolt of cold rushed through you, as though you had touched the heart of the house itself. The temperature dropped, the warmth of the room evaporating like mist, leaving behind only the harsh, biting cold. It's just a house. You repeated this mantra in your mind, but it didn't help. The room felt wrong. The air felt thick, pressing down on your chest, as though you were suffocating under the weight of something unseen, something ancient. Golden light around you flickered, fading in and out, like a candle at the mercy of the wind. The fire, though cold, seemed to crackle with a life of its own, casting long, twitching shadows that stretched across the walls, twisting and crawling toward you, the shadows. They moved. They were alive. You turned, your eyes darting toward the polished mirrors that adorned the walls. They reflected your image, your face, your clothes, but something was wrong. Your reflection was a fraction too slow to match your movements. It hesitated, paused, as though it was watching you instead of you watching it. You could see it in its eyes. Something was off. The reflection in the mirror didn't smile when you did. It was cold, distant. Your breath caught. It's not you, you thought. It's not me. The music swelled louder now, almost deafening. The chandelier above you began to sway, and the shadows thickened, creeping out from their corners like long, black fingers stretching toward you. You stepped back, your heart racing, a feeling of dread blossoming in your chest, spreading out like wildfire. The room began to distort then, as if the very space was warping around you. The velvet armchairs twisted into grotesque shapes. The decanter of wine on the table tilted at an unnatural angle, spilling its contents onto the polished wood in dark streaks that shimmered and shimmered, almost like blood dot. They began as a soft rustle, barely audible at first, but then they grew louder voices, overlapping, muttering, whispering things you couldn't understand. They felt like they were coming from all directions, pressing in on you, tightening. Like a noose around your throat, you spun around, but the door that exit was gone, vanished. Only the room remained. The never-ending, perfect room that felt like a prison, its walls closing in on you. and you realized, with sickening clarity, that you were trapped here. The lights flickered once more, then went out entirely. In the pitch-black dark, the whispers grew louder, and then you heard it. A voice, sharp and clear. Leave now. It was your own voice, but not your own. It was them, and they wanted you to stay. The darkness in the first room didn't lift. It clung to you like a second skin, suffocating, heavy. The cold cut through you, sharp and biting, and the whispers still lingered in your ears. Faint but persistent, like ghosts trailing behind you. You tried to shake the feeling off, but the air itself seemed to have conspired against you. Even your breath came out in ragged, panicked gasps, as if your body, too, had begun to feel the weight of this place. You had to leave. You had to find another way out, but the room was no longer the same. You had turned, you had run to the door, but it was gone. The walls themselves had shifted. The layout had changed. The parlor was now something else, something worse. You stood frozen, taking shallow breaths, your mind spinning, struggling to make sense of it all. How was this possible? The house didn't obey the rules of time or space, it seemed.
And you?
We're no longer just wandering through a maze. No, this was something more. The house itself seemed to be alive, breathing with you, feeding off your fear. A sudden gust of wind howled through the cracks in the windows. But there was no window, just bare, cracked plaster where glass should have been. The wind carried with it a scent familiar, sickeningly so. You didn't know at first what it was, but then it hit you like a slap to the face. It was home. It was the smell of your old kitchen, of cinnamon and burnt sugar, of something sweet that should have been comforting but was now nothing but a cruel mockery. A memory that was supposed to be distant, locked away. You gritted your teeth. This couldn't be happening. You stumbled backward, your hands frantically seeking a way out. And that's when you saw it. The door, a new door, had appeared, carved into the farthest wall. And as though by instinct, your feet carried you toward it. You didn't want to open it. You didn't want to face what lay beyond. But something else, the house, or perhaps something darker, compelled you forward. You reached for the handle, cold beneath your fingers. The door swung open, creaking loudly in the stillness. But beyond it, beyond the threshold, was not another room like the one you had just escaped. And that was the horror of it. The space before you was almost identical to your old apartment. The one you'd shared with your mother before she had passed. The one filled with memories so vivid, you could almost feel her presence in the air. But as your eyes scanned the room, it became painfully clear that something was wrong, very wrong. The furniture was arranged just as it had been, the curtains drawn shut in the same old pattern. Your favorite chair was placed by the window, its fabric faded from years of use. But the air was thick, almost greasy, with something foul, something decaying. You stepped inside, feeling your pulse quicken. The scent of cinnamon still clung to the air, but now it was tainted, rotting. It was as though the very essence of your past was being twisted and warped before your eyes. The walls were lined with photographs, just as they had been in your apartment, family pictures. Your mother smiling at the camera, her warm eyes full of life. You could almost hear her voice. "Don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right." But that voice wasn't here now, was it? No, there was only silence, heavy and suffocating. You approached the photographs, your hands trembling as you reached out to touch them, to prove to yourself that this was real. But the moment your fingers brushed the frame, a chill surged through you. The photo flickered just, for an instant shifting, changing. The smiling faces became hollow, their eyes sunken, their mouths twisted in silent screams. Your mother's face, her warm, loving expression, now looked like a stranger's, a hollow mask of despair. You recoiled, stumbling backward, the air growing colder by the second. The room stretched, warping before your eyes, the walls elongating, the furniture growing impossibly large. Your mother's voice echoed in the distance, calling your name, but it wasn't her voice anymore. It was something darker, something more desperate. Come back to me. And that was when you realized the house wasn't just haunting you, it was pulling you into your own past, feeding off your memories. It was using your grief, your guilt, twisting it into something unrecognizable. You turned to leave, but the door had vanished again, gone, no escape. Just the endless, suffocating room with the smell of cinnamon and rot. Your mother's voice crawling under your skin like a parasite. That's when you heard the footsteps. They were light at first, soft and almost imperceptible, but they grew, louder, faster, closer, until you couldn't ignore them. Your breath caught in your throat. You weren't alone. A figure appeared in the corner, barely visible, at first a shadow, shifting and flickering, like a flame in the wind. But as it stepped into the dim light, you saw it clearly. It was her. Your mother, but not your mother. Not the woman you loved. The one in front of you was a pale, hollowed-out version of her skin sagging and decayed. Her once beautiful eyes, now black pits, like open graves. Her mouth was twisted in an unnatural grin, her fingers reaching out toward you, beckoning, and in that moment, you understood No End House wasn't just trying to trap you. It was trying to make you stay forever. Your pulse thundered in your ears as you stared at the figure your mother, or what had become of her, standing at the far corner of the room. The rot had consumed her. Her skin hung in loose folds. Her bones creaked under the weight of the years that had passed. But her eyes, those hollow black eyes, stared at you with an intensity you couldn't escape, as if they were seeing through you, into the very marrow of your soul. Her voice, once warm and soothing now, rasped through the air in jagged whispers. Come, closer, I'm waiting for you, waiting to see if you'll remember me. You froze, your body trembling with an instinctual dread that rooted you to the spot. Every nerve in your body screamed at you to run. This isn't her, you thought. This can't be her. But no matter how much you told yourself that, the figure in front of you felt real, too real. Please, she rasped again, her voice a raw echo of what it once was. I need you. You promised you'd never leave me. You promised. The walls seemed to close in around you. The room had grown even darker, the shadows stretching, slithering like oily tendrils that wrapped themselves around. The furniture, the photographs, your feet. The air grew thick with the weight of the house's ancient history, of sorrow and regret that bled into the very wood beneath your feet. It sounded like your mother. It smelled like her. The cinnamon, the roses, the soft scent of her perfume. You used to steal when you were a child. It was all there, twisting into something monstrous. The floor beneath you shifted, groaned. You looked down, expecting to see the floorboards break open, to feel the house swallowing you whole. But instead, your gaze fell upon something far worse, the reflection. You didn't want to look. You knew you shouldn't, but you couldn't help it. Your eyes were drawn to the mirror above the mantel, an old, tarnished thing that should have never been there. There, in the glass, was your face. But unlike before, it wasn't just you. The reflection was distorted. The skin on your face, your armpit, was decaying, crumbling, slowly, bit by bit. Your reflection was falling apart, like rotting wood. The skin of your mother's reflection, too, began to crack and tear, exposing the blackened, sinewy veins beneath, her eyes turning into gaping holes of nothingness. Wasn't just a mere vision. No, this was a cursor reflection of your fears, of your unresolved guilt, of the trauma you'd buried so deep that you never thought it would surface. You had failed her. You had left her when she needed you the most. The thought crawled into your mind like a parasite, burrowing itself deeper, twisting your insides. And there it was, the truth, something you hadn't wanted to confront. You were the one who had abandoned her. You hadn't been there when her health had deteriorated. You hadn't been there when the house grew too quiet and too empty. You hadn't been there when she needed you to fight for her. Your heart hammered in your chest, and a voice inside your mind screamed, "Run!" But the door it was still gone, vanished into the shadows. You turned, frantically searching for another way out, but the room seemed endless now. The photographs on the walls, the ones of her, of you, of your childhood, began to blur, their faces contorting and twisting, bleeding into each other, like memories drenched in acid. Your legs refused to move, as though something invisible was holding you in place. "Leave this place," the voice echoed again, but this time it wasn't your mother's. It was something darker, something ancient, something that had waited for you. You spun around, and there just behind you was a door. A new door. The air around it crackled with an electric energy you couldn't ignore, as if it had been waiting for you to notice it. To walk through it, your gaze was drawn to it, your feet moving almost on their own, against your will, toward the doorway. The shadows seemed to whisper your name, tugging at your soul, reminding you of everything you had lost. "You have to pass through," the voice hissed, a horrible gurgling sound, like something crawling through wet earth. "You can't leave until you do." Your hand was on the doorknob before you even realized it, the metal cold and jagged beneath your fingers, like it had been worn by countless hands, countless people who had walked this path before you. You didn't want to turn it. You didn't want to see what lay beyond. It was suffocating. You turned the knob. The door swung open with a loud creak, and the room beyond it was unlike anything you could have imagined. It was empty, completely bare, save for a single chair placed in the center of the room. In front of it, an ancient mirror, the same kind as the one in the parlor, hung on the wall. But there was no reflection in it, just blackness. The kind of darkness that seemed to swallow light whole. A voice whispered, not from the walls or the house, but from within the darkness. "This is your choice." You stepped forward, your body shaking, your heart pounding. You could feel the weight of your mother's shadow, the guilt, the fear that had been building within you for so long. The house was offering you something, a choice, a way out. But the price, you didn't know if you could pay it. But as you reached the center of the room, your breath caught in the dark. At the far end of the room, there was something else, something you hadn't noticed before. A figure, a person. Their back was to you, but you knew without a doubt who it was. When they turned around, you weren't sure you would be able to survive what you saw. The figure at the far end of the room remained motionless, its back to you, just a silhouette in the inky blackness. For a moment, you couldn't breathe, the air growing thick with the scent of rot. Like the very foundations of this house were slowly crumbling. You wanted to call out, to ask who it was, but your voice was swallowed by the silence, trapped in your chest. Every instinct in your body screamed to run, to leave, but your feet wouldn't move, as though the room had swallowed your very will, pressing you into the ground like you were part of the house itself. It was then that the figure turned, its movements slow, deliberate, and impossibly graceful. At first, you couldn't make out the details, the shadowy form distorted by the thick blackness in the room. But as it stepped into the dim light cast by the cracked door, everything became horrifyingly clear. It was her, your mother, but not the way she had been in life. No, this was the monster she had become in the house's twisted mirror of memory. Her skin was paper thin and stretched too tight across her bones. Her eyes, those black, empty pits, seemed to stare through you. And her mouth, once kind and full of warmth, was now a gaping, toothless grin. She was impossibly thin, her hair long and matted, hanging like a dark veil around her frail shoulders. And yet, somehow, the light flickered around her, as if she were both there and not, her form wavering like a mirage. "I knew you would come." Her voice, though hollow, seemed to reverberate in the walls, in your bones. It wasn't comforting. It wasn't loving. It was something darker, something ancient. You stepped back, your heart pounding in your chest. This wasn't her. You had seen her die. You had seen her fade away, her body cold and still in that hospital room, her hand limp in yours. She had been gone. This thing before you, this thing in her image, was just a grotesque mockery, a parasite wearing her skin. You left me, it whispered, the voice distorting with a hiss as the air in the room chilled. You left me when I needed you most. You promised. You promised you'd never leave. The words wrapped around your mind like chains, squeezing tighter with each repetition. You squeezed your eyes shut, but the memories surged, flooding your thoughts like a dam breaking. The hospital room, her frail body hooked to machines. You hadn't been there. You'd left to take care of things you couldn't even remember now. You had left her alone, and when you returned, it was too late. Do you remember that day? The creature crooned, its head tilting to one side, as if savoring the torment on your face. Do you remember how I waited? How I begged you to stay? But you turned away. Tears burned in your eyes. Stop it, you screamed in your mind, but the words wouldn't come. You couldn't shut the memory out. It was too real. The house had forced you to face your deepest guilt, your darkest secret. You had failed her. And the house, this nightmare, was now twisting that failure into a punishment, a personal torment, just for you. You think this is over? Your mother's twisted reflection smiled, a sickening rictus that seemed too wide, too unnatural. You think you're ready to leave, to escape. The air grew heavier, the temperature plummeting. The shadows in the room surged, and then the floor beneath your feet began to crack, the wood groaning and splintering, as if the house itself was angry, as if it were preparing to swallow you whole. No, not again. The last time you'd been here, the last time you had entered the house, you had left your mother behind. You had abandoned her, and now the house was using that. It was pulling you into its dark labyrinth of memories, trapping you in an endless loop. But there was one thing the house didn't know. You had learned something. It wasn't just your guilt that was feeding the house. It was your grief, your fear of loss, your inability to forgive yourself. You had been letting it all control you. And the house, the cursed house, knew how to twist that into something terrifying. But now you realized it only had power over you because you had given it that power. You think you can escape your past. The voice of your mother came again, this time deep, almost guttural, a growl that vibrated through your chest. You think you can outrun the truth. You stepped back, trembling. The shadows reached for you like cold fingers. The reflection in the mirror-warped version of yourself, hollow-eyed and broken, was beckoning you forward, demanding that you face the truth. But something inside you snapped. I'm not afraid of you, you whispered to the shadows, to the monster, to the house itself. I'm not afraid of the past. You don't get to control me anymore. The room stilled for a moment, an eerie silence that pressed in on you. Your mother's twisted figure stared at you, its lips curling into something akin to a smile. But it was a smile of malice. It had not anticipated this. You were breaking free. The house's hold loosened the shadows, slinking away, recoiling as if burned. You could feel the weight lifting from your chest, the suffocating pressure starting to ease. But then the door, the way out to it, was right in front of you. A choice, but as you approached it, as you reached for the handle, your mother's voice echoed one last time, "You will never be free of me." And the door swung open, revealing nothing but endless, inky blackness. The door, wide open, beckoned with a strange promise, a dark, swirling vortex that seemed to swallow the light, the air, everything. You could feel its cold, creeping fingers stretch out toward you, tugging at your heart, urging you forward. The floor beneath you was solid, but somehow you felt as though you were falling, as if gravity itself had betrayed you. You stepped through, your breath caught in your throat, and the darkness enveloped you like a shroud, thick and suffocating. But there was no sound, no rush of air, no echo of footsteps, only the weight of the blackness pressing against your skin. The house had released its grip on you, yet you felt more trapped than ever. The further you walked, the more the shadows seemed to creep up around you, closing in on the edges of your vision. The air turned stale, like the remnants of a forgotten world decaying stagnant. For a moment, you thought you were moving through a dream. The world around you was now nothing but a blur, realm suspended between waking and sleep, a place where time had no meaning. And then you saw it, a figure, not your mother this time, but something else entirely. It stood there in the center of the blackness, just beyond the edge of the light, staring at you with eyes that gleamed like stars. It had no shape, no clear form, but its presence was undeniable. It was watching you. You couldn't speak. Your body refused to obey your mind, as if it too was caught in some kind of spell. Every step you took toward it felt like a betrayal, a deeper descent into the abyss, yet you were compelled to move. Your legs felt like they were made of stone, but still, you continued. For some reason, you had to face it. The figure slowly moved toward you, its presence growing stronger with every passing second. It was the very essence of the void, the absence of everything. No form, no face, no eyes or mouth. It was simply there. It existed, but in a way that defied logic. The chill in the room intensified. You could feel it now, not just in the air, but in your very bones, crawling through your skin, turning your insides to ice. Your thoughts became muddled, and a deep sense of fear gripped your chest, constricting, suffocating. What is this? Your mind screamed. What do you want from me? And then it spoke. The voice was not like your mother's, a whisper, a growl, or even a hiss. No, this voice was different. It was the sound of 1,000 voices merging into one, a cacophony of suffering and sorrow, a groan that reverberated through your chest, through your very soul. We are the echoes. The words hit you like a physical blow, knocking the air from your lungs. The echoes. What did it mean? You had no time to process the meaning before the voice continued. We are the ones you abandoned, the ones you betrayed, the ones lost to time, to the darkness. We are your guilt. The figure shifted, flickering like a broken film, and in its place your face, your own reflection, staring back at you from the swirling blackness. But it wasn't you. No, not truly. This was a version of you, hollow-eyed, disheveled, with a smile that twisted unnaturally, like it had been carved into your flesh. Your reflection was moving without your command, its lips curling in an unsettling grin, its eyes filled with cold, inhuman malice. Your mind screamed again, and you stumbled backward, but the blackness swallowed your every movement. You were frozen. You've always been afraid. Your voice whispered from the depths of the abyss. Afraid to face who you really are, afraid to confront the darkness inside you. And in that moment, the true horror struck you like a knife through the heart. It wasn't the house that was the true tormentor. It wasn't the figure or the mirror or the endless rooms. No, the real horror was far more insidious. It was you. This entire time you had been running from yourself, from your own fear, your own grief, your own guilt. The house had been nothing more than a mirror to your broken soul, a reflection of your deepest, darkest corners. And now it had pulled you into the heart of it. You collapsed to your knees, overwhelmed, gasping for air that seemed impossible to find. You were drowning in your own darkness, caught in the snare of everything you had left unresolved, all the broken promises, all the unfinished chapters, every mistake you had ever made, every wound you had inflicted on yourself. They were all here in the dark. The figure's voice continued, growing louder, more insistent. You left her, didn't you? You couldn't face her pain. You couldn't even save yourself. How do you think she felt when you turned your back on her? How do you think you've been living all this time, running from your own reflection? The words were unbearable. You pressed your hands to your ears, trying to block them out, but they wormed their way into your skull, carving themselves into your thoughts. We are the echoes of your failure, the ones you abandoned, the ones you killed with your apathy, with your fear, and we will never leave you. Your reflection stepped toward you, grinning wider, the smile grotesque and distorted. It reached out, its hand, and in its touch, you felt your life, your very essence beginning to slip away. It was taking you. You cannot escape. Not from us, but then the door. The way out it appeared again, as if the abyss itself had summoned it. You didn't hesitate. You couldn't. With every ounce of willpower, you pushed yourself to your feet and ran toward it, toward the light. But your reflection, your guilt, your failure was right behind you. You could feel it, its cold fingers gripping at your back, pulling you into the darkness, and then, just as you reached the door, it slammed shut. The darkness consumed you. For a brief, suffocating moment, everything was still. The blackness pressed in, smothering you, draining the air from your lungs. You couldn't breathe, you couldn't move. It was as though you had been swallowed whole by the house, and the world outside had ceased to exist. There was no door now, no escape, no light. Only the heavy, oppressive void that closed in on every side. The cold burned your skin. The floor beneath your feet was no longer solid. It shifted like wet clay, and your feet sank into it, as if the house itself were absorbing you. You tried to scream, but your voice was lost in the silence, swallowed up by the abyss. Every part of you wanted to wake up, to open your eyes and find that this was all just a nightmare, but you couldn't. The darkness was too real. It was too alive. Then, from the edges of your mind, something began to stir, a faint sound at first, a whispering, a murmur, like a distant voice you could almost hear, just out of reach. It wasn't the figure anymore, not your reflection, not even your mother's twisted, dead voice. No, this was different. This voice knew you. This voice knew everything about you. You cannot escape, it said. And the voice wasn't just a voice. Anymore, it was a presence, a cold breath on your neck. You think you're alone here, but you're not. Not anymore. The walls, if they could even be called walls, shuddered. The very space around you rippled, as though the house were breathing, shifting, rearranging itself like a living organism. The sound of dripping water echoed in the distance, the rhythmic plop, plop, plop of something wet, something decaying. And then the whispers began. They were quiet at first, but they grew louder, insistent, as though hundreds, no, thousands of voices were all speaking at once, speaking your name, calling to you. They were voices you recognized. They were the voices of everyone you had ever left behind, of everyone who had once mattered to you. And now they were all here, trapped, forgotten in the house. Trapped with you. Don't you hear them? The voice in your ear whispered again, so close now it felt like it was inside your head. They're all here, waiting for you to remember them. And suddenly, it wasn't just voices. Shapes began to emerge from the void, figures outlined, in shadow, moving in and out of the periphery of your vision. You couldn't focus on them. Every time you tried, they would flicker, dissipate, and reappear somewhere else, closer, more menacing. There was one figure, though you could not ignore. It was tall, impossibly tall, with elongated limbs and a face you could never fully make out, just a silhouette, a shape in the darkness. But it was watching you, too, its form always shifting, as if it were made from the very fabric of the house, woven into its structure. This figure was the source of the whispers. It was the one that was guiding your voices, the one who had been waiting for you to come, waiting for you to face the truth. You cannot leave, because you are not meant to leave. The voice said again, and the figure began to take form, its body flickering, stretching, as if its shape were made from liquid darkness. You cannot leave because you must understand. You have always been part of this house, this place, from the moment you stepped inside. The house is part of you, and you are part of it. The truth of it cut through you, sharp and jagged, like a knife to the heart. You had always been tied to this place, to the memories and regrets that had built its walls. Everything, the trauma, the guilt, the fear you had buried had manifested here, in this forsaken house, and now it was coming to collect the figure. Extended one long, trembling hand toward you, its fingers impossibly thin and elongated. You could see the shadows clinging to it, writhing like creatures, eager to touch you, to consume you. It's time, it whispered, as though it were savoring the moment. Time for you to accept your past. Time for you to face everything you've tried to forget. You stumbled backward, but there was no escape, no place to hide. The house had swallowed all the space, leaving only the whispering shadows and the dark figure that was growing nearer with every breath you took. And then, just as you thought you could bear no more, you heard the sound. A low, mournful wail. A cry that reached deep into the pit of your stomach. A sound so filled with pain that it made your chest tighten. The wail echoed through the house, reverberating in the walls. In the floor beneath your feet, it was a voice you recognized. Voice you had never wanted to hear again. Your mother. Please, she begged, her voice weak, trembling. Please help me. The figure froze, its hand hanging in the air, and for the first time the shadowy form stopped moving, as though it, too, was listening. The voices fell silent. The house seemed to hold its breath. You cannot help her. The figure finally spoke, its voice colder now, more hollow. You have already abandoned her. You abandoned us both. You felt the weight of those words, your knees buckled beneath you. Your mother. The way she had begged you not to leave. The way you had chosen everything else over her. And now, her desperate plea was just another echo, another part of this house, waiting to consume you. But then you remembered you had a choice. The dark figure's hand extended toward you again, its fingers beckoning, drawing you in. The house was waiting, hungry, but you had a choice. You had the power to reject it. You could face your past, your mistakes, your guilt and move beyond them, but would you? The silence in the room was deafening, the weight of your decision pressing down on you. The figure was waiting. The house was waiting. And so were you. The darkness pressed against you like a living thing, thick and suffocating. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of centuries, a slow, agonizing decay that filled every inch of the room. Your mother's voice, distant and desperate, echoed in your ears. The sound was so raw, so filled with sorrow. It made your heart lurch in your chest. But the figure before you tall, shifting like smoke, eyes flickering with the cold. Hollow hunger was no longer the thing that held your attention. It wasn't the shadows that were pulling you in, nor the ghosts that whispered and howled through the house. It was you. The house had shown you that the truth was inescapable. Your guilt, your failure, your cowardice, the way you had let your grief turn you into a shadow of yourself, running from anything that reminded you of what you lost. But now, as the figure reached toward you, its long fingers curling, you realized something. You could make a choice. You could choose to stop running, to stop hiding from the ghosts of your past. The figure's touch hovered just out of reach, the shadows caressing your skin with an icy promise. And in that moment, everything was silent. Everything stopped. Whispers faded. The cries from the dark corners of the house went mute. The coldness in the air thickened, then dissipated. It was just you alone, and then you understood. This house, this cursed, labyrinthine prisonette, wasn't just the embodiment of your mother's death, nor was it solely a creation of the pain and guilt you had lived with. A place where all your mistakes, your lost moments, your failures had been given form. It was a place where you had let yourself drown, the figure your reflection. Your darkness, your failure waited for you to make the final move. It had always been you, always. All the ghosts, all the memories, all the haunting images, they were never truly separate from you. You had created them. You had birthed them with your refusal to forgive, your insistence on carrying that weight of guilt and grief. What if it wasn't too late? Itself urging you to sink into it, to embrace your darkness, to give in to the temptation of despair. The house wanted you to stay, to remain trapped in its grasp forever. It wanted to consume you, to swallow you whole like it had swallowed so many before you. But the house also gave you something more, the truth. And now you had a choice. Didn't need to be trapped here anymore. The house had no power over you unless you let it. You had the strength to tear yourself free. You could be free. You closed your eyes and took a deep breath. The sound of your mother's voice still lingered, but now it didn't bring pain. It brought clarity. Please help me. You turned, not toward the figure, not toward the shadows, but toward that wailing cry, toward the source of the grief that had bound you to this house for so long. It wasn't just your mother that needed help, it was you. You had abandoned yourself. You had abandoned your own heart. Stepping forward, you could feel the shadows retreating, hesitant to follow, as though they were afraid of what you were becoming. The figure reached for you again, but this time, its touch didn't feel as cold. It felt distant, fading. You can't escape, it hissed, its voice splintering, cracking as if something inside it was breaking. You will remember. And you did. You remembered the moments you had locked away, the moments when you had stood beside her, holding her hand. You remembered the last look she had given you before the machines had stopped, the apology you had never said, the love you had failed. To express you had left her, but you had also left yourself. You didn't turn back. The shadows thinned out like smoke, dissipating into the air, leaving only the dim, flickering light of your own resolve. You didn't need to face the darkness of your guilt anymore. You didn't need to stay in this house of nightmares. The memories were yours, but they didn't need to define you. The house was part of you, yes, but it didn't own you. As you walked forward, your body felt lighter. The crushing weight that had pressed on your cesture, fear, your guilt, your past seemed to lift, unraveling with each step. The figure's shape started to distort. It flickered, faltering, as if it were losing its strength, its hold over you. The shadows seemed to scream in anger, but their voices were fading now, lost to the truth of your defiance. The house was crumbling. It was losing its grip. You can't leave. The house shuddered. The ground trembled beneath your feet. The walls cracked, splintering with a noise like dry bones breaking, like the final gasp of a dying thing. And then, with one last soul-rending cry, the figure collapsed into a pile of black dust, the shadows scattering to the corners of the room like a swarm of flies, fleeing from the light you carried with you. You didn't stop walking. You didn't look back. You knew what you had to do now. You had to let go. The door was ahead of you once again this time. There was no hesitation, no fear, no turning back. You reached for it, and the world outside opened to you. Fresh air, the scent of rain, on the wind, the distant rustle of leaves. It was real. You were free. The door swung open with an ease you hadn't expected, as if the house, with its endless hunger, had finally relinquished its hold on you. The darkness that had gripped your chest for so long, the weight of guilt and grief, seemed to melt away, like morning fog burning off under the sun. For the first time in what felt like years, you breathed deeply. The air was fresh, sharp with the scent of rain-soaked earth. It felt real. You stood in the threshold, your foot hovering over the threshold of the door, the weight of your decision still pressing on you. But there was no fear now, no hesitation, just the pure clarity of knowing that the past was no longer something you had to carry. You stepped into the light, and as you did, the house behind you shuddered a deep, guttural sound, as if something immense and ancient was in its final death. Throes a ripple passed through the space like a pulse through the air, and you could feel the change. It was as though you had severed a cord cut, a thread that had been binding you to it all this time. For a fleeting moment, you looked back. The door was still there, hanging open, but there was no longer any presence behind it. No figure, number, shadows, the house, its horrors, its echoes. They were gone, and yet the memories remained. You couldn't erase them. You couldn't forget her. You wouldn't, but you understood now. That pain, that loss, it was yours to carry. But it didn't have to be all-consuming. You had to learn to live with it, not let it bury you. It was part of you, but you were not trapped in it. In the distance, beyond the broken windows of the house, you could see the sky. The horizon was painted in warm hues of orange and purple. The last traces of twilight bleeding into night. The world felt alive, teeming with promise, like something was waiting for you out there. Something new, but before you could take a step forward, a cold breeze brushed against your neck, soft and familiar. The hair on your arms stood on end, and for a brief, trembling moment, you felt her presence again. You looked up, and there, just at the edge of the doorframe, standing in the very place you had just left, was your mother. Her figure was faint, like an echo that had somehow slipped through the cracks of time, but she was there. Her face soft and peaceful, just as you remembered from the last time you saw her. She wasn't angry. She wasn't accusing you. She was simply there, her eyes filled with something close to understanding, as though she had always known that this moment would come. She smiled at you gently, kindly, and for the first time in your life, you felt a weight lift from your chest, a suffocating burden finally released. "It's not too late," she whispered, her voice barely audible, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken apologies. The house groaned behind her, as if it too understood. You didn't know if it was real, if it was her, if it was just your mind playing tricks, the last desperate plea of a tortured soul. But at that moment, it didn't matter. You saw her, you felt her, and for the briefest second, you allowed yourself to believe in the possibility of peace. And then she faded, like the wind carrying a soft scent, like the last echo of a song that you didn't want to end. She was gone. The space where she had stood was empty once more, and for a moment you stood there, trembling and unsure if you had imagined it all. But you didn't feel the same as you had before. The heavy presence of the house, of the darkness, was gone. The world outside still waited for you. You turned away from the house. It no longer had a claim on you. You felt lighter, as though a burden had been placed down, not forgotten, but acknowledged and allowed to rest. And so you walked. You walked away from the house, your footsteps steady against the soft earth beneath you. The sun was setting behind you, casting long shadows across the ground. The wind rustled in the trees, a soft, soothing sound. The world was quiet, but it was not empty. It was filled with possibility. You didn't look back. The house, its walls, and its horrors were in the past now. The door had closed, and with it, the last remnants of your struggle. You had broken free. And though you could never truly escape the echoes of what had been, you had learned one undeniable truth. You could carry them, but they would no longer define you. The path ahead was uncertain, but it was yours to walk, and you would walk it, no longer in the shadow of the house, but in the light of your own. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. It was late, later than usual. The kind of late where the city begins to lose its pulse, and the world outside seems to belong only to the dark. The streets, empty and silent, stretched out before you like an endless path to nowhere. Your steps echoed sharply in the night, each one a reminder of how alone you were. The night had been a long one, the kind that gnaws at the edges of your thoughts, pushing them into dark corners where they start to fester. Work had been overwhelming, and the hours spent staring at your computer screen, flicking between endless tabs of documents and emails, had blurred your sense of time. You needed to clear your head. So, despite the late hour, despite the unrelenting sense of dread that lingered at the back of your mind, you slipped into your jacket, tugged your shoes on, and left your apartment. The cold hit you immediately as the door closed behind you, a sharp, biting chill that numbed your skin and sent a shiver through your bones. The streets were eerily quiet, even for this hour. The usual hum of late-night traffic, the muffled laughter of bargoers, the soft murmur of distant conversations gone. It was as if the city had been swallowed by something much older than time itself, leaving behind only silence as you walked. The only sounds you could hear were your own footsteps, and even those felt foreign, like they didn't belong. There was something about the emptiness of the street that made everything feel off. The way the shadows clung to the corners of buildings, the way the streetlights flickered intermittently, casting jagged slivers of light that seemed more threatening than comforting. It wasn't until you reached the corner where the narrow alley opened into the main road that you first felt the sensation of being watched. At first, it was just a passing thought, a fleeting notion. But as you continued to walk, it grew. The hairs on the back of your neck stood up. You quickened your pace. The feeling wasn't just a vague sensation anymore. It was a presence. Something or someone was out there in the darkness, watching you. The night, which had seemed so peaceful just moments ago, now felt suffocating. You glanced over your shoulder. Empty. No one. But the feeling remained, thickening the air around you. You pushed the unease aside. It's just my imagination, you thought. You had walked these streets 100 times before without incident. And then, just as you turned your gaze back to the street ahead, you saw him, a figure, a man, standing across the street, at the far end, just beneath a flickering street lamp. He was completely still, too still. His posture was unnaturally rigid, his hands hanging by his sides. It was strange that you hadn't noticed him before. He had just appeared in your line of sight. There was no way he could have been there the entire time, not without you seeing him. The night was too quiet, the streets too empty. Your heart began to race. Something about the way he stood there felt wrong. The darkness obscured most of his features, but his face, his smilet, was unmistakable. Wide, too wide. A grin that stretched unnaturally across his face, as if it were made to be seen, made to stand out in the empty silence. You stopped, walking, your instincts screaming at you to turn and run. But something in the pit of your stomach told you to keep going. It's fine, just keep walking. Your feet moved, despite the fear gnawing at you, the pit in your stomach growing deeper. You couldn't tear your eyes away from him. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stood there, smiling, his expression so out of place in the quiet night that it felt as though the world around you had gone wrong, twisted in some terrible way. The air around you seemed to grow colder, heavier. The shadows around the man seemed to stretch, curling like dark fingers toward you. You knew you should look away, but you couldn't. You tried, but your eyes were locked, drawn to his eerie presence like a magnet dot. And then, just as you thought, you might lose your nerve completely, just as you decided that this moment, this encounter, was too strange to be real. You saw something that made your heart drop into your stomach. He moved. The man didn't walk. He didn't take a step forward or sideways. But somehow, he was closer. In the span of a blink, He had moved from where he had been standing to only a few feet away. The same unsettling smile still spread across his face, but now there was a sense of purpose in his gaze. You froze. There was no sound, no rush of wind, no footfalls on the concrete. It was as if he hadn't moved at all, but somehow he was there and you were not. You had no idea how it happened. Your heartbeat pounded in your ears, the blood rushed in your temples, and yet you couldn't take your eyes off him. He tilted his head slowly, never breaking that unnerving smile, and that's when you felt it. Again, the feeling of being watched, but it wasn't just that anymore. You knew he wasn't just watching you, he was waiting, and the worst part, you couldn't bring yourself to look away. You were trapped. Your breath caught in your throat as you tried to swallow the growing lump of panic that rose up from your chest. The night felt suddenly suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened. You had no explanation for how the man had moved so close. To you, without a sound, without any sign of his body shifting at all, you weren't imagining it. You weren't dreaming. He was there, just a few feet away now, standing on the edge of the streetlight's flickering glow. His smile hadn't changed. It was still wide and nervingly wide, stretching almost impossibly from ear to ear, so wide it almost seemed to consume his entire face. The light caught the edges of his lips, making them gleam in a way that made your skin crawl. His teeth were unnaturally sharp, gleaming under the dim streetlight like the jagged edges of broken glass. You took a step back, not because you thought you could escape, but because something inside you told you that it was what you were supposed to do. Retreat, get away. But your feet were glued to the ground. Your legs felt like lead. Why isn't he moving? You could hear the air shift around you, the faintest sound of a breath. Was it yours? Was it his? You didn't know. You couldn't tell. The street felt larger than it had just moments ago, stretching on forever. And the man, he remained exactly where he stood, the distance between you two never changing, though his eyes never left you. You tried to force yourself to look away, to look past him at anything else. The empty street, the deserted buildings, anything, but it didn't work. Your gaze was drawn back to him, like a moth to the light, a force beyond your control, and that's when you saw it. His eyes, they were cold, dead eyes, black, hollow voids that seemed to suck the very light from the air around them. There was no reflection in them, no depth, no warmth, just an endless, consuming blackness, as if the eyes were windows into some other realm, a place where light did not exist. Your heart beat faster now, and you could feel the pounding in your ears. Your mouth felt dry. No words, no thoughts, no prayers seemed to form. The fear had a grip on you, now tight, suffocating. It was as if the world had folded in on itself, leaving just the two of you in this warped, twisted little corner of reality. You felt a deep, primal need to flee. But where could you go? The street was endless, the world around you spinning into confusion. You forced yourself to take another step back, and then, just as you thought you might break free from his gaze, he moved again. But this time, there was something different. He didn't close the distance between you slowly, the way he had before. No, this time, it was almost imperceptible. 1 second, he was standing there, watching you, and the next he was standing only inches away from you, his breath, if it could even be called, that coming out in short, jagged bursts that seemed to carry a smell, a faint, putrid odor, like something rotting dot. Your skin prickled. Every inch of your body screamed to run, to escape. But you couldn't. Your feet wouldn't move. You didn't know how long you stood there, locked in his gaze, but the world around you had started to warp, to bend. The streetlights began to flicker more erratically now, casting sharp, staccato shadows that danced grotesquely across the buildings. The buildings themselves began to feel wrong, their outlines blurred, as if they were growing or shrinking with every blink. The man smiled again, but this time there was something even more unsettling in the expression. His lips stretched, wider than before, impossibly wide, stretching so far you thought his face might tear. The grinnet seemed too big, too unnatural. And then the silence. The silence that had swallowed everything. All the street noise, all the natural sounds of the world, the wind, the rustling leaves, the distant hum of city life was gone. The only sound left was the sound of your breath. Just as suddenly as it had begun, the man's smile twitched. It was subtle at first, an almost imperceptible movement of his lips. But then it became more pronounced. The corners of his mouth seemed to pull in slightly, as if the smile was slipping off his face. The edges of his mouth curled downward for a moment, but then the grin snapped back into place, even wider than before. You staggered back, your feet finally finding the strength to move. You turned and ran, not because you had a plan, not because you had any idea of what you were doing. You ran because your body screamed at you to run. You didn't dare look behind you. You didn't dare, and yet, despite the pounding of your feet against the pavement, despite the way the world seemed to narrow around you as you sprinted, you couldn't shake the thought that he was still there, still watching you. No matter how fast you ran, no matter how far you tried to get, the smile, the eyes, they were always there in the back of your mind. Was it real? Did I really see him? But in your heart, you knew the truth. You had seen him, and now you weren't sure if you were running from him, more running toward him. The pounding of your heart seemed to sync with the frantic rhythm of your footsteps as you fled down the empty street. The distant echo of your running feet, the only sound filling the night. Your breath came in ragged bursts, desperate. The cold air burned your lungs, but you barely noticed it. Your mind was too consumed by the vision of the smiling man. That thing you had just seen, felt. How could this be happening? How could something like that be real? You darted through intersections, turning corners, every step taking you farther from the place you'd encountered him. Yet no matter how fast you moved, no matter how many blocks you covered, the overwhelming feeling that you were being pursued never faded. It didn't matter that your legs burned or that your chest heaved with exhaustion. Something about the encounter lingered, gnawing at your insides, like a shadow that wouldn't let go. Every street lamp you passed flickered ominously, casting elongated shadows that stretched like clawed fingers across the pavement. The dim light seemed to bend unnaturally as you ran, distorting the world around you. Just a few more blocks, you told yourself. Just a few more. But then you heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps. At first you thought it was your mind, playing tricks on you, an echo of your own hurried steps, magnified by the panic and the weight of your fear. But no, the sound was different, too light, too soft, as if the person behind you was trying to be stealthy. You glanced over your shoulder, but all you saw was the street stretching out behind you. Empty dot, nothing dot but the sensation, the unmistakable certainty that someone was following you. It was too real. Your pulse quickened. You picked up the pace, forcing yourself to move faster. Yet with each step, the sound seemed to grow closer, as if whatever was behind you had closed the gap, closing in. The hairs on the back of your neck stood on end, and your instincts screamed at you to look, again to confirm that there was, in fact, someone there. This time, you couldn't ignore it. The figure that had been etched into your mind, the man with the unsettling smile, loomed in the corner of your thoughts. You knew it was him. He was following you. He was real. That smile, that unnatural grinnet had followed you into the dark streets, into your very mind. You dared to look, and there he was, at the far end of the block, standing in the shadow of a nearby building, half hidden in the darkness, but unmistakable. The man, his face was as pale as death, his body rigid as though carved from stone. The shadows danced around him, twisting and contorting in a way that made your stomach churn. He stood there, still, his eyes fixed on you, and that smile it hadn't changed. It was as wide, as terrifying as it had been before. But this time, it wasn't just his smile that unsettled you. No, now his posture seemed off. Something about the way he was standing, so unnaturally still, made your blood run cold. You had no words, no explanation, no logic to give. You just knew there was something off about him, something wrong. Your mind raced as you stumbled forward, desperate to escape. How can I get away? Where can I hide? Your heart thudded in your chest as you heard it again, the sound of footsteps. Closer, closer, too close. You couldn't stop now. You had to get away. But the street saw of them felt the same now, like they were all merging into one, like you were stuck in a maze of your own fear. Every turn felt like a trap. Every shadow felt like a noose, tightening around your neck. The streetlights behind you dimmed and disappeared, swallowed by the suffocating darkness. And yet, despite the way the world around you seemed to warp and twist, you could feel him. You could feel his presence pressing in from all sides. You dared to look back, this time with a grim resolve, with a sinking pit in your stomach. And he was there. He had moved again. It was almost impossible to comprehend. One moment he had been at the far end of the block, and now, just moments later, he was right behind you. His head tilted slightly to the side, as if observing you, studying you. His smile was wider than ever so wide. It seemed to stretch beyond human limits, a grotesque rictus that made your stomach churn. But it was his eyes that made you freeze. Those eyes, they were alive now, alive with hunger, with malice. The shadows around him had deepened, blending into him, and for a fleeting moment, you thought you saw the outline of something else in the darkness, something that moved behind him, stretching and twisting in ways that defied reason. A shift, a ripple through the air, like something was crawling out from the very fabric of reality itself. You didn't stop running. You couldn't. Your feet pounded the pavement again, faster, harder, panic twisting, your limbs into frantic motion. The sound of his footsteps grew louder. He was right there, so close that you could hear his breathing, short, shallow breaths, almost like a laugh. And then, just as you rounded the next corner, you felt it. A hand, a cold, clammy hand gripped your arm, pulling you back. You spun around, adrenaline rushing through your veins, and there was. The man, no. It wasn't just the man anymore. It had never been a man at all. It was something else. Something far worse. The smile had distorted now, twisted so far beyond what you could comprehend. And those black eyes, they seemed to expand, as if trying to swallow your soul whole. You tried to scream. You tried to fight, but nothing came out. You were frozen, and for the first time, you felt the thing that had been following you all along. That dark presence was not just in the world outside of you. It had already made a home inside your head, where it had been patiently waiting to finally take hold. It happened so fast, you didn't even have time to scream. The cold hand, slick with something you didn't want to name, gripped your arm with a strength that defied human nature. It wasn't just the force, it was the sensation that accompanied it. That hand wasn't touching you in the conventional sense. It felt like it was inside you, like it had reached deep under your skin, into your bones, and was holding you there. You tried to jerk away, but it was no use. Your body, as if betrayed by its own instincts, was paralyzed, locked in place by the unnatural presence that hovered too close to your skin. And then you heard it. That sound, the one you would never be able to forget. The low, throaty chuckle that emanated from the thing behind you. It wasn't a human laugh. No, it was a guttural noise, twisted and warped, as if it had been dragged from the depths of a nightmare. A laugh that sounded like something had cracked wide open and spilled its insides all over the floor. Feel the vibration of it deep inside your chest. You tried to look back, to face the thing that held you so tightly, but your neck refused to turn. The air around you felt thick now, like it was pressing in on you, pushing you down. Every breath you took was a struggle. The weight of something ancient and foul pressed down on your chest. Then, without warning, the grip loosened. It wasn't that you had managed to free yourself. No, it was that the hand pulled back slowly, deliberately. You could feel the lingering chill, the residual sensation of cold fingers tracing the path they had just left behind. And in that moment, you realized what was happening. Something much worse than you could have imagined was about to unfold. You spun around, desperate to flee, and that's when you saw it. The man, or rather, the thing Dot. It stood directly in front of you now, blocking the narrow alley, its silhouette tall and unnaturally thin. Its shape was almost entirely shrouded in shadow, like it was somehow too large for the space it occupied, its edges bleeding into the darkness around it. There was no mistake anymore. The face that smiled at Hewitt was not human. It never had been. The grin stretched wider, impossibly wide, until it seemed to reach all the way to its ears. That smile wasn't just the expression of some twisted, malevolent figure. It was as if the smile itself had grown into the thing, like it had become its face. You took a step back, your legs shaking, and that's when you saw it again. The thing inside the shadows. It was moving now. You could see it faintly, like a reflection, in a window or a shadow from the corner of your eye. It was not part of the man, but something separated dark outline that writhed and slithered, just beyond his human form, almost waiting for something. It wasn't just the air moving, or the shadows shifting. This thing was alive in a way that was foreign, alien. Its shape was like nothing you had ever seen, too distorted to grasp, like it didn't belong to this world at all. The thing slowly tilted its head, its eyes unblinking, its smile never wavering. The cold presence that seemed to come from it made the alley feel smaller, the air thicker. For a moment, it was as though the world around you had narrowed, closing you in, making it impossible to think of escape. Then, just as you thought you might fall to your knees, not a voice you could hear with your ears, but something deeper inside, like a thought that wasn't your own. You're already too late. The words had no sound, no vibration in the air, but they hit you with the weight of 1,000 echoes. It was a truth that sank into your bones, making your blood run cold. The words twisted in your head, tangling with your panic and your confusion. Too late for what? You wondered. But before you could process it, the thing in front of you took a slow, deliberate step forward. You watched it, every movement distorted in the corner of your vision, like a creature caught between worlds. The smile never faded, not once, as the thing's long, spindly arms stretched out toward you. And then you noticed its hands. They were not human. Long, claw-like fingers, jagged and tipped with something unnatural sharp, like bone, like they had never been meant to touch anything. They reached for you with such unnatural precision, bending in ways that should have been impossible, as if the thing was made of something far beyond flesh and blood. It was so close, too close. You stumbled backward, your heart thundering in, your chest. Your legs were useless, shaking with a paralyzing fear that seemed to root you to the spot. You cannot escape me, the voice whispered again, and you realized with horror that the thing wasn't just outside. Hewitt was inside you, too. It was in your head now, filling you with thoughts you didn't want, desires you didn't understand. The pull of it was growing stronger, suffocating your every thought it reached for you. Its fingers stretching farther now, closer. But before it could touch you, something in the corner of your vision caught your eye. A reflection there. At the far end of the alley, in the shattered glass of an abandoned storefront window, you saw it, a reflection, distorted and twisted. And in that reflection, the thing the man was not alone. Behind it, looming larger than life, was something even more grotesque. Something with a shape that could barely be made out, some kind of monstrous presence that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The thing behind the man, the true thing, it was enormous, incomprehensible, as if it had been waiting for you, waiting for this moment. You weren't sure if it was real, or if it was just your mind breaking under the pressure. But you knew one thing for certain. The man, the thing, it, was never the only thing watching you. It had never been alone. You couldn't escape. You didn't know how, and the worst part, you didn't know how long you had been trapped. The reflection in the glass, the shape behind the man, was all you could see now. It consumed your vision, overtaking everything else, swallowing you whole. The man's impossibly wide grin was still there, fixed, but it didn't matter. It was the thing behind him that mattered. You couldn't pull your eyes away. It was like a magnetic force, one that dug into your mind and refused to let go. The shape was so enormous, it filled the window completely, stretching out of sight, as if the reflection itself had no boundaries. A colossal, writhing mass that seemed to flicker between what you could comprehend and what your mind refused to understand. It was wrong, so wrong that simply seeing it twisted something inside you. It didn't feel like looking at something, it felt like looking into nothing, like peering into a void that had no end, no beginning, just an endless expanse of darkness and madness. The edges of your vision started to blur, like the world was being sucked into the abyss with it. Get away, you had to move. But your body wouldn't respond. The man, or whatever he was, stepped closer, his grin impossibly wide, stretching as if trying to split his face in two. His eyes remained empty, voids of blackness that seemed to suck every ounce of light from the world. Every instinct in you screamed to run, but where? How could you run when the very air felt like it was pressing in on you? The walls of the alley seemed to pulse with a strange, rhythmic throb, like the heartbeat of something that wasn't human, something ancient. The hand that had touched you before reached out again. This time, its fingers extended in a way that felt unnatural, the joints bending in ways that no human hand should be able to. Its claws scraped against the air, a soft hiss of sound, as if the very atmosphere was being torn apart by the motion. Your feet were rooted to the ground, as if some invisible force had anchored them there. You tried to scream, but no sound came out. Your mouth felt dry, too dry, and your throat tightened, like something was clamping down on your insides, choking you. The thing in the reflection moved. No, it wasn't just moving. The edges of its form flickering like a bad signal on a broken television. It seemed to grow, to stretch outwards, and in that moment, you realized the true horror. It wasn't just a reflection. It was inside the glass. The glass wasn't a barrier. It was a window into something else. Something that had been waiting there all along. Your heartbeat quickened, a surge of adrenaline flooding your veins. It couldn't be. This wasn't possible. But the whispers grew louder now, soft, barely audible at first, like the rustle of dead leaves in the wind. But then they sharpened, became distinct. They were words, cold and sharp, like they were coming from within your own mind, but somehow not. It's already here. We're already inside you. You snapped your gaze away from the reflection, only to meet the man's eyes, or rather, what was left of them. Those hollow, bottomless pits of blackness. He had no eyes now, only deep, suffocating shadows where his face once was. He leaned forward, impossibly close, and his breath, if it could even be called that, washed over you like a wave of rotting decay. The stench was unbearable, a foul mix of something stale and forgotten, like the odor of a long-dead carcass rotting beneath the floorboards. "We've been waiting," the voice in your head said again, its whisper crawling under your skin, burrowing deeper with each passing second. "For so long, we've been waiting." You wanted to turn away, to close your eyes, to pretend this wasn't happening, but you couldn't. You were trapped in this nightmare. The alley stretched endlessly ahead of you, but it felt as though the walls themselves were closing in, the shadows wrapping tighter around you, suffocating. The thing in the reflection shifted again, its form twisted in unnatural ways, like it was growing its limbs elongating. The blackness swirling around its silhouette, folding in on itself in ways that defied logic, and then Knit stepped out. Not from the reflection, but from the space around it, from the darkness itself, as though the very air had bent and broken, allowing the thing to slip through. You staggered backward, but your legs buckled. You hit the ground with a sickening thud. The breath knocked from your lungs, and there, just above you, you saw it. Mano, the thing was now kneeling beside you, its grin wider than it had ever been, its teeth flashing like knives. The reflection in the glass was no longer there. In fact, there was no glass anymore. There was only the thing in you. The air was thick with the scent of rot, and now, more than ever, you could hear it, the whispers, louder now, more distinct. They weren't in your head anymore. They were all around you, coming from the shadows, from the space between the cracks, from every corner, every hidden place. There's nowhere left to run, the voice said, a low, guttural hiss. We are the dark inside of you. Your body trembled, frozen in place. You couldn't even close your eyes now. You couldn't escape it. The thing was crawling inside your mind, and it had already started to tear through your sanity, unraveling everything you thought you knew about reality. With one last, agonizing movement, it leaned closer, its teeth now almost brushing your face, and just as you felt the cool touch of its breath against your skin, the whispers coalesced into one final, thunderous voice. Welcome home. The world tilted violently. The ground beneath you seemed to churn and writhe like a living thing, as if it was no longer a solid surface, but part of a larger, more insidious presence. You couldn't trust anything now, the air, the walls. The very ground it was all alive and all watching. Everything was moving, folding, blending, and you were just a small, insignificant part of it. You wanted to scream, but your throat felt like it was filled with stones. The thing above you, the grotesque, smiling thing that had once looked human, was now so close that you could feel its cold breath seep into your pores. The grin spread wider, impossibly wide, until you thought it might rip its face apart. And yet, there was something worse than its smile. It was its voice, the voice that echoed through your mind like an intrusive thought that never stopped. You can't escape. You never could. The words were like daggers in your chest, carving away any hope that might have lingered.
The thing's
Fingers long and unnaturally thin, sharp as claws, reached down and gently touched your face, the skin on your cheek cold and clammy against your flesh. It felt like the hand was inside you, running along your bones, spreading a deep, gnawing emptiness. A hollowness that wasn't physical, but something that gnawed at your spirit. Something that threatened to tear you apart. You closed your eyes, tried to shut it all out. But when you did, the darkness behind your eyelids wasn't just darkness. It was different. It was suffocating, thick with something alive. And as you breathed in that suffocating air, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. It's too late for you. The voice was no longer a whisper, but a chorus, not just one voice. Now but many, all speaking in unison, as if they were speaking from inside you, from the very core of your soul. It was suffocating, maddening. We've been waiting for so long, ... You felt something wet on your lips. It was like you were licking blood, but it wasn't your own. You opened your eyes, and before you could register what had happened, you realized you weren't in the alley anymore. The ground had dissolved beneath you, and you were floating now, falling through endless, swirling blackness. The walls of the alley, the streets, the world you had known, they were gone, replaced by the abyss. This was a place without boundaries, without rules. You couldn't breathe, and then you saw it. A face, not the man's face, but something far. Worse, it was in the dark, just out of the corner of your eye, a reflection that seemed to dance just beyond the edge of your vision. It was alive. Its eyes were black, like pits, and there was a faint, sickly smile curled into the corners of its lips. As you stared into it, your heart began to pound erratically. The reflection moved in ways that didn't make sense. It followed you, mimicking your every motion, but it was always one step ahead, as if it was trying to tell you something that made your blood run cold. You are part of us now, the voice echoed again, this time closer, much closer. You could feel the weight of it, like 1,000 voices wrapped around your soul. You've always been part of us. It was as though you could see the very nature of your existence unraveling before you. The darkness around you pulsed and shifted. The air was thick with an ancient energy, ancient dark power. The more you struggled against it, the more it wrapped around you like cold, rotting chains. The face in the shadows grinned wider, and for the first time you felt its cold, unnatural touch on your skin, as though it were seeping inside of you, filling every crack, every crevice of your being. The thing wasn't just beside you anymore. It was within you. A memory surfaced, a memory you didn't even realize you still had. You had seen this before, haven't you? This feeling. The sensation of being followed, of being watched from the corners of your vision. You'd thought it was just paranoia, just a trick of the mind. But now you knew. It was real. The thing had always been with you. It had always been lurking in the periphery, waiting, feeding off your fear, waiting for you to finally see it. We are your fear, it said, the voice coming from every direction now. We are your past, your guilt, your darkest thoughts. It was no longer a separate entity. It was you. It had always been inside of you, growing stronger with every passing day, every moment of weakness, every doubt. It had fed off your vulnerability, off the parts of you that you had buried deep, the parts you refused to face. And now, with a sickening, agonizing realization, you understood. You weren't in a new place. This wasn't some outside force invading you. You were inside yourself now, trapped in the nightmare of your own making. The shadows, the whispers, they weren't external. They were you. They had always been you. And the worst part was that the smiling thing, had never been interested in dragging you into some otherworldly dimension. No, it was pulling you into yourself, to face the deepest, darkest parts of your soul, to remember everything you had tried so hard to forget, all the guilt, all the regret, all the things you had buried and tried to run from. And now there was no escape. You weren't sure how long you had been in this place. Time didn't seem to exist here. The pain, the dread, the suffocating weight of your own consciousness pressing in on you, it was all one infinite cycle. There was no end, no beginning. There was only this dark abyss inside of you. The thing leaned in closer, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. Its smile now twisted beyond recognitions, spread even wider. We've been waiting for you to remember. The darkness was no longer just around you. It was within you, seeping deep into your bones, crawling into the deepest corners of your thoughts. You could feel it, thick and suffocating, pressing against the inside of your skull. There was no escape. The void had become your reality. But then something shifted. A sound, a faint noise like a whisper, broke through the endless blackness of fleeting fragment, a memory clawing its way to the surface. You could almost make out the words, though they were drowned in the weight of everything that surrounded. You wake up. The words echoed, not just in your mind, but through the air if air even existed in this place. It was a familiar voice, soft, gentle, yet unyielding. It felt like something you had lost, something important. The words repeated, louder this time, pulling you closer to the surface of the abyss. Wake up. The pressure in your skull intensified. Your chest tightened, a weight pushing against you, trying to pull you back down into the darkness. But the voice persisted. It became a lifeliner thread pulling you through the endless blackness. Wake up. You weren't sure what was real anymore. Your hands felt cold, numb, as if they belonged to someone else. Your body didn't respond to your commands. You were trapped in a haze. The voice was clearer now, its tone sharper, more insistent. The darkness trembled at the edges of your mind, as if it was being disturbed, rattled by something it could not control. It felt like you were breaking free, like something inside you was snapping back into place. The thing the smiling man had been with you for so long had burrowed so deeply into your soul that you didn't know where it ended and you began. It had woven itself into the fabric of your being, turning every shadow, every doubt, into a reflection of its presence. But now, you could feel something, a small flicker of resistance. Something inside you was waking up. The smile that had been so omnipresent, so all-consuming, began to fade. Its edges wavered, trembling like a half-formed thought. The reflection in your mind cracked, splintering, as though it was losing its hold over you. You could see flashes, now flickers, of your life. Your memories scattered fragments like broken glass, your childhood, the face of someone you loved, a moment of warmth, of light, the smile of a friend, a moment of joy. For a split second, you felt the sensation of Tucha hand in yours, and then the memories scattered like ash in the wind, vanishing before you could grasp them. But you felt it. Something warm, something human, something real. It was there, buried deep inside of you, waiting. The thing's presence was pressing, harder now, its weight unbearable, a pressure that threatened to crush your very soul. But you could still feel that thread, that voice. You had to hold on to it. You can fight it. With a sudden, jarring surge of will, you pushed against the darkness. It felt like shoving through tar slow, painful, but with each motion, you felt yourself break free. For the first time, you felt a spark of clarity in the chaos, and then it happened. The reflection of the smiling man began to distort. The edges of his face flickered and shimmered, like an image being corrupted. His smile stretched, his teeth growing longer, sharper. But this time, there was no fear. There was something else, something new, a primal surge of defiance. You weren't alone. "I'm not you," you whispered, the words tasting strange in your mouth. The weight pressing on your chest loosened, just slightly. For a moment, the thing paused. The smiling man's face froze, his eyes widening just the tiniest bit, almost as if surprised. The voice inside your head faltered, then shrieked, a rising howl of fury. "You can't escape," it hissed, its voice crackling with malice. "You belong to us." But the more it screamed, the more it cracked, the more you felt that your thread pulling you further away from it. You could feel it now, the heat of the sun on your skin, the taste of fresh air in your lungs. You were escaping, slowly but surely. The weight on your chest loosened more with every breath, every ounce of energy you gathered. And then, in an instant, a snap, like the breaking of a chain. The world around you fractured, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The dark shadows that had been pressing against you exploded into nothingness, scattering like dust in the wind. The smiling man's face twisted once more in rage, his grin splitting further, becoming grotesque. His body distorted, bending in unnatural angles as his form began to lose cohesion. His smile became something otherworldly, his expression morphing into something that no longer resembled a human being at all. For the first time, you saw the truth, the thing that had been behind that face, a darkness so pure, so vast, that it defied all understanding. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. We're free, but the air around you felt hollow, as if something had been torn away. You could breathe again. You could feel the ground beneath your feet, solid and steady. but something had shifted. Something wasn't right. You were still standing in the alley. The night air was cold, sharp against your skin, but it felt empty. The streets around you were quiet, too quiet. The city, the people, everything you had known it, all felt like it was fading, as though it was becoming a memory, slowly dissolving, slipping away. You turned your head, and there, standing at the far end of the alley, was a figure, the same silhouette, the same shape, and then you saw it. The smile, the thing hadn't left. It had never left. It was waiting. The smile, it was unmistakable. A crescent of pale teeth gleaming under the sickly yellow streetlights. You stood frozen, heart racing in your chest, a chill creeping along your spine. It was like being trapped in a dream. No, worse than that. A nightmare. The air had thickened again, heavy with the weight of something that wasn't quite human, something that didn't belong to this world. The figure at the end of the alley stood still, watching, waiting. It was the smiling man, or was it? His shape was slightly different, more defined now, his features sharper, more angular. The shadows around him moved unnaturally, twisting and curling like tendrils, as if the darkness itself had a life of its own. You felt it, a weight pulling you closer to him, an invisible force drawing you forward like a moth to a flame, but you couldn't move. Your feet were glued to the ground, your body trembling, muscles locked in place by some unseen terror. It wasn't just fear you felt now, it was dread, the kind of dread that gnaws at your very soul, the kind that makes every breath feel like a burden. The smile never wavered. In fact, it seemed to stretch wider, impossibly wide, until the edges of its mouth almost touched the tops of its ears. And then, in the silence, you heard a low, guttural sound rising from the depths of the alley, a noise that seemed to come from within the very walls themselves. The whispering had started again. You can't escape. You never could. The voice was there, inside your head, louder than ever before. The same hollow, echoing voice you'd heard when the darkness had consumed you. But now it had a new edge to it. It was no longer just an entity that watched. It was an entity that knew you, knew everything about you. The smile grew wider still, twisting like a grotesque mask. The figure took a slow step forward, and with each movement, the air seemed to grow heavier, the shadows seeming to fold into itself, suffocating the space around you. You wanted to scream, but your voice was swallowed, absorbed by the oppressive silence that pressed against your skin. You couldn't move. Do you remember? The voice, now much closer, caressed the back of your mind. Do you remember when it all began? A flash. A brief flicker of a memory, so quick you almost missed it. A young child laughing, a birthday party, balloons, a cake, a fleeting moment of happiness. Your family gathered around, but then the memory splintered, cracking apart like shattered glass, the edges bleeding into something else, something darker, a shadow falling across the face of your younger self, a flash of the smiling man, his face twisted, distorted, looming over you. It hadn't been a random encounter. This thing, this entity, had always been there, always waiting for you to notice. Had it always been in your life? You can't outrun it. The voice slithered deeper into your thoughts, curling around the fragments of your memories, squeezing the life from them. It was suffocating, pulling at your mind with an agonizing pressure. The thing at the end of the alley had always been there, in the shadows of your past, in the periphery of every fleeting moment of your life. A figure you had never truly seen, never truly recognized, but always, always felt. Had you ignored it? Had you chosen to forget? Your knees buckled. You collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as your mind raced. It wasn't just the thing's presence that weighed on you. Now it was its knowledge. It knew you. It knew what you feared. It knew every regret, every mistake, every doubt that you had buried so deep you thought you could never feel it again. You couldn't remember when it had started, when it had first noticed you. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter because now it was here, and it had always been here. It's too late to run, the voice whispered, cold and final. You've already been marked. The figure at the end of the alley moved again, its long, unnatural limbs stretching out toward you. The air grew impossibly thick, like walking through molasses. The darkness thickened, like a physical presence. The shadows crowded closer, choking. You could hear the rasp of your breath, shallow, panicked. You could see its eyes, now black pits, swirling like a storm, a vast, endless void, and you realized with a sickening certainty that those eyes were waiting for something you couldn't understand. Were part of you now. You didn't dare look away. You couldn't. The smile, the darkness was consuming you, inch by inch. The figure was getting closer, the ground beneath you trembling with each step it took. And then, with a sudden, jarring force, something inside you snapped. The realization came so sharply, so suddenly that it felt like an electric shock to your entire body. You remembered the voice, the thing, the memories. It was all connected. You had invited it in. You had always invited it in. And now it was here, with you, in this moment. Because you had opened that door a long time ago. You had seen it when you were younger, but you had never truly understood what it was. You had pushed it aside. You had dismissed it as a figment of your imagination. But it wasn't. It was real. It had always been real, and it was coming for you. You looked down at your hands, trembling with cold sweat. But there was something else now, something you hadn't felt before. It wasn't fear, not anymore. It was something darker, something more insidious, a realization it had always been you, and now there was no escape. The ground trembled beneath you, vibrating with the slow, deliberate steps of the thing moving closer, its silhouette warped in the dim light, stretching impossibly tall, its limbs contorting like spider legs. You were paralyzed, your chest tight, with an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. The air around you felt thick, suffocating, like the entire world was closing in. You couldn't tear your gaze away from the smile. It was grotesque, unnatural, an abomination of something that should have been human, but had twisted into something otherworldly. The darkness clung to it like a cloak, wrapping itself around its form, making it impossible to tell where it ended and the shadows began. Its eyes, dark as pits, locked with yours, and you felt an icy chill crawl down your spine. Those eyes weren't just looking at you, they were through you, into you, and the smile, it was still there. That eternal, unblinking grin, it wasn't just a smile, it was a promise that it would never stop, that it would never leave. You could feel the weight of its gaze, the pressure of its hunger, as if it was waiting for something, waiting for you to make the one decision that would finally seal your fate. You should have known, the voice echoed in your mind, slow, taunting. You should have remembered. The shadows around you thickened, swelling like an oncoming storm. It was no longer just an entity, no longer just a thing that watched you from the corner of your mind. It had grown, become something tangible. It was a presence. The air was heavy with its hunger, the stifling heat of it pressing in on you. The alleys seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, and you realized, with a sickening clarity, that this wasn't just any alley. It was a reflection of the place you had always been. In fragments, the streets, the dark alleys, the faces that never looked right. All of it was wrong, warped, turned into something distorted by its presence. It was never a chance encounter. You think you can run, the voice purred, its tone dripping with malice. The memories slammed into you, one after the other, fragments of your past, faces you couldn't quite recall, voices that faded before you could catch them. But the figure had always been there, lingering in the background, hiding in the corners of your memories, feeding off the fear you never acknowledged. It was waiting for you to remember. I am you, it whispered. I always have been. You felt the weight of those words sink into your chest like a stone. The realization hit you with the force of a tidal wave, and for a brief moment, you thought you might collapse under it. The thing wasn't just tied to you, it was you. It was the thing you had been running from your whole life. The thing that had haunted every step, every shadow, every flicker of doubt. The darkness, the fear, it had all been a part of you, feeding on your deepest insecurities. Your every fear, the line between you and it, had blurred long ago. You wanted to forget, but I never forgot you. A surge of panic ripped through you. You had to get away, but your legs felt like they were made of lead, unresponsive, frozen to the spot. The figure was closer now, the shadows around it swirling, consuming everything in their path. There was no way out. You can't escape, it said again, its voice now a hiss. You will never escape. But you didn't need to escape. A whisper. Clarity brushed against your thoughts, a sliver of defiance, the smallest shred of resistance you had left. You weren't entirely sure where it came from, but you grasped onto it, clinging to it like a lifeline. This wasn't just about running anymore. It wasn't about escaping the thing. It was about stopping it. You had a choice. It was then that the full weight of the truth struck you like a thunderclap. This wasn't just a battle of physical space, of avoiding the thing that loomed over you in the darkness. It was a battle of the mind, of the soul. You had been feeding it your whole life, feeding it your fears, your doubts. Every moment you allowed yourself to be consumed by those shadows. It grew stronger, the smile, the twisting, unrelenting. Grin flickered for the briefest of moments, a flash of uncertainty, a fracture in its perfect facade. It was vulnerable, and in that moment, you realized what you had to do. I am not you, you whispered, your voice barely audible, but resolute. You are not me. For the first time, the smile faltered. The shadow of the thing wavered, its figure rippling like water disturbed by a stone. What are you doing? The voice in your mind shrieked, rising in panic. You took a deep breath, pushing past the paralyzing fear, could feel it fighting you, clawing at you from the inside, but you didn't care. The darkness could no longer define you. You would no longer let it live inside you. With every ounce of strength, you reached deep into the core of your being, past the terror, past the doubt, and you forced yourself to face it. I am free, you said aloud, your voice echoing through the alley, reverberating against the walls. The shadows screamed, a deafening, high-pitched shriek that shook the very air, the sound rattling your teeth, splintering your mind, but you stood. Firm. The figure at the end of the alley, no longer a human shape, began to dissolve. It flickered like static, its form disintegrating into tendrils of darkness that clawed at the air before vanishing entirely. The smile twisted one last time, its edges distorting as if trying to hold on, but it couldn't, and then nothing. Silence. The pressure in your chest lifted, the weight of the presence vanishing like smoke. You were alone again, but you knew it wasn't over. The shadows had retreated, but the echo remained. Deep inside you, you felt the truth. It would never truly leave. It had always been a part of you, and no matter how far you ran, no matter how long you tried to escape, the darkness would always be waiting for you, just beneath the surface. The alley was silent now, eerily still, the kind of silence that presses in on your ears, suffocating until the absence of sound feels like a weight on your chest. The air had returned to normal, the oppressive heat of fear lifting, and yet you couldn't shake the lingering feeling of its presence. You stood there in the empty alley, still trembling, your body alive with the aftershocks of what had just transpired. You had one, hadn't you? You had forced it to retreat, banished it back into the shadows, back into the darkness it had crawled from. But even as the thought passed through your mind, you couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling, the suspicion that something was off. You had faced it, you had stood up to it, but there was still a gnawing question at the back of your mind. Had it truly left? You walked, slowly at first, then quicker, your footsteps echoing unnervingly in the narrow alley, as if the world was still watching. Your breath came in ragged bursts, your heart still racing, but each step seemed to make the unease grow. The darkness, the thing in the shadows, it was gone. Right. The streetlight overhead flickered, its dim light casting long, twisted shadows across the pavement. The glow didn't feel like it had before, warmer, comforting. No, now it felt cold, unnatural. It felt like something was watching. From within the light itself, you paused, your heart thumping in your chest. The reflection on the ground caught your eye and image in the puddle beneath the flickering street lamp. You didn't look at first. You didn't want to look. You knew what it would be, your reflection, but there was a deep, instinctual fear rising in you. No, don't look, but the reflection, it pulled at you. It beckoned like a distant memory you couldn't quite grasp. So slowly, hesitantly, you glanced down. For a brief moment, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The pavement, cracked and wet, glistened beneath the dim light, reflecting the image of your tired, disheveled face. But as you focused on the reflection, something shifted. The edges of it began to blur, as if the water beneath you was rippling with an unseen current dot, and then, in that watery mirror, you saw it. The smile dot, it was there, stretched wide, too wide, stretching beyond the limits of a human mouth. The same grin you had seen before, twisted, grotesque. It wasn't just a faint outline of a smile anymore. It was sharp, clear, real. But that wasn't what made your blood run cold. It was the eyes. They were your eyes, but they weren't. They were hollow, empty, like a black void had consumed the space where your pupils should have been. The thing in the reflection was looking back at you with your own face, but it wasn't you. It was it, Dot. Your body froze, the icy tendrils of fear wrapping around your spine. The figure in the puddle moved, its reflection distorting, as if something was pulling it toward you. The shadows, once banished, seemed to crawl back toward the edges of your vision, pooling in the corners, wrapping themselves around the reflection like tendrils of smoke. The smile widened further, impossibly wide, stretching until the reflection began to bleed into something else entirely, something more monstrous. It was no longer just your face. It was an abomination. Your breath hitched, panic rising in your chest. You stepped back, stumbling, your heart racing, but the reflection moved with you. It followed your every movement, and then it grinned. It grinned so wide, the corners of its mouth cracking, as if it was about to swallow you whole. It wasn't gone. The realization hit you like a slap across the face. It had never truly left. It had been with you this whole time. The entity you had thought was banished had simply retreated, masked behind a veil of your own denial. You had fought it, yes, but you hadn't defeated it. It had always been waiting. You were breathing heavily. Now, panic clawing at your throat, the air too thick to draw a full breath. The thing in the reflection tilted its head, mocking you, its smile never wavering. You wanted to scream, but your throat felt like it had been sealed shut, as if the thing in the puddle was choking off the very sound of your voice. And then you saw it. A glimpse of movement, a dark shape that wasn't your own. A figure you whirled around, but there was nothing there. No one behind you. The alley was empty, Dot, when you turned back. To the reflection, the face was gone, but the figure remained. No longer a smile. No longer a grotesque mimicry of your own face. The figure was standing behind you now, cloaked in darkness, so much taller, its form more fluid and shifting. It was waiting. The shadows around it seemed to stretch and swirl, coming alive, crawling across the pavement like smoke. You can't escape, it whispered. its voice soft like the rustling of dry leaves. You knew it now. The figure wasn't just an entity. It wasn't just a thing from your nightmares. It was you. Every fear you had pushed aside, every regret, every time you had tried to escape the darkness inside you. It had followed you, feeding off every moment of weakness. It had been inside you all along, hiding in the corners of your mind, waiting for the right moment to make itself known. You had never defeated it. You had simply given it permission to show its true face, and now it was everywhere. The reflection wasn't just in the puddle anymore. It was in the walls, in the streets, in the sky. It was in your thoughts. It was inside you. It was always you. The voice whispered again, more insistent this time, an echo in your mind. A creeping certainty. The reflection in the puddle shattered, the dark waters rippling violently, and when you looked up there, it was looming over you, smiling with that infinite grin. The shadows pressed in all around you, twisting and curling, closing in. There was no escape, because now it was you, and it would never. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 4. It was a night like any other in the city, fog pressing down on the streets. The smell of damp concrete heavy in the air. The hospital had just finished its shift change. The sterile fluorescent lights buzzing above, casting a clinical pall over the worn walls of the emergency room. It was an ordinary night until the ambulance arrived. The paramedics rushed in with a woman on a stretcher, her body completely still, her face void of expression, smooth, pale, almost plastic. She didn't even seem to be breathing. Dr. Olivia Kane, the ER supervisor, watched from the desk, her eyes narrowing as she processed the scene. Something felt wrong immediately. This wasn't the usual trauma case. The woman had been found on the street, unconscious. But there was nothing remarkable about the way she'd been discovered. No blood, no signs of injury, just a pale, perfectly still body. Is she breathing? Dr. Kane asked, walking toward the stretcher, the sound of her shoes echoing in the sterile hallway. The paramedic, a young man with a look of unease, glanced down at the woman. No pulse. She's not breathing, Doc, but his voice trailed off, almost as if he didn't know what to make of the woman's condition. Dr. Kane knelt beside the woman, a chill creeping into her fingertips as she checked for vital signs. Nothing. But then there it was. A faint, barely detectable heartbeat. It was slow, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Bring her to the OR, she ordered quickly, not wanting to waste time. The paramedics nodded and wheeled the woman toward the nearest surgical suite, but Dr. Kane couldn't shake the unsettling feeling crawling down her spine. Something wasn't right about her, about the way she looked, about the stillness of her form as they entered the sterile confines of the OR. The soft hum of the overhead lights seemed to distort, growing just a little too loud. Dr. Kane's gloved hands moved efficiently, instructing her team to prepare for immediate intubation. But she couldn't help but glance back at the woman, her face smooth, as if untouched by age, by emotion, was unnaturally blank. There were no signs of struggle, no creases around her eyes from pain, no tautness in her jaw as if she had been clenching her teeth. She looked as if she had been perfectly at rest for hours, days even. The woman's eyes were wide open, but she wasn't seeing anything. They were vacant, glassy, as if staring into a distant void. Dr. Kane felt a pulse of unease crawl into her stomach. What happened to her? A nurse asked quietly, almost to herself, as she prepped the equipment. I don't know, but we'll find out soon enough, Dr. Kane murmured. But her voice had a tremor in it, just the faintest crack. Something about this was not routine, not like anything she'd dealt with in years of practice. The woman's eyelids twitched, A shiver ran down Dr. Kane's spine, though she tried to shake it off. It's just a reflex. That's all it is, she thought. But then she noticed something. The woman's face, though smooth and lifeless, seemed too perfect. It was as if every detail had been carved with an unnatural precision. The skin had a waxy, almost translucent sheen to it. She didn't look like someone who had been lying unconscious for any amount of time. She looked untouched, as if she had just materialized out of nowhere. "Okay, let's begin," Dr. Kane said firmly, her hands steadying as she signaled the nurse to begin the intubation. But as the nurse reached down to lift the woman's head, something caught her attention. A tiny line, barely visible, ran across the woman's throat, a seam as though her skin had been stitched back together. There were no marks, no scars, to suggest an injury, just a faint trace of what could only be described as a deep cut, sewn with care. Dr. Kane blinked, momentarily distracted. "What the hell is this?" "Doc, you're gonna want to see this?" a nurse called out, her voice rising in panic. Dr. Kane stepped toward her, the sharp clatter of her shoes echoing in the sterile room. The nurse stood frozen, her eyes wide with horror. As she looked at the patient's face, the woman's lips were smiling, but it wasn't a human smile there. Was no warmth in it, no kindness, just the hint of something wrong, something twisted. The mouth stretched impossibly wide, too wide for a normal human face, as if pulled back by some unseen force. Dr. Kane's heart skipped a beat. This was not normal. The woman remained still, the smile unchanging. Her eyes never blinked, looked away from Dr. Kane as she stood frozen. The smile seemed to deepen, to widen with each second dot. Dr. Kane's breath caught in her throat, her mind struggling to understand what she was seeing. The smile grew wider until the skin at the corners of the woman's mouth began to crack. It was as if the smile was pushing the limits of her skin, threatening to tear her apart. And then the lights flickered. For a moment, the room seemed to shift as if reality itself was bending. The woman's eyes twitched again, just slightly. Then, for the briefest moment, she blinked. Her lips parted. A sound so faint, it was almost imperceptible, came from her throat. "Help me." Dr. Kane recoiled, her heart slamming against her ribs. It was a voice clear, human, and terrifyingly hollow. Her pulse quickened. It was a sound that didn't belong in this woman's throat. She didn't just hear it. She felt it a whisper that didn't just break the air, but punctured it, sending a cold ripple through her skin. Dr. Kane staggered back, her breath quickening, her mind struggling to process the impossible. And then the woman's smile shifted again. The expressionless face of the woman ... moved. The light above flickered once more, and in the reflection of the operating room's sterile tools, Dr. Kane could have sworn she saw something behind the woman's face, moving, something alive. The minutes stretched like hours as Dr. Kane stood frozen at the edge of the operating table, her breath shallow and quick. The woman's expression hadn't changed. She was still smiling, the corners of her mouth impossibly wide, the waxy skin at the edges of her lips stretching just beyond what seemed humanly possible. The smile, while grotesque, was so perfectly shaped, so unnervingly symmetrical, that it felt as though it was part of her face, part of her being. But it wasn't the smile that made Dr. Kane feel as though her insides were being hollowed out. It was the eyes. The woman's eyes were still wide open and blinking, fixed on Dr. Kane with an intensity that felt cold enough to freeze the air around her. They were vacant, hollow. There was no emotion there, no recognition, not even the faintest flicker of humanity, just nothing. It was as though the woman's face was a mask, and behind it was an abyss, an endless void where no soul could ever exist. The nurse, Beth, stood beside Dr. Kane, her pale face tinged with an unease that seemed to ripple through the sterile room. Beth's hand trembled as she adjusted the foredrip, her eyes flickering between the patient's face and the door, as though half expecting something to follow them. "Dr. Kane," Beth whispered, her voice barely above a breath. This isn't right." Dr. Kane didn't respond immediately. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the woman's face, from those dead, endless eyes that seemed to see everything and yet nothing at all. Something about them made the room feel smaller, darker. The fluorescent lights above buzzed relentlessly, and the sharp scent of antiseptic seemed to grow stronger, mixing with the growing sense of dread that choked the air. "I'll check her vitals," Dr. Kane said, more to herself than to Beth, her voice coming out a little too loud, a little too urgent. She moved to the side of the bed, reaching for the stethoscope hanging from her neck. As she did, the woman's eyes shifted just a tiny movement. Just a flicker, but it was enough to stop Dr. Kane in her tracks. The eyes hadn't been following her before, not until now. Dr. Kane's fingers hovered over the woman's chest. She could feel the cold of her skin beneath the latex of her gloves, the unnatural smoothness. She placed the stethoscope to the woman's chest and pressed down, listening for a heartbeat. It was nothing, no sound, just the steady hum of the overhead lights, louder now, oppressive. Dr. Kane muttered, her pulse quickening. She checked again. Nothing, no sound. She moved to check the woman's pulse. Nothing, only the slow, steady hum of the lights above them, the sterile smell, and the suffocating tension that was beginning to settle in her chest. Beth stepped forward, her voice quivering. Maybe, ... maybe she's just in shock. Dr. Kane snapped her head back, her eyes snapping toward Beth. There was fear in the nurse's face, a kind of anxiety that crept in where logic should have been. But there was something in Beth's eyes that unsettled Dr. Kane even more than the silent woman on the table. The fear wasn't just from the woman, it was from something else. "It's not shock," Dr. Kane said, her voice firm, but it cracked. At the edges, she glanced back at the woman. Her smile was still wide. Her eyes were still staring at her. That dead stare, that sense of emptiness. There's something wrong with her, Dr. Kane thought. I don't know what, but this woman is not ... normal. A low, shuddering breath escaped Beth's lips. "Dr. Kane," she said, her voice trembling. She's still looking at me." Dr. Kane blinked in confusion. She glanced at Beth, then back at the woman. Her expression was still locked, frozen. Her wide, vacant eyes had not moved. Beth was trembling now, her fingers grasping the edge of the counter as she looked down at the floor, as though searching for something to hold on to. Her breath became shallow, ragged, as if the very air in the room was too thick to breathe. I don't think I can stay in here," Beth whispered, her voice faltering. I'm seeing things." Dr. Kane was about to speak. Suddenly, the sound of the door creaked. The air shifted in the room, the temperature dipping just slightly, but enough to feel it against the back of her neck. "Do you see that?" she hissed. "Someone's behind her." Dr. Kane's heart skipped, her body tense. She spun to face the woman on the table, her pulse rushing in her ears. But there was nothing. No one. The room was as empty as it had been when they first arrived. "Beth," Dr. Kane said, her voice tight with alarm, "there's no one in here. No one is behind her." But Beth's eyes were still wide, locked on the woman's face. Her lips trembled, and she took a shaky step back. I could have sworn she was smiling at me, Dr. Kane," Beth whispered, shaking her head as if trying to clear the fog in her mind. "She smiled right at me." Dr. Kane felt the blood drain from her face. That smile, it wasn't just unsettling, it was unnatural. The woman's smile didn't reach her eyes. It didn't look like a natural human expression at all. And yet, there was something in it that seemed ... familiar. Dr. Kane had seen that smile before, or something like it. Please tell me I'm not the only one who saw that," she begged, clutching her hands together, knuckles white. I can't stay here." I'm mine, not staying here with her, Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane was about to respond when the woman's smile shifted. Just slightly, too slightly. The corners of her mouth stretched a little wider, the skin pulling back in a way that seemed almost painful. And then, for the first time since she had arrived in the hospital, the woman blinked. And when she blinked, the smile disappeared entirely. The woman's face was now blank, empty, a void. There was no smile, no expression, just nothing. Dr. Kane stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest as she took a step back. A sudden, chilling realization struck her like a physical blow. The woman had just blinked, but her eyes had never moved before. The smile had been forced, but now, the eyes they were, ... The room felt colder now. The harsh, clinical brightness of the operating room seemed to dull under the oppressive silence that clung to the woman's still form. Dr. Kane couldn't shake. The image of the woman's blank face, the smile, had vanished, leaving behind only that deep emptiness. She stared at her for a moment longer, her mind racing to find a logical explanation. But each second that passed only made it more impossible to rationalize. The woman who, just moments ago, had been so still, so eerily perfect in her appearance, now felt wrong, like a piece of something that didn't belong. Her skin, that unnatural pallor, her vacant eyes, that smile, now gone but never truly gone, still lingered in the corners of Dr. Kane's mind. Dr. Kane, Beth's voice broke through her thoughts, shaky but insistent. I don't think I can stay in here much longer. Dr. Kane looked up at her, and for the first time she saw something darker in Beth's eyes, something deeper than fear. It was the terror of someone who had witnessed something they couldn't unsee, something they weren't meant to understand. Beth, Dr. Kane said quietly, trying to regain control of the situation. I need you to stay calm. We need to figure this out, okay? Beth's lips trembled as she looked back at the woman on the table. She's not right, Dr. Kane. That smile, it's like it's not even hers. She's not human. Dr. Kane's eyes shifted back to the woman, the sense of dread growing as she realized that the words Beth spoke weren't far from the truth. The door to the operating room creaked open, and both women turned in unison, startled by the sound. In the dim hallway beyond, the fluorescent lights hummed, casting a faint, greenish glow into the room. One of the night orderlies stepped into the doorway, a tall man, his hair a mess of graying curls, his eyes weary from a long shift. He was holding a clipboard, but the moment he stepped into the room, his eyes narrowed in confusion. I didn't hear any alarms. He began, his voice trailing off as his gaze landed on the woman on the table. What's going on here? Dr. Kane could feel the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The air felt thick now, like a fog had settled in the room. The oppressive quiet seemed to stretch across the walls like a heavy blanket, and even the hum of the overhead lights felt too loud, too intrusive. She's not responding. No pulse, no breath. We're just trying to. Dr. Kane stopped herself, suddenly unsure of how to explain what was happening. Nothing about this made sense. The orderly's gaze lingered on the woman's face, his brow furrowing. You're sure? You're sure, his words cut off abruptly as the woman on the table moved. It was so small, so subtle that at first Dr. Kane thought she had imagined it. But then it happened again. The woman's eyelids fluttered barely, just a tremor of movement, as if she was struggling against some invisible force. The smile, the lack of expression, didn't return. But now there was something more unsettling. Something was wrong with the way her body shifted, as if the woman was trying to wake up but was trapped inside herself. A low sound escaped her throat, a whisper, barely audible over the sterile hum of the room. Dr. Kane leaned in closer, straining to hear at first. The words seemed unintelligible, but then she caught a phrase. It's not over, dot dot dot. The voice was weak, almost a sigh, but it had a weight to it that sent a cold shiver up Dr. Kane's spine. What the hell? The orderly mumbled under his breath, stepping back toward the door, his face draining of color. Before Dr. Kane could react, a loud bang rang out from the hallway beyond. It was followed by another crash, something heavy hitting the floor. Then, the sound of something or someone scrambling across the linoleum. "Beth, lock the door," Dr. Kane shouted, her voice sharp and commanding. The nurse turned quickly, bolting the door shut as she backed away, her wide eyes glued to the woman on the table. "What the hell is going on?" Beth whispered, her voice trembling with panic. "It's like something's happening." Dr. Kane swallowed hard, her gaze flicking to the door. She wasn't sure if it was the chaotic noises from the hallway that had her so unnerved or something else entirely. But she knew one thing for certain: something was moving outside the room. And it wasn't just the woman. It's not just her. There was a growing sense of wrongness in the air, as though everything inside the hospital had started to bend under some unseen pressure. The woman's lips parted slightly. The expressionless face seemed to take on a more deliberate form. And then she spoke. It wasn't much more than a low, guttural murmur, but it was enough to freeze Dr. Kane where she stood. "Help me, dot dot dot." The woman whispered, but it didn't sound human. It was almost like a command, like something dot 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 pulling at her. The words were distorted, heavy with an unnatural distortion. "Do you hear that?" Beth gasped, clutching the edge of the counter, her eyes wild with disbelief. She's talking now. I can't do this. I can't." Dr. Kane didn't speak, but her heart raced as she stepped toward the woman. Her mind was clouded by confusion, but she couldn't ignore the sensation, the mounting pressure that pressed in on her chest. The door behind them slammed open. Dr. Kane spun toward it, adrenaline coursing through her veins in the hallway. The source of the noise became clear. A man and other orderly stood there, his hands trembling as he held onto the doorframe. His face was pale, eyes wide, his mouth agape in disbelief. He's gone, Dr. Kane," the man shouted. They got him." Beth let out a strangled cry, taking another step back as her eyes darted from the woman on the table to the door. What's happening? What's happening out there?" Dr. Kane demanded, her pulse hammering in her throat. The man's lips quivered, and he was almost unable to get the words out. "Whatever it is, it's not human," he whispered, his voice trembling. "They're all gone." The whispering had started again, this time louder, more urgent. The woman on the table was awake now, and she was no longer smiling. The woman's eyes remained open, but there was no recognition in them, no humanity, no soul behind the hollow gaze. And yet, as Dr. Kane stared at her, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind those eyes now. The woman's lips moved again, forming words no. Commands that scraped against Dr. Kane's nerves like a jagged stone dragged across bone. "Help me. Help me. Dot dot dot. Help me. Dot dot dot." The words were distorted, layered over each other. A chorus of sound that felt less like speech and more like an incantation. Dr. Kane couldn't quite grasp what was happening, but she felt the oppressive weight of something shifting in the room, something ancient and terrible. Beth was shaking now, her back pressed against the cold wall as she watched the woman on the table, her lips parted in a silent scream. The nurse had long since stopped trying to understand, her mind unable to process what was happening. The woman on the table, she wasn't alive, but she wasn't dead either. And yet, she was speaking. Talking. The man in the hallway, one of the orderlies, was still standing there, frozen in shock. His face was pale, drained of color, his hands hanging limply at his sides, as though even the simplest movement required more strength than he had left. The door creaked open again, and another figure appeared, silhouetted against the harsh, fluorescent light in the hallway. Dr. Kane's heart jumped in her chest as she recognized the figure, Dr. Harper, chief of Staff stood there, his jaw tight, his expression unreadable. He took a step inside, eyes scanning the room, his gaze stopping briefly on the woman on the table. For a moment, there was a flicker of something, a flash of recognition, or maybe understanding before he spoke. What the hell is going on? Here, his voice was steady, but Dr. Kane could hear the edge of uncertainty in it, something darker lurking behind his calm exterior. He wasn't used to this kind of chaos. Nobody was. Dr. Kane, he repeated, his voice cutting through. Her foggy thoughts, what the hell happened? Dr. Kane was still staring at the woman. She couldn't find the right words. How could she explain? How could she put into words the wrongness that had settled into her bones, into the walls of the hospital, into her very mind? I don't know, she murmured, finally breaking her gaze from the woman and turning to face Dr. Harper. I've never seen anything like this. Her vitals are non-existent, no pulse, no breathing, but she's alive. Her eyes followed me. She's speaking. Dr. Harper raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze cutting across Dr. Kane, his skepticism barely masked beneath his professional demeanor. Speaking, Dr. Kane nodded, her throat tight. Listen, I know it sounds crazy, but she's saying something. Something wrong. Her voice faltered, but she forced herself to continue. It's as if, like she's not human. The woman's lips parted again. The whispers had started again soft at first, barely a sound over the distant hum of the hospital's machinery, but growing louder. Dr. Kane's eyes flickered toward her, and she felt her stomach twist. Help me, ... It was clearer now, and something about it made Dr. Kane's heart race faster. The words didn't sound like a plea for help. They sounded more like a demand, a summons. Beth's breath caught in her throat as she stepped toward the door. Dr. Kane, it's wrong, she ... She's not the only one here. The words barely left her lips when the room plunged into an unsettling silence. The buzzing of the lights overhead cut off abruptly. A deep, unnatural stillness fell over them like a blanket, so heavy that it felt like the air itself had turned. To stone Beth, what do you mean? Dr. Kane asked, her voice barely above a whisper, but the words felt loud in the silence. Her eyes darted to the door, then back to the woman. Beth wasn't looking at her anymore. She was staring into the hallway, her wide eyes fixed on something unseen, something that Dr. Kane couldn't perceive. Listen, Beth hissed. There's someone out there. Before Dr. Kane could respond, there was a screech from the hallway, a sound like metal, scraping against stone, and then the unmistakable sound of something or someone dragging itself toward the door. It wasn't human. It couldn't be. The orderly, the one who had gone pale earlier, was suddenly gone. The door to the hallway trembled under a force from the other side. There was no knocking, no voices, just the sound of dragging footsteps, faint but unmistakable. Dr. Harper's eyes darted toward the door, his gaze narrowing as if he could sense the danger rising just beyond the walls. The air in the room had thickened. It felt as though the entire building had become a cage, the walls slowly closing in on them. The dragging sound grew louder. Closer, Beth, get away from the door, Dr. Kane ordered sharply, though her voice quivered. Something was terribly wrong, and she felt the primal urge to flee, but there was no escape. Not anymore. Beth didn't move. Her breath was shallow. Her eyes were still locked on the hallway, her face a mask of terror. It's here, ... she whispered. A loud crash echoed through the hall of violent slam, followed by the unmistakable sound of a door bursting open. The dragging sound stopped. The room was suffocatingly still. And then there was a whisper, a voice. It's too late now, ... Dr. Kane's blood ran cold. The voice was ... familiar. She recognized it, even though she shouldn't. It was the woman on the table, but it wasn't. The smile, the dead eyes. It had all come back in an instant. Beth's face went white as she stumbled back from the door. But it was too late. with a loud slam. The door flew open. The hallway was empty, but only for a moment. Then it came. A figure, tall and gaunt, wearing the same wide smile. It was in the hallway, but it wasn't the woman. It was something else, a silhouette of something far darker, far older. Dr. Kane took a step back, her heart pounding, her instincts screaming at her to run. But she couldn't. She couldn't move. It was here. The figure in the hallway stood still for a moment, watching them with the same wide, unblinking smile. And then, without warning, it took a step forward. One slow, deliberate step. The air in the room was thick-glowing, oppressive, like the very walls of the hospital had grown alive with the tension that filled the space. Dr. Kane's heart was thudding in her chest, each beat a deafening drum in her ears. She could hardly breathe. She should have been running, should have been doing something, anything, to escape whatever was happening. But her legs felt like stone, her feet glued to the ground. Beth was frozen too, her wide eyes locked on the hallway, her face pale as death. She had backed up to the far corner of the room, her hands pressed against the cold tiles, as if she could hide from the nightmare that was unfolding before them. But the hospital room felt smaller with every passing second, the walls pressing in, the flickering lights above them whispering ominously with each pulse. It was here, the figure in the hallway, the one that had stepped forward with that impossible smile, was still there, but now it was closer. Far too close. Dr. Kane's gaze darted from the door to the figure in the hallway. And then, with a sudden shift in the silence, the thing moved. One slow, deliberate step. Its movements were unnaturally smooth, like it was gliding on air. Its form was twisted, as if its very bones were wrung too long, too crooked, too much like something that didn't belong in a human body. Its clothes, if they could be called, that hung off its frame in ragged tatters, like it had been there, far longer than any mortal man should, and the smilet was too wide, stretching across its face, a grotesque mockery of something that had once been human. It didn't look natural. It looked wrong. Its teeth were far too sharp. Its skin, too pale, stretched tight over its skull, hollow eyes gleaming with an unnatural shine. Dr. Kane swallowed, her throat dry as sandpaper. She wanted to scream, to do something, but the words wouldn't come. Beth's voice finally broke the silencer, ragged, terrified whisper. "What the hell is that?" Dr. Kane's mouth opened, but no sound came. The words, the explanation, the reason for what they were seeing didn't exist in her mind. There was no logical explanation, no medical diagnosis, nothing. The creature in the hallway took another step forward, and Dr. Kane's blood ran cold. She knew, without a doubt, that it wasn't alive in any sense that she understood. This thing, whatever it was a horror, a curse, and it was coming for them suddenly. A shrill scream cut through the air, the sound ripping through Dr. Kane's body like a blade. It was the orderly, the one who had stepped into the room earlier, the one who had gone pale and then vanished. His scream echoed in the hallway, a cry of pure terror before it was abruptly cut off. The silence that followed was deafening. Dr. Kane's pulse quickened. The woman on the operating table, still, eerily still, had stirred again. This time, her head twitched, a barely noticeable movement, like a doll being jerked by invisible strings. The whispers started again, faint, soft dot, but now the words were clearer, more insistent. "It's not over, ... The voice was coming from the woman, but not from her. Mouth, no, not like before. It came from inside her, from the very core of her being. "Help me, help me, help me." Each word felt like it was cutting through Dr. Kane's mind, digging deeper, scratching at the very edges of her sanity. The whispers grew louder, faster, more frantic. And then there was something else, a shift in the air. Something was changing. It was like the world was starting to bend, the room distorting just slightly, as if the fabric of reality itself was being twisted by an unseen hand. The air grew colder, the lights flickered more violently, the smell of decay of rot drifted into the room so strong that Dr. Kane could taste it on the back of her tongue. It made her stomach churn, like a putrid, rotten presence was crawling through the very walls of the hospital. The whispers in the hallway grew louder, and Dr. Kane could feel them now inside her skull, crawling along her spine, filling her mind with their cold alien pressure. Help me, ... help me, ... help me, ... The smile, the thing in the hallway, took another step. One more. And this time, Dr. Kane saw it clearly. It wasn't just the man from before, the tall figure with the wide smile. No, it had changed. The form was distorting, shifting, turning into something far darker, far older. The edges of its body seemed to flicker in and out of existence, like it was trying to tear itself free of some otherworldly constraint. Dr. Kane's heart raced as her gaze locked on the figure's eyes. It was smiling still too wide, too for its grin stretching far beyond anything that could be natural. And then its eyes shifted. The pupil. It grew slower than should have been possible, as if the thing's very eyes were trying to crawl out of their sockets, staring deeper into Dr. Kane's soul. For a moment, it didn't move. It just watched them, as if it were savoring the terror that rippled through the room, soaking into their bones. Then the woman on the table, the woman who wasn't a woman, opened her eyes wide, wide enough that her lids stretched painfully, the whites showing through, and that smilet returned. But it was different now. It wasn't just the woman's smile anymore. It was the smile of something else, something darker, older. It grew from the very air itself. The woman whispered in a voice that sounded like it was echoing from all directions at once. And then, the door slammed open. Beth screamed. The figure stepped over the threshold of the room. Not just in front of the door, it was inside now. It wasn't the woman anymore, and it wasn't alone. The door slammed open with a deafening crash, sending a violent shudder through the room. Beth's scream echoed, raw and desperate, but it was drowned out by the horrible presence that flooded in with the figure. Dr. Kane's breath caught in her throat as the thing from the hallway stepped inside. It was not the same figure anymore. No longer a man with an unnervingly wide grin. It was something else, something impossible. Its body seemed to distort with each movement, the very air around it bending as though it couldn't exist in this reality, a flickering, ephemeral shadow, its outline constantly shifting between visible and invisible, like a nightmare that didn't quite belong to the waking world. Its smile had stretched wider far, to widen till it seemed to rip through its face. The teeth were jagged, uneven, and far too numerous for any human mouth. The eyes, those empty, soulless pits that stared directly into Dr. Kane's heart, were the most horrifying thing of all. They were vast, endless, eyes that seemed to contain the very void of space, a swirling abyss that reflected nothing. There was no light in them, no compassion, no humanity. The thing's gaze locked onto Dr. Kane, and in that moment, she felt it the pressure. It was like being pulled into a deep, cold ocean, drowning in its weight. She could feel herself sinking into those eyes, as if her very mind were slipping away, slowly, surely, into the darkness that lived behind them. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her legs giving way as she stumbled backward. She wanted to scream, to run, but her voice was caught in her throat, her limbs paralyzed by the sheer force of its gaze. Beth was still screaming. She was pressing her back against the far wall, her hands clutching at her mouth in an effort to stifle her horror. But it was no use. The room had become a cage, and there was nowhere to hide from what was happening. It's not real. It can't be real. ... Beth was muttering through her hands, but her eyes, her wide, terrified eyes, were locked on the creature in the doorway. Her voice faltered. Please, God, please make it stop, The thing took another step forward, its movement slow, deliberate, as though savoring every moment of their fear. Its face flickered again, twisting and warping like the reflection of a broken mirror. Each second stretched longer, bending their perception of time. Dr. Kane couldn't look away. She had to look away, but her eyes refused to obey. Then, in a voice so smooth, so otherworldly, that it sent chills down her spine, the thing spoke. You can't escape me, The words were low, like the rumbling of distant thunder, reverberating deep inside Dr. Kane's chest. The air seemed to shiver with its utterance, like reality itself was quaking under the weight of its voice. A loud crack echoed in the room, the sudden, horrifying sound of something snapping. Dr. Kane turned her head with great effort, barely able to look away from the creature. It was the woman on the operating table, the one who had been dead. Her body, that thing that wasn't quite human, was moving again. But this time, it wasn't the gentle twitching from before. No, now, her body jerked, spasmed violently, as though something had taken control of it, something not human. Her fingers twisted, bent at unnatural angles, the joints snapping as though they were made of brittle wood. And then the smile, that same unnatural, grotesque smile, appeared on her face. Her lips stretched impossibly wide, her teeth becoming sharp, like the thing in the doorway. Help me, help me, The woman's voice rasped out, hoarse and unnatural, the words barely a whisper, but her eyes were wide, vacant, as though she were trying to scream, but couldn't. The woman's body continued to convulse, as if something inside her was fighting to break free from the thing that had taken her. Beth stepped back, her face pale, her hands trembling. She shook her head, backing further into the corner, as though she could escape by shrinking into the walls themselves. Dr. Kane couldn't move, couldn't think. The world felt like it was closing in on her. There were too many things happening at once, too much fear, too much wrongness. And then the room, the entire space, seemed to warp. The edges of the walls began to ripple like liquid, the tiles under their feet shifting and buckling, distorting as though they were no longer part of a physical reality. Dr. Kane's stomach churned, the sense of vertigo rising in her chest. The hospital, her hospital, had changed. It was no longer a place of healing. It was a place of death, of corruption. No escape, Double quotes, the thing in the doorway whispered again. It's always been here, and it's always coming for you. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind them. The creature wit was in the room now, fully. It was no longer confined to the hallway, Beth screamed, the sound slicing through the air as she fell to her knees, hands clutching her head as if trying to block out the terrifying reality unfolding in front of her. It's not real, It's not real, Double quotes, she chanted over and over. But with each word, her voice cracked, and the shadows around them deepened. The woman's body convulsed again, and this time there was something else, a low, rumbling growl that came from deep inside her chest. It was no longer her voice. It was something else then. The woman's head jerked up, eyes wide and vacant, a terrifying grin pulling at her lips. The sound of breaking bones filled the air as her neck twisted unnaturally, the skin on her face stretching as if it were about to split open. Help me, help me, She repeated, but this time the voice was layered, distorted, as if several voices were speaking at once. The thing in the doorway stepped closer, and then Dr. Kane saw it. The woman on the table, her eyes, they were staring at her, locking onto her with an intensity that made her heart stop. The woman's mouth opened, again impossibly wide, and from inside her throat, a low guttural sound emerged. It wasn't a scream, it wasn't a voice. It was something worse, a call, a summoning, a plea for something beyond her. The woman wasn't the victim anymore. the thing in the doorway was. The woman's body, the thing that wasn't human, rose from the table, dragging itself toward Dr. Kane. Its eyes never left her. The room seemed to breathe. With each thundering beat of Dr. Kane's heart, the walls trembled, the floor creaked underfoot, and the very air pressed against her skin, thick and suffocating. The hospital, once a place of life-saving precision, now felt like a tomb. The sterile white of the walls had taken on a sickly hue, the lights flickering with an unnatural rhythm, as if in time to the maddening pulse of the place itself. It was alive. It was all alive. Dr. Kane staggered backward, nearly tripping over her own feet, eyes locked on the thing that had once been a woman on the operating table. Her body note was rising, dragging itself forward with a grotesque slowness, like something out of a nightmare that couldn't decide whether it wanted to walk or crawl. Beth was still screaming, her voice high and ragged, her hands trembling. At her sides, she was muttering incoherently now, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and disbelief. "It's not real. It's not real," she kept whispering, but Dr. Kane could hear the desperation in her voice, the raw terror that had started to chip away at her sanity. But the woman, the thing, had to be real. There was nothing human left in it. Its neck twisted unnaturally as its head jerked at odd angles, its jaw snapping open and closed like an animal's, its movements erratic and unnerving, its lips peeled back from its teeth in that same too wide grin. But it wasn't a smile anymore. It was a threat. This time, there was a sense of urgency in it. The thing's lips trembled, the sound of its words coming from deep within its chest. "Help me, I'm trapped. Help me." The words were like poison, crawling into Dr. Kane's mind, creeping into the very marrow of her bones. The empty, bottomless eyes. There was no humanity left in them, no sorrow, no hope. Just a dark, twisting abyss that threatened to pull her down into its depths. She opened her mouth to speak, to say something, but her voice caught. What could she say? What could she do? The creature took another slow step forward, its twisted legs dragging behind it like they weren't meant to move. The sound of its bones cracking echoed through the room, sickening and sharp. The smell in the air grew heavier, like something rotting, like decay seeping from every crack in the walls. It reached the foot of the bed, its pale skeletal fingers reaching out toward Dr. Kane with an unnatural slowness. It wasn't in a hurry. It didn't need to be. It knew it had them trapped. Beth's scream shattered the silence again as she collapsed to her knees, her hands clutching her head. She looked at Dr. Kane, pleading, desperate. "What the hell is this? What is happening?" But Dr. Kane didn't have an answer. She couldn't explain this. No medical book, no study, no rational explanation could account for what was happening. And in that moment, she realized just how powerless she was. They were no longer in the world of science, of logic, of cures and treatments. No, this was a place of madness, a place where the natural laws of the world no longer applied. The woman, the thing, had come for them, and it was dragging them into its hell. The thing in front of her twisted its head to one side, its grin widening, impossibly wide, until Dr. Kane could see the blackness inside its mouth, the hollow void that yawned wide enough to swallow everything. And then the whispers returned. They started soft, almost imperceptible. At first a low, guttural murmur that scraped at the edges of Dr. Kane's mind. "It's not over, ... The words trickled from the thing's throat like a poison, each syllable coated in something that made Dr. Kane's skin crawl. "You're mine now." The whispers grew louder, louder still, until they were all Dr. Kane could hear. The thing was speaking directly into her mind now. She could feel its thoughts, cold, alien thoughts. The woman was no longer in control. She was just the shell, the vessel for something older, darker, something that had been waiting. "You're mine. You're all mine." Dr. Kane's breathing grew ragged, her pulse racing. She felt herself losing her grip on reality, felt the boundaries between herself and the thing on the table beginning to blur. The room worked again, as if the walls were closing in. The air tasted wrong. Everything tasted wrong. The floor felt too soft underfoot, the walls too close. Suddenly, a loud crash came from the hallway. A series of sharp noises, like a door slamming open and shut. The sound of running footsteps, hurried, panicked. Dr. Kane's head whipped toward the door, her mind scrambling for an escape, someone, anyone to help. But there was no one. There was no escape. The thing in the room with them was no longer just a thing. It had become everything. It was in the walls. It was in the air. It was inside them. Beth was shaking uncontrollably now, her eyes wide and unfocused. She had stopped screaming, but her lips moved in a silent prayer, her hands gripping at her clothes like she was trying to tear herself apart. Her face was drenched in sweat, and her breath came in ragged gasps. And then Dr. Kane felt it, the cold, a coldness that reached into her bones, into the very core of her soul. It wrapped around her like an invisible hand, squeezing until she could no longer breathe. The darkness in the room deepened, thickening, like something was pushing through it, something out of place. The woman knit stirred again, her head jerking toward Dr. Kane with a horrifying speed, her eyes never leaving her. The creature's voice was so close now, it felt like it was whispering directly in Dr. Kane's ear. "It's too late, ... And then silence. For one terrifying moment, everything went still, too still. The room froze. The air stopped moving. Even the lights flickered out, leaving them in complete darkness. Dr. Kane couldn't see a thing, but she could feel it. The presence, it was closer now than it had ever been, closer than anything had the right to be. The silence was broken by the sound of something shuffling, dragging, scraping across the floor. Slowly, agonizingly slow. Someone was coming for them. And Dr. Kane couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The darkness swallowed them whole. Dr. Kane's mind reeled, her body frozen as the air around her thickened like it was turning to mud, suffocating her. The sound of shuffling came again, closer now, each dragging step sending a jolt through her nerves. There was no mistaking it now. The thing, the creature that had once been a woman, was not merely a thing of flesh and bone anymore. It was something older, darker, something woven into the fabric of the very space around them. Beth's frantic breathing cut through the thick air, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she trembled in the corner, curled into herself. Her fingers clutched her arms like a lifeline, but no matter how tightly she squeezed, there was no escape. Dr. Kane, ... Dr. Kane. "We have to," Beth whispered, her voice shaking, but she didn't finish. She didn't need to. The terror in her eyes said everything. It was too late for running. It was too late for anything. There was only the thing in the dark, the thing that had been made of flesh. Closer. The lights flickered again, but this time they didn't return to life. Instead, the darkness seemed to bleed, deeper, pulling everything into its cold, unrelenting grip. The only sound now was the whispering. The whispers weren't from the woman anymore. They were coming from all directions. "You can't escape, ... It knows you, it knows your fears, ... And there it was again. The smell, that foul, rotting odor, like something decaying just beyond sight. It was in the walls. It was in the very air they breathed. Kane could taste it on her tongue, now metallic, thick, like blood and rust. It clung to her skin, and then the movement. A soft rustle, a shuffle. The sound came from her left. She twisted her head toward it, but there was nothing to see, only blackness. But then she saw it, a silhouette, dark and shifting, moving just beyond her peripheral vision. It was a person, or it had been. It was a figure, now no face, no eyes, Just the outline of a body and that smile. The grin that stretched too wide, like it had been, torn apart and sewn back together. It was standing right behind Beth. Beth didn't seem to notice. Beth, ... Dr. Kane's voice trembled as she tried to speak, but her words were swallowed by the suffocating dark. Her throat tight, her mouth dry. Her eyes were wide with fear as she reached out toward her. But it was too late. The thing moved closer, faster than Dr. Kane could have imagined. It was suddenly standing beside Beth, its fingers twitching, its body swaying like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. Beth looked up, just as the creature's hands reached down to touch her face. No. Beth's voice cracked, barely a whisper, as her hands shot up, trying to push the thing away. But her fingers passed through it, like she was trying to shove smoke. The smile, that grotesque thing, was right there, looming over her. She... It's all right. The voice came again, soft, luring. Beth's hands dropped, her whole body going limp, her expression turning vacant, as if her mind had been taken from her in that instant. Dr. Kane's stomach churned as she watched, helpless, her heart pounding with the terrible knowledge that whatever had happened to Beth, whatever was happening to Hurt, was happening to everyone who stepped too close to this creature. This entity, this ... abomination ... And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature withdrew. It backed away, but not fully. It stayed in the shadows, just out of sight, watching them, waiting. Dr. Kane's breath caught as she turned to Beth, but the woman's eyes were glazed, hollow, vacant. Her skin had taken on a dull, lifeless sheen, as if it had lost all vitality. She was no longer trembling. She was standing perfectly still, as if she had become part of the wall. Beth, Dr. Kane whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding in her chest. Beth didn't answer. Her lips didn't move. But Dr. Kane swore she heard the same whisper, that same voice, but now it was coming from within Beth's chest. It's too late, ... double quotes. Dr. Kane's blood ran cold. Her pulse quickened. Her feet felt like they were cemented to the floor, her limbs heavy with dread. She couldn't leave. She couldn't run. Beth was gone, and the thing, it was still there, watching, waiting. But it wasn't just waiting for her. It was waiting for something else. Something worse. Dr. Kane couldn't help but feel the crushing weight of the truth creeping up on her. The whispers, that faint scratching noise from the corner, the hollow-eyed stare of Beth, it was all leading to one conclusion. The creature didn't just want to claim them. No, it wanted them to become it, to merge with it, to join its endless hunger. But there was something more horrifying still. Dr. Kane didn't know how she knew it, but she understood now that the creature wasn't just part of this building. It was part of her. It had always been part of her. It was waiting for her to remember. As Dr. Kane reached out to touch Beth, the woman's eyes snapped open, but they weren't Beth's eyes anymore. They were the eyes of the creature, the thing that had always been with them, the thing that had been waiting for her to see the truth. Time had stopped. Dr. Kane stood frozen, her hand trembling as it hovered over Beth's lifeless body, her pulse hammering in her ears like the rapid ticking of a clock, counting down to something terrible. Her stomach twisted in knots, the feeling of wrongness deep in her bones, and yet all she could hear, the only sound that filled the room, was the low, rasping whisper. Come closer, ... Beth's eyes, once lifeless, now glinted in the dark. But they weren't Beth's eyes. No, these were eyes that had seen things no human should ever witness. Eyes that had stared into the empty void of something ancient and hungry. Her skin was stretched tight over her skull, her face unnaturally smooth, as if something had been carved into it. The creature, it had never left. It was within her now. Dr. Kane took a cautious step back, her legs unsteady, as though the very ground beneath her was shifting, folding in on itself. She tried to breathe, but the air in the room had become thick, choked with the scent of decay that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. The faint whispers now felt like they were seeping through her skin, filling every crevice of her mind. She could almost taste them, bitter and cold on her tongue. It was waiting. The thing in front of her wasn't just some demonic force. Some horror that had crawled into the hospital from the depths of Hilt was something older, something that had been here long before she had ever set foot in the building, long before she had ever set her hands on the woman who had been brought in. The creature wasn't just haunting the hospital, it was tied to it, and more terrifyingly, it was tied to her. Dr. Kane stumbled backward, her back hitting the sterile white walls with a sharp thud. She didn't understand, didn't know how to comprehend the gravity of what was happening. Her thoughts were scattered, fragmented by fear, but one truth loomed above all the others like an unavoidable storm cloud. This was her fault, glowing in the dim light of the flickering bulbs above them. It was as if the room itself had warped around them, twisting the shadows into grotesque shapes that mocked her. The whispers grew louder. The coldness in the air grew more intense. You remember, don't you? The voice wasn't Beth's anymore, but something deeper, older, something unearthly, her pulse quickening as the horrifying truth began to unfurl inside her mind. It was her fault. The woman had come into the hospital months ago, broken and battered from a brutal car accident. She had been unconscious, her vital signs unstable. But what had truly shocked the medical team was the fact that her body had been impossibly healing at an extraordinary rate. Too quickly, her wounds were closing up before their eyes, her body regenerating itself as if she was something other than human. Dr. Kane had taken an immediate interest. The woman's miraculous recovery was fascinating, something beyond normal medicine. She'd started running tests, always pushing the boundaries, desperate for answers. She'd never imagined, never considered, the consequences of her curiosity. There had been a mistake, a moment of recklessness. One test that hadn't been authorized, one experiment that had crossed a line. A blood sample had been taken, but it hadn't been handled properly. The woman had started exhibiting strange symptoms, unexplainable phenomena. Her heartbeat had slowed to a crawl, her pupils dilated unnaturally. And then, the changes began. It had been too late by then. Beth had arrived in the hospital, after the accident, after the woman's mysterious recovery, and the moment she stepped through the door, Dr. Kane knew something was wrong. There was a deep connection between the two, something she couldn't explain. It wasn't just fate that had brought them here, it was something else. Something more sinister. Dr. Kane had played a part in awakening whatever this was. The creature, the thing, had always been there, waiting for the right moment, and she had unwittingly set it loose. The cursed entity that had clung to the woman's soul like a parasite had found its next victim, and that victim was Beth. Now, the creature had found its way into Beth's mind, its tendrils twisting through her thoughts, reshaping her into something other, a vessel for its hunger. And now, it was turning its sights on Dr. Kane. She was next. The whispering continued. It wants you? Dr. Kane's legs gave out beneath her, and she fell to her knees, the weight of the realization crushing her. Her heart was pounding so loudly in her ears that she thought she might faint. But she couldn't look away from Beth, or rather, the thing that had once been her. Beth's mouth opened, but the words that came out weren't words at all. They were garbled, distorted sounds, like something from deep underwater, rising to the surface. The creature inside her spoke, a voice layered with hundreds of others, all lost in time. It was the voice of hunger, of need. You can't run, ... Dr. Kane pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block it out, but it was no use. The thing inside Bethor, was it herself, was speaking to her, and the words were not just for her. They were for everyone. You can never escape, ... The creature continued. A cold, bitter laugh rang out from the depths of its throat. A sound so twisted, so wrong, that it felt like it was tearing through Dr. Kane's very soul. The creature was inside her now, weaving itself through her thoughts, through her memories, and it was pulling her under, closer, closer, ... And then there it was, a sensation, the cold fingers of something wrapping around her mind, her thoughts slowing, her vision blurring. The room began to twist, the walls warping and stretching like they were made of rubber. And Dr. Kane couldn't tell where she ended and the creature began. "You belong to me, ... The whisper slithered through her skin like it was crawling. Beneath her flesh, the grip tightened and then dashed darkness. The world dissolved around Dr. Kane as the blackness consumed her. Her mind was slipping, slowly being absorbed into the abyss, and all she could hear now was the laughing, faint at first, but growing louder, more insistent. The darkness held her like a vice. Every second stretched into eternity. Every breath felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself was tightening, suffocating her from all directions. Dr. Kane's mind swam, her thoughts fragmented, no longer her own. The creature was in her now, its whispers curling around her like vines, seeping deeper into her consciousness with every passing moment. She wanted to scream, to fight back, but her voice was gone. Her body was no longer hers to control. She could feel it was taking her, taking everything. The walls of the hospital, the sterile white floors, the equipment that had once been a tool of healing everything, was fading into the dark. The familiar smells of antiseptic and cold metal were swallowed by the rot, the decay, the stale hunger that hung heavy in the air. It wasn't just Beth, it had always been more. The woman, the creature, her, they were all fragments of the same thing, pieces of an ancient, insidious force that had been waiting for this moment, for Dr. Kane. But the thing wasn't simply feeding off her fear. It wanted her to understand. "You thought you could stop it," the voice whispered. No longer. Coming from Beth, but from everywhere at once. It filled her mind, every inch of it. "You thought you could control it." The words were like needles, sharp and jagged, burrowing into her thoughts. Dr. Kane could feel the memories of that night. The night of the accident flood her mind flood with something darker, older. The flashing lights, the sound of the impact, the woman in the car, the strange vitality, the unexplainable healing. It had all led to this, hadn't it? She remembered it now. The test, the one she'd run in secret, the unauthorized blood samples taken from the woman's body. It had been splicus. She had hoped to discover a cure, a breakthrough, something that would change medicine forever. But it had been a mistake born of her own arrogance. She had awakened the thing. She had disturbed something ancient, something that had been buried beneath the surface of human understanding, waiting to claw its way back into the world. She had opened the door, and now there was no closing it. The darkness thickened, suffocating her, but there was no escape. The whispers grew louder until they were all she could hear. The sounds of the hospital had dissolved entirely. There was nothing left now but the creature, its presence, suffocating every part of her, pulling her under into a vast emptiness. "You wanted to save them, didn't you?" the voice sneered. "You wanted to be a savior, but you've become just like us. You are one of us now." Dr. Kane's chest tightened. The words were too much. They made sense. They echoed her deepest, most painful fears. She had always wanted to save people, to fix them. But in her pursuit of perfection, in her desperation to find something no one had ever seen before, she had fallen into the very trap that the creature had set for her. It had always been waiting for her. The moment she walked into that hospital, the moment she first laid hands on that woman, it had marked her, not just as a victim, but as a vessel. She was the last piece, the final ingredient the creature had needed. The room twisted, and the floor beneath her seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. For a moment, and she saw herself in the reflection of the sterile glass wall, a pale, hollow version of herself. Her skin was drawn tight, her features slack, eyes wide with terror. She was changed, and yet she was still her. The creature's final form was taking hold. Her fingers twitched involuntarily, as if they were not her own. They moved spittery, like someone else's hands controlling them. She tried to fight it, to stop it, but it was too late. Her body, her soul, was no longer hers. It was the creature's, and then the smile. In the reflection, it stretched across her face, wide and jagged, grotesque, just like the smile she had seen on the woman's face earlier. A smile that had no right to be there. It was a grin of hunger, a grin of satisfaction. The darkness engulfed her completely. The world around her shattered. But it wasn't the end. Dr. Kane's body slumped, her breath ragged as her eyes fluttered open. The last thing she saw was a pair of empty, hollow eyes staring back at her, and a voice that whispered, "You are mine now." And in that moment, the creature became her, and she became it. Resolution. The story ends in a grim reflection, an echo of the creature's hunger and the unyielding consequences of Dr. Kane's reckless pursuit. The boundaries between human and inhuman blur, and the horrors of her own making continue to unravel, leaving an indelible mark on her soul. The hospital. Doors remain shut. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments who else is staying up late to face this nightmare. Settle in. The terror continues. Story 5. Emma woke up with a start, her chest tight, her breath shallow, as though she'd just surfaced from some deep, unknowable place. Her eyes snapped open, but the instant she did, the overwhelming sensation of disorientation swept over her. The room she was in was unfamiliar. Her mind spun, disjointed and groggy, the remnants of sleep clinging to her thoughts. She blinked a few times, trying to clear her vision. Her eyes burned, and she instinctively rubbed them, feeling the faint sting of dried tears on her fingertips. But the more she tried to focus, the more she realized just how wrong everything felt. The room around her didn't make sense. It was small, too small. The walls were an ugly shade of beige, cheap, scuffed up and dotted with old nails where pictures used to hang. The curtains drawn at the window were a faded yellow, the fabric fraying at the edges. It wasn't the apartment she'd gone to sleep in the night before. It couldn't be. Emma's mind raced. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat like a drum in her ears, but no coherent thoughts formed. Her hand trembled as it reached for the nightstand beside the bed, groping for something familiar. A phone, her keys, a book she might have left behind. Nothing. She paused, her fingers hovering. Over the surface, the only thing on the table was a half-empty glass of water, the rim dusty, as if it had been sitting there for days. A faint layer of condensation clung to the sides, yet the water didn't seem to reflect any light. It was as if the glass itself was ... off. A chill crawled down her spine. She pulled her hand back quickly, glancing around again. This room felt wrong. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of dust and something else. Something she couldn't quite place. Like mildew or ... decay. Emma pushed herself into a sitting position on the edge of the bed, her feet hitting the cold wooden floor. The disorientation was almost dizzying now, her mind struggling to anchor itself to something solid. She couldn't remember how she'd gotten here. She couldn't remember anything past last night. Was that it? She had been out with friends. Or was it just one friend? She'd had drinks, maybe two, and then her heart skipped. The sharp, fleeting memory of being outside a dim streetlight, casting long shadows on the sidewalk, flashed before her eyes. The echo of her own laughter, and then it faded. Gone? No, it wasn't gone. There was something in the back of her mind clawing to break free. She could see the street, she could see the night. The feeling of someone watching her, and the sudden coldness in her chest when she couldn't remember the walk home. Her breath hitched. Emma stood quickly, almost knocking the glass of water over in her panic. She steadied herself, forcing her hands to stop shaking as she looked around the unfamiliar room. The bed, the dresser with its chipped veneer, the small door across from her door was ajar. Her eyes darted to the door instinctively, and she froze. It was wrong. She couldn't explain why, but there was something about it, just the way it stood there, slightly open, as if waiting for her to notice. She approached it carefully, the unease growing in her gut. Her footsteps felt too loud, too heavy for the quiet of the room. The hallway beyond seemed dark, though it should have been filled with light from the hall light outside. She stood in front of the door, her hand hovering near the knob. There was an oppressive, unseen weight pressing on her chest should she open it. Her mind screamed at her to turn away, to walk back to the bed, to ignore this feeling, this sense of wrongness that seemed to lurk behind every corner. But the door, the space beyond it, beckoned her. The hallway called. She pushed the door open, and the cold air from the hallway brushed against her skin, biting into her. There was nothing. The hallway stretched before her, just as it should have. Pale beige carpet underfoot, 2 doors on each side, soft yellow lights casting a warm glow on the wood-paneled walls. But somehow, everything felt off-kilter. The stillness hung heavy in the air. Even the hallway didn't seem real, like she was looking at a version of it that had been distorted somehow, like it was a half-remembered dream. But that wasn't the most unsettling thing. No, the worst thing was the smell. It had changed. The musty, stale air was gone, replaced by something fresh, too clean, as if the entire space had been wiped down, sterilized almost. But it was often natural. It burned her nostrils, like the scent of something that wasn't supposed to be here. Her legs moved before she could stop them, and before she knew it, she was stepping into the hallway, her pulse quickening as she walked toward the end of it. Each step felt heavier, as though the air itself was pulling her down. The faintest flicker of movement caught her eye, and she spun toward it, a shadow, a figure standing at the end of the hallway. But it was wrong, too tall, too still. For a moment, Emma's breath caught in her throat. Was it a person? She couldn't tell. Her heart was hammering in her chest, and her legs felt like they were about to give way beneath her. Her mouth went dry, but she couldn't make herself speak. She wanted to call out, to ask if everything was all right, but something told her not to, that if she did, it would move toward her. Instead, she turned, trying to retreat back into the room she had just come from, but the door slammed shut behind her with an audible thud, making her jump. Emma spun back around, her eyes wild with panic, her hands shaking. She wasn't alone. The figure at the end of the hall hadn't moved, but Emma could feel its presence. She couldn't see it clearly, not yet, but she could feel it was watching her. And then the figure moved. It was slow, deliberate, each step echoing like a drum in her ears. It stepped out of the shadows, revealing a man, or at least something, that looked like a man. He wore an old, ill-fitting suit. But it wasn't his appearance that unsettled her. It was the way he moved. He didn't walk like a person. He glided like a puppet on invisible strings, as if the floor beneath him didn't quite exist. The way his head tilted, ever so slightly, made the hairs on Emma's neck stand up. Her breath caught in her throat as he stepped closer, his footsteps growing louder, closer, more impossible. "Hello, Emma," he said, his voice low and hollow, like it came from deep beneath the earth. She froze, the blood draining from her face. How did he know her name? Her pulse thundered in her ears as he took another step closer. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. "It's time, Emma. Time to remember," he whispered, his voice soft, but suffused with an impossible gravity. It's time to wake up. The words felt like a weight, suffocating her, pulling her into the very floor beneath her feet. She couldn't breathe, and then, with a quick, unnatural motion, he raised his hand toward her. The lights flickered, and just before his hand reached her, everything went dark. The world came back in fragments. Emma awoke again slowly, painfully, her breath heavy, her body cold with sweat. She was back in the apartment, but everything felt ... wrong. The walls felt too close. The light that streamed through the window was too bright, too harsh. She blinked several times, trying to clear the fog from her mind, but the haze wouldn't lift. The discomfort in her chest hadn't gone away. She still couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed while she was unconscious. While she had been in that dark hallway with the figure. She sat up in bed, her legs shaky beneath her, and glanced around the room. It was the same as before. Same disheveled sheets, same half-open door, same stale smell of her own lingering fear in the air. Yet, she couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper, more menacing. Her reflection in the window opposite her bed seemed to shift, just slightly, but she could have sworn she saw her own eyes following her. It was like she was no longer in control of herself. Forcing herself to stand, Emma reached for the window, pulling the blinds back just a little. She needed to breathe. The city outside was bathed in morning light, the streets busy with people going about their day. But everything seemed too bright, too normal. It was as if nothing had changed. But she knew something had. Emma's hand trembled. As she touched the glass, she felt a deep, annoying discomfort in her gut. She stared down at the bustling street below. She was just about to pull away when something caught her. A figure on the sidewalk, standing perfectly still. At first it seemed like a person lost in thought, waiting for a crosswalk signal. But no, they weren't moving. In fact, they were just ... standing there. Their face was turned toward her apartment window. She could see the outline of their body, but their features were too obscured by the distance and the sunlight to make out clearly still. There was something about them. The feeling of being watched grew heavier in her chest, and her breath quickened. She stepped back from the window, rubbing her eyes as if to clear them of the vision. When she looked again, there was no one there. Her pulse raced as she hurried away from the window, a sense of dread washing over her. It was the same feeling she had gotten when the figure in the hallway had reached out for her, that presence, the weight of it that followed her everywhere. She wanted to be rational. She told herself it was just some odd coincidence, a trick of the light, a part of her mind trying to piece things together in the wrong way. But there was no shaking the feeling that something wasn't right. Emma walked toward the kitchen, desperately trying to focus on something, anything that could ground her. She moved through the motions of making coffee, the ritual calming her. Nerves a little lift, only for a moment. She heard the whir of the coffee machine, the clink of the spoon against the mug, the hot steam rising from the cup. She tried to steady herself, but her thoughts were tangled. She needed to talk to someone. She needed to reach out to a friend, someone who could make sense of all of this, that her mind wasn't slipping away from her. She grabbed her phone from the kitchen counter and unlocked. It was shaking fingers. The screen blinked back at her. But when she scrolled through her contacts, something caught her eye. There was a message from her best friend, Leah, that had been sent hours ago. The timestamp was too recent, but her mind refused to make sense of it. It read, "Emma, I'm really worried about you. I think you need help. Let me know when you wake up." Emma's heart skipped. She hadn't spoken to Leah in days. She hadn't heard from her, hadn't been able to reach her, not since the night of her drink with friends. How could Leah have sent her a message after what had happened? How could she know what was going on? Was she in on it too? Emma swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she tapped the message to reply. "What are you talking about?" Before she could send it, Something in the back of her mind made her stop. The phone felt wrong in her hands, too cold. Her thumb hovered over the send button. She stared at the text. The silence of the room wrapped itself around her again, and she noticed something else. The time on her phone was wrong. The hours seemed to be scrambled. Her message was time-stamped for 10:37 p.m. That didn't make sense. It couldn't be right. The last time she checked the clock on the wall, it had been 9 a.m. Emma's stomach twisted with fear. She quickly checked the date, and it felt like a punch in the gut. It was the same date, but the wrong year. A year ahead, her head spun. The world felt like it was unraveling at the edges. She dropped the phone onto the counter, too afraid to look at it anymore. The next thing she knew, she was standing in the middle of her apartment, completely still, completely blank, like her body had been running on autopilot. Her thoughts felt distant. Her hands had gone numb. The sudden realization hit her hard. She had lost time. Hours had passed. She couldn't remember them. She didn't remember anything from last night. As if on cue, a loud knock at the door startled her, making her jump. She spun around, her heart leaping in her chest. "Who is it?" she called, her voice shaking as she moved toward the door. No one answered. She hesitated for a moment, and then reached for the doorknob, opening it just a crack. There was no one on the other side, but standing there, right outside the door, was a single sheet of paper. No envelope, just the paper, crumpled. At the edges, Emma bent down, slowly, to pick it up. She unfolded it, and when she read the words, her blood ran cold. "I'm watching you. It's already begun." Her mind screamed, the panic rising to suffocate her. But she couldn't move. The world seemed to grow quieter around her, muffled, like the air itself was turning dense. She heard it, again the whispering. This time, closer, right in her ear. "It's too late, Emma." She turned quickly, but no one was there. The whisper faded, but the fear clung to her, tightening around her throat. Her head was spinning. She had to leave. She had to get out of this apartment. But where could she go? The apartment door slammed shut behind her as she tried to leave. The air turned cold. The lights flickered again, and for the first time, Emma felt something truly unnatural in the place she once called home, something that she could never outrun. The silence in the apartment was suffocating. Emma's heart was racing as she stood in the middle of the living room, her hands clenched into fists by her sides. The door had slammed shut behind her, and now she was trapped in this eerie stillness. The world outside seeming to pulse with an unnatural rhythm that matched the erratic beats of her own heart. She had been fine just a few moments ago, or at least she had thought she had been fine. But now, the sense of wrongness was everywhere. The walls of her apartment felt like they were closing in on her. The air was thick, like a heavy fog she couldn't see but could feel pressing against her skin. The note had come from nowhere. No one had knocked. No one had been standing there. But the note-tip was real, wasn't it? Her mind raced as she tried to piece things together. She looked at the paper again. The words seared into her memory. "I'm watching you. It's already begun." Who had left it? Why had they left it? Her fingers trembled as she reached for the door again, her heart thudding harder in her chest. This was insane. She was losing her mind. She knew it. But the cold reality of the apartment, the damp chill in the air, made it impossible to dismiss. She had felt someone's presence in the hallway. She had heard whispers. She had seen the shadows at the corner of her vision, always watching, always waiting. But now there was no escape. Taking a deep breath, Emma stepped toward the hallway. The soft creak of the wooden floor beneath her feet, the only sound in the room. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her, watching her every move. She glanced down at the note again, then shoved it into her pocket, her hands shaking. She needed to calm down, to focus dot, and that's when it happened. A sharp, sudden shift in the room. Emma froze, her breath catching in her throat. The air had thickened even further. The weight of it pressed against her chest, stifling her. And it was like it wasn't her apartment anymore, like it had transformed into something else, something wrong. The familiar hum of the city outside, the distant noise of cars passing it was gone. She could no longer hear the sounds of the world around her. It was as if the universe had stopped moving. The apartment was frozen in time. Emma blinked and tried to steady herself. She wasn't breathing properly. She started to walk down the hallway, her footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. The hallway stretched in front of her, its once familiar appearance suddenly warped. The shadows in the corners of the walls seemed darker, deeper alive. Her eyes darted to the floor, where the carpet seemed to ripple unnaturally beneath her. Feet shifting in slow waves, like the ground itself was breathing. Something wasn't right. She felt it in her gut, like a warning. She hurried toward the end of the hallway, where the door to the bathroom stood ajar, flickering with the dull light of the bathroom bulb. She turned the handle, pushing the door open, and stepped inside. And then nothing. The bathroom was empty, its usual pale tile and white porcelain sink untouched. It was as she expected, normal, ordinary, but it felt ... wrong. The stillness in the room had a weight to it that pressed down on her shoulders. She could feel her breath getting shallow. Her vision started to blur at the edges, and the sounds around her seemed distorted, as if the room was echoing at a frequency only she could hear. She moved to the mirror above the sink and froze at first. She didn't understand what she was seeing. She was staring at herself, her reflection, as it always was. But something was off. She wasn't smiling, wasn't frowning. Her face was neutral, but the reflection in it didn't feel like hers. There was a flicker of movement in the glass, like something shifted behind her eyes. Something in the depths of her gaze changed, as if it wasn't her looking back at herself at all. She blinked and reached out, her fingers brushing the mirror's surface. Her reflection didn't mirror the movement it froze. Her reflection didn't move when she did. Emma recoiled, her pulse spiking as her fingers trembled. She leaned in closer to the glass, searching for some explanation, some logical answer, but none came. The reflection, the thing in the mirror, it was staring at her, but its eyes weren't hers. They were ... darker, hollow, empty. Her mouth was dry. She could hear her own heartbeat, quick and loud in her ears. The reflection grinned just slightly. It wasn't her expression. It was wrong. Emma stumbled back, her hand falling away from the mirror. Her chest constricted, and a wave of nausea hit her so hard she almost doubled over. She felt dizzy, disoriented, and that was when she saw it. In the reflection, something moved, a figure, a shadow, but it wasn't hers. Her blood ran cold. It was behind her. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, but the bathroom was still empty. No one was there. The bathroom door, still ajar, hadn't opened. The room was unchanged, but when she turned back to the mirror, the figure was there. It was standing right next to her, a man, his face obscured by shadows, his body tall and impossibly thin. He was wearing a dark, weathered coat, his head tilted forward slightly, as if looking at her, watching her. The reflection smiled. But it wasn't just a smile. It was a mockery, a grin that stretched too wide, like it wasn't meant to exist on a human face. His teeth too sharp, too white, his mouth pulled back like a wound. Emma's breath hitched. No, this wasn't real. This couldn't be real. She blinked again, and the figure was gone. The reflection in the mirror returned to normal. She was there, alone, just as she had been. Her mind spun. The dizziness, the disorientation, it was getting worse. Her hands were clammy, trembling, as if her own body had turned against her. The bathroom, once a place of simple daily rituals, now felt like a suffocating prison. She stumbled backward, nearly tripping on her own feet. and reached for the door. She had to leave. She had to escape. But every step she took felt heavier. The apartment no longer felt like her own. It wasn't a place she recognized. The hallway stretched on forever, endless, like she was trapped inside it. She felt herself spiraling, descending into the abyss of her own thoughts. Everything was blurring, warping. The walls were closing in. A shrill ringing pierced the silence. Emma turned sharply, her eyes wide in panic. It was her phone, lying on the kitchen counter where she had left it. With shaking hands, she grabbed the phone, but when she unlocked the screen, she froze. There was nothing there. No messages, no calls, no recent activity. The screen was blank. She had received a message earlier, from Leah, but it wasn't here anymore. There was nothing on the phone but a blank screen and the sound of her pulse thumping in her ears. Her stomach lurched. Suddenly she felt an overwhelming wave of vertigo. She couldn't tell if she was still standing or if the floor had dropped out beneath her. She staggered back a step and braced herself against the kitchen counter, her heart hammering, her mind racing. The whispers started again, soft at first. "You're not supposed to be here." The voice was close, so close, coming from inside her mind. "It's too late now." Emma's hands gripped the counter as the whispers grew louder, louder still. Her head spun, the world tilted, and then the lights flickered. In the blink of an eye, everything went dark. The apartment, the hallway, the entire world was gone, and in the suffocating silence, she heard it again, a voice that chilled her to her bones. "You'll never leave." The darkness was absolute. Emma stood frozen in the center of the kitchen, her breath shallow, the cold tiles beneath her feet feeling slick with sweat. The world had turned into a void. The silence pressed down on her, suffocating her, until it felt like her chest would collapse under the weight of it. Every single thing in the apartment, the walls, the floors, the furniture was gone, leaving only a vast black emptiness. The fear clawed at her, tight in her throat. Her limbs shook and her vision swam, but there was no escape from the oppressive blackness. She reached for the counter, her hands trembling violently, her mind a jumbled mess of thoughts she couldn't make sense of. She was losing herself. The ground beneath her was unstable, and every step she took seemed to lead her deeper into the void, away from whatever reality she had once known. Then, from the depths of the silence, something stirred. A figure, not a person, not quite. It was something else, something shadowed, something wrong. It hovered at the very edge of her vision, and yet, when she turned her head to face it was always just out of reach, existing in the periphery of her sight, like a dark, indistinct shape that refused to be seen clearly. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears as she strained to see. Was it real? Or was it just her mind again, playing tricks on her, warping her perception? She blinked, and the figure in the corner shifted. It was closer now. She hadn't moved, but the thing was there looming in the corner like a shadow that hadn't quite been cast by anything. It was wrong, too wrong to describe. It was as though it was bent at odd angles, its form somehow twisted, like it was trying to exist in a place it didn't belong. The air grew colder unbearably, cold until she could see her own breath misting in front of her. The thing in the corner, it seemed to expand, its form stretching, contorting, filling the empty space with a blackness that deepened with each second. Her vision blurred again as the air around her thickened, dense, and suffocating. Was moving. It was moving now, slowly. Every shift in the dark was like a ripple in the air. She could hear it, too soft, low, unnatural, the sound of someone moving against the grain of reality. Her instincts screamed at her to run, to get away, but her feet refused to budge. It was like her body was paralyzed, unwilling to respond to the terror flooding her mind in the dark. She felt it like a presence. No, it wasn't just a presence. It was aware of her. The whispering started again, low, barely perceptible at first. but Emma could hear its voice, almost a chant, an incantation. It was coming from the figure in the corner, though its lips didn't move. The sound filled her ears as if the very air was speaking to her. "You shouldn't be here, Emma." The voice was hollow, inhuman, distorted. It sounded like an echo of something, something familiar, something she should have known. Emma felt her stomach twist. The voice wasn't just speaking to her, it knew her. She had never heard it before, but in some sick way she recognized it. It felt as if the voice had been with her all along, hiding just beneath the surface of her thoughts, waiting for the right moment to break free. "It's too late now, The voice was a hiss, sliding into her ears like oil. "You're already mine." Her legs buckled beneath her. She collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, her fingers clawing at the slick tiles beneath her. She could feel the pressure in the room, the weight of the thing in the corner pushing down on her chest, squeezing. The air from her lungs, every instinct told her to scream, but her voice was trapped in her throat, suffocated by the thing that was coming. The dark shape was moving again, taking slow, deliberate steps toward her. But even in her panic, even through the suffocating terror, she couldn't take her eyes off it. The way it moved was so wrong. Its limbs were too long, its body twisted, bending at angles that weren't human, that couldn't be human. It was as though it was not meant to be here, as if its very existence had been warped by some unseen force. Then, just as it reached her, it stopped. The air grew even colder. The whisper stopped, replaced by the deafening sound of Emma's own breathing, fast and shallow, as she struggled to make sense of what was happening. And then the thing in the corner spoke again. "You know me, don't you?" The voice was softer this time, almost like a question. "I've always been with you. I've always been here." Emma's eyes widened, the last shred of hope evaporating from her mind. No, she didn't know what it meant, but she could feel it in her gut, in her chest. The words pierced through her, cutting deeper than any knife ever could. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run, but it was too late. She knew that now. She had always known. The thing in the corner was no longer just a shadow. It was growing. It was no longer just looming at the edge of her vision. It was there, towering above her, a figure she could no longer ignore, no longer fight. It was consuming her, piece by piece, draining her mind, her sense of self. The thing wasn't just haunting her apartment, it was haunting her mind, her soul. It was part of her now, the twisted reflection of everything she had ever feared. "You can't escape me, Emma." The voice was closer now, almost tender. It was speaking to her from inside her own skull. She felt it, like a presence, wrapped around her thoughts, squeezing them tighter and tighter. "You've always belonged to me," she wanted to scream, but there was no sound. She couldn't move. The world had narrowed down to the shape in front of her, the twisted figure in the corner. It was watching her, but not with eyes. It had no face, no human features, but it knew her. She could feel its gaze on her like hot needles, and then it reached out slowly, impossibly slow. The shape lifted a hand toward her. The fingers were long, too long, ending in sharp claw-like nails that scraped against the air itself, the sound grating against her senses, like metal dragging across stone. It was coming closer. She could feel its breath, or was it hers? Her skin crawled as it loomed closer, the temperature of the air dropping even further, like the very atmosphere around her was freezing solid. The whisper came again. "You know me, don't you?" And suddenly she realized she did know it. The face in the corner wasn't a face, it was hers. The figure was her own reflection, distorted, twisted beyond recognition. The thing had always been inside her, always following her, and now it was no longer just a part of her mind. It was here. Emma's heart stopped, came one last time, a breathless rasp. "You belong to me. In the instant the thing's hand reached out for her, everything shattered. The lights blinked out, the walls crumbled, and the room collapsed into a void of nothingness. The world didn't make sense anymore. Emma stood on the edge of the void, heart pounding, mind fractured. The room, the apartment, had collapsed, dissolving into a dark abyss. It was like reality itself had split in two. She wasn't sure if she was dreaming, if she was awake, or if she was caught somewhere in between, where everything felt impossible, like a nightmare with no end. The space around her shifted constantly, the walls bending and warping in unnatural ways. The air was thick, sticky with the sense of something wrong, something just out of reach. And yet, here she was, alive, or at least, she felt alive. But everything around her felt empty. The thing in the corner, it had been her. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. That thing had been her. She had been it in some sick, twisted way. It had been wearing her face, her body, like a mask, waiting for the right moment to claim her. But now, she was here, in this place. And the question that loomed over her was unrelenting. Where was she? Where had everything gone? Where had she? Gone, the apartment, her home, was gone. There was no longer any trace of the place she had once lived, the walls she had once known, the space that had once felt like a semblance of safety. Instead, there was only an endless, yawning void, darkness that stretched out into infinity. The air was still, oppressive, like the space itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Her legs were trembling beneath her as she stepped forward. She couldn't remember when she had started moving. Her mind seemed to be disjointed, disconnected. She was walking, but it felt like she was floating, like the ground didn't truly exist beneath her feet. The apartment had crumbled, and now she was here, standing at the edge of something, a precipice. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to steady herself, but when she opened them again, the world had changed. She wasn't in the empty void anymore. No, now the world was a different place. It was darker. The light dimmed, as if it was caught in perpetual twilight. The air was colder, but there was no wind. The one in the corner of her apartment, this was different, was someone else. He was dressed in an old-fashioned suit, too formal, too out of place for a world like this. The fabric was worn, the coat edges fraying slightly, but somehow it seemed to shimmer in the dim light, like it didn't belong here at all. His face was obscured, hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat that cast a shadow over his features. The brim was so large that it nearly covered his entire face. But there was something about his presence, something about the way he stood, that felt ... wrong, like he didn't belong in this world, or any world. Emma's heart skipped. She had been alone just moments ago, but now, there was someone here. Someone who shouldn't be here. The air around her seemed to close in even tighter, the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest. She could feel the fear rising again, clawing at her insides. Her throat felt tight, her chest constricted, and her mind scrambled for some sort of explanation. Was he real? Was he part of her mind? Or was this some kind of trick? Her thoughts felt like they were racing at a mile a minute, but no answers came. The man didn't move. He stood perfectly still, watching her from the shadows cast by his hat, his presence somehow filling the space, pushing out everything else. She could feel his gaze, even though she couldn't see his eyes. It was as if his very being pressed against her, seeping into her thoughts, invading her mind. And then, without warning, his voice cut through the silence, a voice that was smooth, almost comforting, yet distant and cold. Emma, her name. He knew her name. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. He hadn't moved. He hadn't even stepped forward. But the sound of her name, the way it rolled off his tongue, felt like a weight, like a promise. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling in the stillness of the air. Her mind screamed at her to run, to get away from this man, but her feet refused to move. She was paralyzed in place, as if some invisible force was holding her there. He tilted his head slightly, as though considering her question, and then he spoke again, his voice low and deliberate, every word sending a chill through her veins. The words rang in her ears like a bell, waiting for her. She swallowed hard, her eyes never leaving him, her body frozen, rooted to the spot. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, but the question felt hollow. It didn't feel like she was the one asking it. It felt like her mind had already answered it. Deep down, she knew the answer, even though she didn't want to. The man didn't respond at first. He simply stood there, staring at her with that impenetrable gaze, his presence suffocating, as though his very being was all there was. He took a slow step forward, and with that single movement, Emma felt a jolt of fear shoot through her. She wanted to back away, to run, to scream, but her body wouldn't obey. And then he spoke once more. "The time has come." Emma's chest tightened. The words were too familiar. She didn't know why, but they felt like they had been said to her before Oko's, from some place she couldn't remember. "Memories lost to time. Come with me," he said, his voice carrying an unnatural weight, as though there was no other choice, as if his words were a command she could not ignore. "You've been searching for something, haven't you?" Her mind spun. She had been searching, but for what? The man took another step closer, his long dark coat sweeping across the floor as he moved. "Come with me," he repeated, his voice insistent. "You've always known you belong here, Emma. Come, let me show you." And then Emma felt that irresistible pull, like an invisible string tugging at her chest, drawing her forward. The darkness around her seemed to shift, to open, revealing a path ahead. A path she had been walking without realizing it. A path that had always been there, waiting for her to find it. No, she didn't want to go. She didn't want to follow him, but everything inside her screamed otherwise. Her feet moved of their own accord. One step, another. Her heart raced in her chest as she moved toward him, drawn by an invisible force, unable to fight it, unable to turn away. The darkness at the edges of her vision grew heavier, suffocating her, as if she was being pulled into it. And the man, the stranger, he smiled a slow, knowing smile. "I've been waiting for you, Emma." And then, just before she reached him, the world around her twisted violently, collapsing into a blur of shadows and light. The moment Emma's hand reached out to touch the man's outstretched arm, everything vanished. The world around her dissolved into pure, suffocating blackness. The moment Emma's fingers brushed against the shadowy figure's hand, the world collapsed. It wasn't like anything she had ever experienced before. It wasn't like falling asleep or losing consciousness. It was as if everything she had known, everything she had touched, had been erased in a blink of an eye. Her body jerked as though a current had passed through her, pulling her in every direction. She couldn't breathe, couldn't see, only the sensation of falling. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The darkness dissipated. Emma gasped for air, sucking it in desperately as her surroundings reformed, piece by piece, like a broken puzzle being put back together. But it wasn't her apartment anymore. It wasn't anywhere familiar. It was a new place. The light was dim, and the air was thick with dust. The walls around her seemed to stretch infinitely, the faint flicker of overhead lights casting unsettling shadows on the floor. The room was wide, too wide. It felt as though she was standing in the middle of an enormous, hollowed-out space, where the ceiling was too far above her, and the walls too far off to touch. She blinked rapidly, trying to make sense of her surroundings. It was all wrong. Her pulse quickened, her breath shallow, but there was no sign of the shadowy man. He was gonna vanished, as if he had never been there at all. She was standing alone in this massive, empty space. But something wasn't right. The walls seemed to bend. They warped slightly, as if they were stretching and twisting. The flickering lights above seemed to blink in a rhythm that wasn't natural. One moment, they'd be bright, and the next, they'd dip, dimming as if they were struggling to stay on. The shadows danced erratically on the walls, distorting elongating-alive. This place was wrong. It had to be wrong. Emma took a cautious step forward, her eyes darting nervously around the room, searching for something, anything, that could explain where she was. The space felt oppressive, like it was waiting for her to understand something, to unlock some hidden truth. She hesitated. Her thoughts were scrambled. Had she been here before? It felt like she had been, though she couldn't remember when or why. The walls were familiar in a way she couldn't place. She could almost hear the hum of the air around her, the low, constant drone of some unseen machine, as if this space had always existed in the periphery of her consciousness. She took another step, and that was when she saw it, something moving in the distance. A shadow. No more than just a shadow. A figure. It was far off, just barely visible in the corner of her eye, but it was enough to send a surge of panic through her chest. It was tall to tallend, moving with a peculiar grace, as though its limbs didn't quite obey the laws of physics. Emma froze, her eyes locked on the shape as it shifted, vanishing from sight as quickly as it had appeared. She instinctively reached for her phone, but her pocket was empty. She didn't know why, but the absence of it sent a wave of panic over her. She had to leave. She had to get out of this place, but she had no idea how to leave, or even where she was. Her breath was shallow, her mind spinning, but there was no way to escape it. No way to escape the mounting sense of wrongness that clung to her like a second skin. The walls, the flickering lights, the shifting shadows, it was all becoming too much. She had to do something, anything, to regain control of herself. A high-pitched ringing filled the air, almost deafening in its intensity. It wasn't a sound that belonged in the space, not in this warped, hollow room. It was the sound of something breaking, a glass shattering, but the noise didn't make sense. It was so sharp, so real, that it made her dizzy. The world swayed around her, and she felt the ground beneath her feet become unstable, as though the floor was shifting beneath her weight. She staggered backward, nearly tripping over her own feet, and grabbed at the nearest wall to steady herself. But as her fingers touched the surface, something happened. The wall moved. It wasn't just a shift in perspective. It was as though the wall was alive, breathing. It expanded slightly, a rippling motion spreading across the surface like a breath, exhaled by the very structure around her. Her mind couldn't process what she was seeing. The concrete and plaster twisted and bent, undulating as if the room was alive, like it had become part of her delusion. She ripped her hand away, her heart racing, and turned around. But now the space seemed even more distorted. The walls stretched far beyond what should have been possible. The corridor she had walked down now seemed to continue forever, a winding, empty expanse that seemed to fold in on itself. The ringing was louder now, almost unbearable, and it felt like the sound was coming from within her head. It was inside her mind. It was drowning out all other thoughts, all rationality. She had to escape. She turned toward the door at the far end of the room. Was it always there? It felt like it had materialized out of nowhere, as though it had always been part of the space, hidden just beneath the surface. Without thinking, Emma bolted toward it, her legs shaking beneath her, her breath ragged as she sprinted through the distorted hallway. But as she reached for the handle, something stopped her. There was a voice, not a whisper, not a hallucination. A voice clear and distinct. "Don't open it." Emma froze, her heart slamming in her chest. The voice was so real, so present, that it felt like it had come from just behind her. But when she turned, there was no one there. Who was that? She was alone, or at least she thought she was. But the voice lingered in her head, echoing inside her skull, a warning that was too late to heed. She reached for the door handle again, and this time her hand didn't tremble. She twisted it, opening the door with a quick motion, determined to find a way out. But when the door swung open, the hallway on the other side wasn't empty. It was filled with faces, hundreds of faces, staring at her with wide, blank eyes. Their mouths were open in a grotesque, silent scream, but no sound came out. The faces were pale, frozen in expressions of terror, their eyes locked on her, unblinking, as if they were waiting for something, no waiting for her. The room beyond the door didn't lead to freedom. It led to something worse, something she couldn't understand. The faces weren't just people. They weren't alive, not in any normal way. They were trapped, suspended, in some kind of purgatory, their gazes fixed on her, following her every movement. She couldn't move. The air in the hallway thickened, the pressure rising, and the faces, they began to move. Their eyes shifted, their mouths twisted into silent screams, as though they were reaching out to her, pleading, begging. They wanted her. Emma backed away, her legs giving way beneath her, and the door slammed shut with a force that sent a jolt of fear through her chest. The world around her seemed to go completely still again, the faces vanishing in the blink of an eye. But they were still there. They were still watching her. As the door slammed shut, Emma felt a cold breath against her neck, a whisper that sent ice through her veins. "You can't run away, Emma. We're all waiting." She could feel it now, like glass shattering beneath the pressure of her thoughts. Her body was on autopilot, moving through the distorted reality that had become her existence. But her mind was no longer hers. She couldn't tell what was real anymore. She couldn't tell if she was awake, or if she was still trapped in some nightmare, a fevered dream from which she could never escape. The hallway she had fled into seemed to stretch endlessly, the walls closing in on her. Her breath came in ragged bursts, but there was no air, no space to breathe. The light from above flickered erratically, casting long, impossible shadows that seemed to bend and twist as she moved. Her heart hammered in her chest, but she couldn't hear it. The constant buzz of static in the back of her mind drowned out everything. The voices came again. They whispered, at first soft, gentle murmurs that blended into the sounds of the flickering light. But then they grew louder, more insistent. The words were unintelligible, a chorus of sounds that seemed to be pulling her in all directions at once. Her skin crawled with the sensation that they were speaking to her about her. "It's too late now. You've already seen too much. You are ours." The words grew heavier, suffocating her. She couldn't escape them, couldn't escape. The feeling that the very air around her was alive with whispers, with shadows, with things that were reaching out for her. There was no way forward, no way back. She could run, but she would never outrun it. She turned a corner. She wasn't sure. Wand found herself in another hallway. It looked identical to the one she had just left. The same beige walls, the same darkened corners. There were no doors, no windows, just the same unnerving stretch of hallway. She could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, making her chest tight, her breath coming in shallow gasps. It was as though the hallway was closing in on her, making the air too thin to breathe. She couldn't escape. Behind her, she heard a faint scraping sound. It was soft at first, but as she continued to walk on it, grew louder. The sound of something dragging against the floor. She didn't want to turn around, didn't want to acknowledge it, but she couldn't stop herself. She had to know. When she turned, her heart skipped a beat. At the far end of the hallway, just beyond the reach of the dim light, a shape moved. It was larger than anything a human should be, but it didn't move like a person. It was shifting, its form blending into the darkness, only the faintest outline visible in the flickering light. It wasn't walking, it wasn't running, it was gliding, floating just inches above the ground. The thing, whatever it was, seemed to drag the air with it, like it was pulling something behind it. A trail of black smoke, or maybe the very shadows themselves. And it was coming closer. Her feet were stuck to the floor, unable to move. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Couldn't do anything but stare at the thing that was coming for her. The sound of its dragging grew louder, closer, and her mind screamed at her to run, to get away. But she couldn't. She couldn't move. And then, just when it seemed like the thing would reach her, it stopped. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. The air was thick, like time had frozen. Emma's heart pounded in her chest as she took a step back, inching her body away from the darkness, away from the thing. She had to get away. She had toothed the air around her, shifted. A presence, heavy and suffocating, pressed against her skin, seeping into her thoughts. The thing didn't make a sound, didn't move, but it was there, watching her. Emma could feel it in the pit of her stomach. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even human. It was something else, something unnatural. And then she heard the voice. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was clear, loud, and it came from inside her own head. "You're not safe here." She stumbled back, her pulse racing. The voice didn't feel like it was coming from her own mind. It felt like it was coming from inside the walls, inside the very space she was standing in. The air itself was alive with it. "You can't run from me." The voice was calm, detached, but with an undeniable edge of malevolence. "You are already mine." Emma's stomach churned. She couldn't see the source of the voice, couldn't tell where it was coming from, but the air was thick with it. The voice had wrapped itself around her, entwining with her thoughts, making everything feel heavier. "You're already lost." The words slid through her skin like ice, numbing her from the inside out. Emma wanted to scream, wanted to shout at it, to demand that it leave her alone, but she couldn't. Her throat was dry, the words trapped behind her lips, unable to form. She was suffocating, drowning in the weight of the thing that was watching her, waiting for her to break. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she sank to the floor, gasping for breath, her fingers trembling against the cold, slick tile. She could feel it, the thing, whatever it was, pressing down on her, suffocating her. "You can't escape," it repeated, its voice so close now that it felt like it was in her ears, her skull. It was a voice that wasn't hers, and yet it was. She was losing herself. She was losing her mind. She was losing everything. She closed her eyes, squeezing them shut against the overwhelming sense of dread. She tried to pull herself together, to focus on anything. But the moment she opened her eyes, the figure was gone. The hallway was empty. The weight in the air was gone. Everything was silent again. But she knew it wasn't over. There was nowhere to run. There was nowhere to hide. The thing, the present sit, was inside her now. It wasn't in the hallway. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't her. She stood slowly, her body trembling, her thoughts in disarray. But she knew one thing. It was watching. Her, and she couldn't escape. As Emma took a step back, she heard the softest of sounds, the faintest shuffle behind her. A whisper against the stillness. The door she had come from was gone, and there was only the darkness. The sensation of being watched never left her. It was suffocating, always lingering in the back of her mind like a weight pressing down on her chest. Emma had tried to move, to escape the apartment, to escape the endless, warping reality that had become her prison, but no matter which way she turned, the walls seemed to close in around her. The hallway stretched out endlessly, as though it were made to trap her in an eternal loop. She would walk for what felt like hours, her legs stiff and unresponsive, only to return to the same spot again. And the shadows were alive. They flickered and shifted with every step she took, curling and twisting into forms that didn't belong. Faces appeared in the dark corners of her vision, just enough to make her question if she had truly seen them. And every time she tried to confront them, the faces would vanish, leaving her in a silent, oppressive void. But the worst part of it all, the thing that gnawed at her the most, was the voice. It was still there whispering, always just below the surface of her thoughts, like an itch she couldn't scratch. The words were clear now, louder than before, more insistent. "You can't hide. You're already here." It was a voice that felt like it belonged to the apartment, like the place itself was alive, aware of her every movement. It had seen her before, it had always been watching. The more Emma tried to ignore it, the louder it became. It was relentless, but now there was something else. The space around her began to distort in ways she couldn't explain. The walls rippled like water, the floor buckling beneath her feet, as if the very foundation of the building was being torn apart. Every door she approached was just a doorway to another hallway, another room that felt both familiar and alien, all at once. She couldn't find a way out. She couldn't even be sure she had been walking in a straight line. Anymore. It was then, in the midst of this madness, when she heard the softest sound, whispering voice close by. Emma's heart skipped. The air felt thick, the space around her growing colder. She stood still, listening intently, her pulse quickening. The voice was no longer inside her head. It was real. It was in the room with her. A soft, almost imperceptible footstep followed. Then another dot. Emma felt her breath catch in her throat. Her hands went cold, her fingers trembling as she clutched the fabric of her sleeve. She didn't move, couldn't move. Her body was frozen in place. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward. A man, tall, thin, his face hidden by the same dark coat he wore, the same style as the figure she had seen in the endless hallway. His face was obscured by the brim of his hat, and yet Emma felt him. His presence, the space around him seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, like he was not a part of the world, but rather an entity intruding upon it. She couldn't take her eyes off him. The man didn't move. He just stood there, just out of arm's reach, watching her, his figure framed by the flickering light above. His silence was as heavy as the air that surrounded them, thick with expectation. And then, finally, he spoke. "I told you, Emma, I've been waiting for you." His voice was low, calm, almost gentle, but it felt wrong. The words felt like a threat, a cold whisper that slipped into her skin and lingered there. She could feel them echoing inside her mind, twisting the very air around her. "You can't escape." The words settled in the room, filling the space with a heavy, suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Emma wanted to scream. She wanted to run. But her legs refused to move. Her body refused to obey her. She felt like a puppet, invisible strings, unable to break free. She forced herself to speak, her voice trembling. "Who are you?" The man didn't respond immediately. He just stood there, unmoving, as though her question didn't warrant an answer. But Emma knew. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, in the hollow places where her soul had once been. This wasn't just some stranger. This man, this figure, was a part of her. Her pulse raced as the weight of that thought crashed into her chest. She had seen him before. She had felt him before. But where? "You don't remember me yet, do you?" he asked, almost with a tinge of amusement, though his tone was never warm. It was cold, calculated, like he was enjoying her confusion. "Been here longer than you can imagine. I'm always here, watching, waiting." His words felt like needles, pricking at her sanity. Emma's mind spiraled, trying to make sense of what he was saying, trying to cling to the fragments of her thoughts. But everything had become so distorted, she couldn't hold on to anything anymore. "Waiting for me? For what?" She gasped, the words slipping out before she could stop them. "For you to remember," the man replied, his voice like a low hiss, sending shivers down her spine. He took a step forward, closer now, his face still hidden, but somehow closer. to her than ever before, the shadows that clung to him seemed to grow longer, curling around him, making him seem even more alien, like he didn't belong in this world at all. "You don't realize it yet, Emma," he continued, "but you've been here before. The place, the people, they've always been a part of you. You've been running from yourself." Emma's heart pounded in her chest, the words crushing her spirit with their weight. "What do you mean?" she choked out. "What's happening? Why can't I escape?" He tilted his head slightly, as though considering her question before. His lips curled into a smile she could not see, but she could feel. A smile that was so wrong, so unnatural. "You don't need to escape, Emma." He stepped closer still, his form shadowing hers, looming over her. "You can't, because the truth is, there's nowhere to run. You never left. You've been here all along. Everything you see, everything you hear, it's part of you." A tremor ran through her, and she stumbled backward. No, she couldn't process it. Her mind was reeling, but the weight of his words, his presence pulled her deeper into the darkness. The air grew colder, and the space around her seemed to close in even tighter. "No," she whispered. "No, this isn't real." But even as she said it, even as she denied it, something inside her knew that he was right. He was speaking. The truth. This wasn't just a nightmare. It wasn't just some trick her mind was playing on her. This place, this hell she had found herself in it, was her dot. She was trapped inside her own mind. And this man, this thing, had always been with her, watching, waiting. It wasn't an external enemy. It was a part of her. A part of her mind that had been waiting for this moment. She tried to scream, tried to fight, but it was too late. Before she could move, the darkness enveloped her once more. The man's figure seemed to dissolve into the shadows, his voice lingering, echoing in the empty space. "You've always known, Emma." Emma was no longer sure where she was. The walls around her, which had once seemed like fixed, tangible things, now appeared like shifting pieces of a fractured puzzle. Everything was shifting. The floor beneath her feet felt like it was rippling, undulating in time with the echoes of her thoughts. Her vision blurred with the edges of reality bending at impossible angles, and for the first time in what felt like ages, Emma was unsure if her body even existed. Was she still standing? Was she even there? The man, the one who had claimed that he was always watching, always waiting, had disappeared, leaving nothing but the suffocating weight of his presence hanging in the air. His voice, that cold whisper, still echoed in her mind. "You've always known, Emma. You've always known, ... The world was warping around her, like a twisted version of a dream she couldn't wake up from. She tried to remember who was she, where was she? Her mind raced, but every attempt to reach out to something familiar felt like grasping at smoke. There were memories, but they didn't belong to her. There were faces, but none of them felt real. They were all just pieces of something larger, something broken. She thought back to the night of the accident, the night everything had started to spiral. She could see herself standing there, talking to someone she should have known, but the words were out of focus, like someone else was speaking them for her. She could feel the ground under her feet, but there was no certainty in it. She could feel the weight of something pressing against her chest, suffocating her. But it wasn't just the air. It was her own fear pressing down on her. The faces she saw earlier, those terrifying, distorted faces, hadn't gone away. They had followed her into this place, these faceless, silent specters lurking in the corners of her vision. Every time she turned, they would be there, watching, always watching, waiting. "Who am I?" she whispered, the words scraping at her throat. She had to know. She had to remember. She clenched her fists at her sides, feeling the tremors shaking. Through her bones, there had to be something, some way to fight it, to make it stop. But the longer she stood there, the more she realized she wasn't just trapped in a hallway or an apartment anymore. She wasn't just lost in some warped version of reality. She was trapped in herself. Her own mind had become a labyrinth, one she couldn't escape. Everything she thought she knew, everything she had ever believed, was slipping away. She closed her eyes, squeezing them shut as if trying to block out the world. The terror, the unbearable weight of knowing that she was no longer in control. She had never been in control. She wanted to scream. She needed to scream, but no sound came. When she opened her eyes again, the scene had changed. It wasn't the hallway, or the distorted apartment, or the place where she had been walking before. Now she was standing in the middle of a room, her bedroom. She thought at first that there was something wrong about it. The room was too quiet, too still. The walls were cracked, the paint peeling and faded, and yet she knew it was hers. She knew every corner of it, every surface, every object, every tiny imperfection. But something about it felt wrong, like it was a replica, a fake version of her room. It looked like her life had been photocopied and pasted into this space, as if she had been transported to a version of her reality that wasn't hers. Her eyes moved over the room, and that's when she saw it. In the far corner, by the window, there was a chair. A single, old-fashioned armchair. She could barely make out the shape at first, but as her eyes focused, she could see the outline of a figure sitting in it. A person she didn't recognize, but who was staring at her. Her breath hitched. For a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of movement, a subtle shift, a slight adjustment of the figure's posture. But when she tried to focus on it, the figure moved again. It wasn't sitting still, it was waiting. And then it spoke. The voice was soft, almost gentle, but it was still there, sharp, clear, and undeniable. It was coming from her own mind. "You've always known, Emma." She flinched, recoiling at the sound of the voice, but she couldn't look away. "I've been waiting for you, Emma. Just like I've always been waiting." The voice felt familiar, like an echo of something from the past. She couldn't place it, but it was undeniable. Wasn't just some stranger. This was someone she knew. But who? She swallowed hard, stepping back, her feet dragging against the floor as she stumbled backward. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, a dizzying sense of vertigo that nearly made her collapse. Her hands shook violently as she tried to steady herself. Emma choked out, her voice cracking under the weight of the question. She needed to know. She had to know. But the words felt like they were being stolen from her before she could speak them. The figure in the chair didn't respond immediately. It didn't need to. The silence between them stretched, as if the moment was being contorted, manipulated by something else. The weight of the air around her grew heavier, suffocating her. And then slowly, painfully, it began to rise. The figure in the chair stood. Its movements slow, deliberate, but unnatural. It wasn't a person anymore. It was something other, the shape distorted as it grew taller, its body stretched impossibly thin, limbs elongating like the shadows that had followed her. Its face. Know it. It was towering over her, filling the space with its presence. Its movements were jerky, as though it was not used to existing in this world, like it was trying to adapt to the space it had found itself in. The closer it got, the more the room around her began to bend, as though it couldn't fit properly in the reality it had found itself in. And then, just as it was about to reach out for her, the world around Emma shattered again. The walls buckled, the floor twisted, and the air was thick with a cacophony of whispers. And Emma felt herself falling once again, this time, not into the darkness of the void, but into something much worse, something she couldn't comprehend. The world was collapsing around Emma again, but this time, it wasn't the room that shattered, it was her mind. She felt herself falling, tumbling, spiraling through darkness, her body weightless. She reached out, but there was nothing to grab. No floor beneath her feet, no walls to hold onto. There was only a vast, endless void. It was as though she had been untethered from everything she had known, from everything that had once anchored. her reality. The world she had lived in, her apartment, her memories, the small moments of clarity had disintegrated. Nothing made sense anymore. Her breath came in quick gasps, panic flooding her chest as the sensation of falling grew more intense, like she was being pulled into some black hole, a vortex of nothingness. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't see. She couldn't think. The whispers started again, louder this time, almost deafening, like 1,000 voices pressing in on her from every direction. They were all speaking at once, each voice a fragmented piece of her own mind, echoing from deep within her consciousness. She couldn't make out the words. They were too chaotic, too tangled. But then, among the chaos, she heard something else. A voice, a single familiar voice. It was calm, cold, but unmistakable. "You're almost there, Emma." The voice was so close to close that she felt the words brushing against her skin, crawling beneath her. She twisted, desperate to locate the source, but all she could see was darkness. There was nothing around her, no shape, no form, but the voice, it was there. "You've been here before," it said, this time clearer, more deliberate. "You've always been here, Emma. Always." Emma's heart slammed in her chest as she tried to make sense of the words, of the voice. But it felt like the fabric of her reality was being stretched too thin. Her thoughts couldn't hold on to the edges of it. Everything felt distant. Everything felt wrong. Her vision blurred again, and for a moment she was back in her apartment, standing in the hallway, staring at the mirror. It wasn't real. She knew that. She was not there. But the feeling was so familiar. The weight of it, the echo of that horrible moment where she had looked into the glass and seen not just herself, but something else staring back at her. "Don't you remember?" the voice asked. "You've always known what this is. This is your creation." Her chest tightened with dread. The air seemed to grow colder around her, like the room or whatever place she was in was pulling the warmth from her body. Her breath was shallow, her fingers trembling, and she felt like she was losing herself, dissolving into the dark, into the sound of that voice that knew her, that knew everything. "You were always meant to find it," the voice continued, its tone almost soothing now. "The truth." Suddenly, everything stopped. The whispers, the falling, the void, all of it, gone. Like a breath held too long, released all at once. The stillness was suffocating. There was nothing. Nothing except the words, those words that had been creeping into her mind all along. "The truth is, you never left." Her breath caught in her throat. The voice was so close now. It wasn't just in her mind anymore. It was around her, filling her ears, surrounding her with a presence that was undeniable. "You've been here all along, Emma. This is your world. This is your prison." The room around her began to shift again, slowly, like something was pulling her back, pulling her to where she belonged. And when her surroundings materialized once more, when her feet finally met solid ground, she found herself in the same place she had been before, but different. The apartment, the hallway, the door, everything. But this time, there was a sense of recognition, like it wasn't strange to her anymore, like it was her home, her domain. She belonged here, and in the center of the room, standing before her, was the figure, the man in the coat, the shadowy figure from before. But he wasn't just standing anymore. He was waiting, just as he had always waited. She knew that now. She understood. He spoke again, his voice now just a whisper, but one that seemed to carry through every inch of the space. "You've been running from yourself, Emma. You've been trying to escape your truth." Her heart stopped. The world clicked into place. She understood now. The pieces she had been trying to put together, everything she had tried to deny, came crashing into her mind all at once. She wasn't a victim here. She wasn't lost. She was the one who had created this world. Her memories, the apartment, the endless corridors, the shadows, the voices, the man in the coat. It was all part of her. She had built this had locked herself inside her own mind. The man's form flickered, and Emma felt herself drawn toward him, like an invisible force was pulling her closer. The truth, the final truth, was undeniable now. You created this place, Emma. The man's voice had a finality to it now, like it was time to accept it. You built the world around you. You constructed the hallways, and Emma knew he was right. The moment she had created her own prison, the moment she had let the darkness in, that was when she had lost control. But the hardest part wasn't the truth itself. It was that she hadn't wanted to face it. She had avoided it for so long, running, fighting, desperately trying to break free from the prison she had built. But now, here it was, the truth. She was the one who had made it real, and as the shadows reached for her, she felt herself being consumed by them. The truth had sunk in too deeply. The world she had built, the one she had created, was now taking over. The emptiness, the isolation, the endless, creeping terror, it was all part of her. She could never escape. She could never be free of it. The man in the coat raised a hand, his fingers long and skeletal, and as he did, the room began to close in around her, the walls tightening, the space constricting, until there was no longer a way out. No escape, no hope. Welcome home, Emma. The shadows engulfed her, swallowing her whole, as the apartment around her twisted, collapsing into the very fabric of her mind. Emma's body was frozen, her mind trapped in a whirlwind of terror and confusion. The shadows closed in around her, wrapping their tendrils around her, suffocating her as they pulled her deeper into the abyss. Her lungs burned, her heart raced, but she couldn't move. There was nowhere to go, no escape. She had been running from this for so long from herself, but now, in the suffocating blackness that had become her reality, there was no more running, no more evading the truth. And the truth was this: she had always known. The man in the coat, the shadow that had been watching her, waiting for her. To face the truth was no longer just a figure standing in the darkness. He was everything. He was the space she occupied, the air she breathed, the very weight that pressed down on her chest. He was the source of it all, and now he was closing in on her. His presence was everywhere, suffusing the very fabric of the world she had created. "You've been hiding, Emma?" The man's voice echoed, low and deep, as if it reverberated through the very core of her being. The words slid into her mind, like a venomous whisper, curling around her thoughts, choking her. "You've been running for so long, trying to avoid the truth." Emma's heart felt like it was going to explode in her chest, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't scream. Her throat was dry, her body numb, and the shadows seemed to drown out all sound, making her feel utterly alone. There was nothing left now, no refuge, no comfort. The man in the coat took a step forward, his movements fluid and unnervingly smooth. His face was still hidden beneath the brim of his hat, but his presence, his power, was undeniable. He had always been here, inside her, twisting her reality to fit his will. "Why did you create this?" he asked, his voice dripping with mock curiosity. "Why did you lock yourself inside your own mind?" Emma wanted to answer, but the words felt like they were caught in her throat, trapped by the weight of her own guilt. She had done this to herself. She had built this world, this nightmare, to escape the truth, to escape the reality that she couldn't face. She had thought she could hide from it, that she could run away from the darkness inside her. But now, the darkness was all that was left. "You couldn't bear to face it," the man continued, his voice soft but piercing. "You couldn't face the fact that you are the monster, that you are the thing that's been haunting you all along." Emma's knees buckled beneath her. She collapsed to the ground, her hands trembling as they reached out for something to hold on to. She couldn't breathe. Her thoughts were swirling in a vortex of panic and confusion, but one thought remained, clear and undeniable. "It's all my fault. Everything that had happened. everything that was happening. She had done this to herself. The man stood above her, his figure looming like a dark cloud. "You've created this prison for yourself," he whispered, his words like poison sinking into her mind.
"You built
"It from your fears, from your guilt, from your own shattered pieces." The words stung. They cut deep, but they weren't lies. Emma had always known deep down what was happening. She had known that the real enemy was her. She had always been running from herself, from the parts of her that she couldn't face. The guilt, the fear, they had shaped her reality, had turned it into a labyrinth of horrors she couldn't escape. Her eyes burned with tears, but she couldn't cry. Her chest felt tight, her heart breaking beneath the weight of it all. She was drowning in the truth, suffocating beneath the reality that had been built from the fragments of her own shattered soul. "It's too late now," the man said, his voice cold and final. "You can't run anymore. You're trapped here, in your own mind, forever." Emma's breath hitched in her throat. She wanted to fight. She wanted to scream, to break free, but the man's presence was suffocating, pressing in on her from all sides. She couldn't move. She couldn't escape. But then something inside her stirred. It was faint at first, a flicker of defiance, a spark of something, but it was enough to make her stop. It wasn't much, but it was enough to break through the fog of fear and guilt that had surrounded her for so long. She was the one who had created this world. She was the one who had shaped this nightmare, and if she had created it, she could destroy it. With that thought, for the first time, in what felt like forever, Emma pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaky but strong. She didn't know where the strength came from, but it didn't matter. She wasn't going to let this man, this shadow in. With trembling hands, she reached out toward the man in the coat. Her fingers brushed the edges of his form, and for the first time, she felt his presence, felt the dark weight that had anchored her in this nightmare. And then she pulled it apart. The darkness around her twisted and warped, but Emma didn't falter. She could feel it now, the power within her. It was her mind, her creation, her prison. And if she could make it, she could unmake it. The walls splintered, and the shadows that had haunted her for so long dissolved into nothingness. The man, the shadow, let out a shrill, agonized scream, his form beginning to dissolve into the very air, his voice twisting in a horrible, shrieking wail. He reached out for her, but his fingers were already fading, his presence slipping away. Consumed by the force she had unleashed, the ground beneath Emma's feet buckled, but she stood firm. She had taken control. She was no longer a prisoner of her own mind. The darkness had no hold over her anymore. The world twisted again, but this time it wasn't to trap her. It was breaking apart, falling away piece by piece, like a shattered mirror. And as the last of the shadows faded, the space around her transformed. She was back in the apartment, but it wasn't the same. The walls were whole again, the floor steady beneath her feet. The light was gentle, soft, like the world was breathing with her, as if it, too, was alive. But this time, it felt real. It felt like she had returned, too. The place she had once known, not a nightmare, not a prison, but a reality. Her reality, she was free. As the world settled around her, Emma felt a faint pulse of darkness, a whisper at the edges of her consciousness. It wasn't gone, it was waiting. Emma's chest rose and fell, her breath shaky but steady. She stood in the center of the apartment, the very space she had once feared now, feeling almost familiar. The walls that had once felt like a prison, the shadows that had followed her, had all faded. The air was clearer now. There was no oppressive weight hanging over her. It felt something was off. She had thought she had escaped. She had thought she had finally broken free from the nightmare that had suffocated her mind for so long. But as she looked around, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The apartment, though whole again, was now strangely empty. The faint hum of the refrigerator in the corner, the distant buzz of the city outside, everything was too quiet. It felt like she had stepped into a world that was too clean to still. It didn't feel like home, not entirely. Her gaze drifted to the corner of the room where the shadows still flickered. They weren't the same, not like they had been before. These were different, less solid, more like the remnants of something that had been wiped away, but hadn't fully disappeared. She stepped toward the window, the cold glass cool beneath her fingers, and stared out at the city below. The streets were bustling, people moving like ants in their own little worlds. But the more she watched, the more she realized that something wasn't right with them either. The people, they weren't real. They were blurred, their features melting into something indistinct, like figures she had seen in a dream. The sounds of the city cars honking, the chatter of pedestrians seemed muffled, like they were happening in the distance, behind a veil. She couldn't reach them. She couldn't quite touch them. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. What was going on? She felt her heart skip a beat. Something had changed, something deep within her mind, and it wasn't just the apartment that had shifted. It was her. The voice from before, the one that had haunted her, tormented her with its cold whispers, was still there. She could feel it, like a weight pressing against her mind, just beneath the surface of her thoughts. It was quiet now, more distant than it had been before, but it hadn't disappeared. It was just waiting. Emma turned away from the window, a sense of unease creeping down her spine. She needed to understand. She had broken free from the man, from the thing that had trapped her, but now she wasn't so sure that the battle was over. She felt as if something was watching her, waiting for her to realize. Her eyes landed on the door she had opened so many times before, the door she had passed through countless times on her way to escape. But now it seemed different. It felt like it belonged to a place she couldn't quite remember. The door was wide open, and through it she saw another hallway stretching, far, far beyond what should have been possible. The hallway wasn't real, she knew it, yet she couldn't shake the urge to step toward it. But why? As she approached, a low humming sound filled the air, soft at first, but growing louder. The sound was mechanical, almost otherworldly, and it made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. The hum seemed to come from the depths of the hallway, somewhere far beyond her reach, and it made the space around her feel even more alien. And then she heard it. A voice, soft, familiar, yet utterly terrifying, whispered from the hallway, "Come closer, Emma." It wasn't the same voice as before. It wasn't the man in the coat. This voice was gentler, almost coaxing, but with an undertone of something darker, something persistent. "Come closer, and you will know the truth." Emma hesitated. The voice called to her with a familiarity that twisted her gut, but it was different. It wasn't a command, it was an invitation, a promise. And for some reason she couldn't explain, the idea of stepping into that hallway felt almost tempting. It felt like the answer was just beyond her reach, hidden in the darkness at the end of that long, empty passage. She could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on her, the pull of the hallway calling to her like an invisible force. The fear inside her churned, but there was something else now, something more insidious, something that felt like it had always been a part of her, buried deep in her soul. She stepped forward, the door to the hallway creaking open as if it had been waiting for her, the soft whisper of her name echoing through the air. "Step inside," the voice urged. "You've always known the way." Emma took a step into the hallway, her body moving against her will. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind her, the sound of the latch clicking into place reverberating through her bones. The air inside the hallway was thick, oppressive. The walls stretched out far beyond her, the flickering light above casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to sway like living creatures. She couldn't see the end of the hallway anymore. It stretched on an endless dark passage with no visible end, The walls seemed to bend and warp as though the hallway itself were alive, breathing, shifting with her every step. And there, at the far end, she saw it. A figure dot. It was the same figure she had seen before, in the corner of the room, in the empty spaces of her mind. The same man, the same shadow, but now he was waiting for her, standing just beyond the bend in the hallway, his body shrouded in the darkness. "You shouldn't have come," he said, his voice barely a whisper, but carrying an unbearable weight. The words weren't just meant for her, they were meant for the very space around her, for the place that was her mind. Emma's breath hitched, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. "I had to come," she whispered, her voice trembling. But it didn't sound like her voice. It was different, hollow. It sounded like a voice that had been trapped for a long time, like a voice that didn't belong to her anymore. She took another step. The figure in front of her remained motionless, but the presence in the hallway shifted. The weight of it pressed in from all sides. The hallway seemed to shrink around her, pulling her in tighter, closer. The shadows stretched out, impossibly long, like they were reaching for her soul. "You never left," the figure said. Again, but this time the words weren't as soft. They were colder, accusatory, and Emma felt it, she knew it. The hallway, the space, the shadows, they were part of her. This was no ordinary place. This wasn't even a place at all. It was a manifestation of her own mind, and now it was closing in on her. The walls began to close in around Emma, and for the first time she felt it a cold, suffocating grip. Not from the outside, but from deep within her. The hallway wasn't just a place, it was her. The hallway felt like it was pressing against her from all sides, as if the very space around her had become alive, constricting tighter and tighter with each step she took. Emma could feel the walls bending, shifting, as if they were no longer just walls, but something more, something she couldn't name. They were alive, and they were closing in on her. The voice of the figure, the shadow. The man had dissolved into the walls, merging with the air around her. Every corner, every inch of this place now hummed with his presence. She could hear him, feel him, pressing in from all directions, like the very house was made from his whispers, his promises, his truths. "You can't run anymore." His words were not spoken aloud. They slithered through her thoughts, their presence, overwhelming and intimate, as if her very mind was no longer her own. She wanted to shut him out, to block him from her thoughts, but it was impossible. There was nowhere to hide, no corner of her mind that wasn't already filled with his words, with the weight of his presence. She had always known that she was trapped, that the hallway, the apartment, the never-ending maze it, was all a creation of her own mind. A prison made of her fear, her guilt, her deepest regrets. The figure, the man in the coatee, was not an external entity. He was not some ghost, some demon, some force of the universe. He was her. He was the manifestation of everything she had buried inside. As the hallway stretched on, an endless tunnel of shadows and flickering lights, Emma could feel the full weight of that truth pressing down on her. She had created this place, this reality, as a way to escape from the parts of herself that she couldn't bear to face. The fear, the anger, the guilt, all of it had warped her world, twisted it into something unrecognizable. The hallway was her mind, and the man he was her fear personified. And now he was waiting for her. The shadows stretched ahead, long and thin, like the arms of something ancient, something monstrous. They reached for her, curling around her, whispering in her ears. The voices grew louder, more distinct. They were no longer just whispers. They were voices from the past, fragments of her own life, the faces she had forgotten, the memories she had buried, all calling to her. "You can't escape. This is your fault. You built this world. You trapped yourself." She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to shut out the voices, but it didn't work. They were inside her, echoes of her own mind, her own guilt, all reaching out from the deepest, most hidden corners of her soul. A shape appeared before her, emerging from the darkness of space, just at the edge of her vision. It wasn't clear at first. It was like a smear of darkness, a silhouette in the shadows. But then it solidified, and she recognized it. It was her own face, her reflection, distorted, twisted, unmistakably hers. The face of someone who had been swallowed by fear, by doubt, by a guilt so deep it had turned into something monstrous. "You have always been running from yourself, Emma." The voice came from the reflection, her own voice, but not. It was taunting, mocking, and yet full of a pain. She could feel in her very chest. "You've locked yourself in here. You've trapped yourself in this world, this prison of your own making." Emma's breath caught in her throat. The words hit her like a physical blow, the truth of them cutting through her, deeper than anything she had ever felt before. "I don't want this," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the weight of the room. "I don't want to be trapped here. I don't want this. ... But the figure in the shadows, her reflection, just smiled, a twisted, hollow grin that spread across its face, its eyes gleaming with the knowledge that it had won. "But you do, Emma. You've always wanted to stay here." The words echoed through her mind, settling like lead in her chest. The apartment, the hallways, the dark corners of her mind, it wasn't just a place to escape to. It was a safe haven from the parts of herself she couldn't confront, from the memories she couldn't bear, from the guilt that had consumed her for years. The hallway bent again, the walls folding inward like the inside of a tunnel, and Emma staggered back. The door at the far end of the hall, her only way out, was too far away. The shadows had consumed everything else. She was surrounded by the dark, by the presence of her own fears, closing in on her like a cage. She couldn't escape. "Want to escape? You built this place to keep the world out, Emma." The reflection's voice rang out again. "But in the end, it's you that you were trying to escape from." The walls closed in tighter. The figure in the corner, the reflection, loomed over her, its face twisted, a grotesque mirror of her own. The shadows reached out like tendrils, coiling around her limbs, her chest, her neck. "You'll never leave," the voice whispered. "You'll never be free from yourself." Emma gasped, her breath catching in her throat as the weight of the truth settled on her like a crushing burden. The room, the hallway, is her. Every step she had taken, every turn she had made, had been a reflection of her own mind. Every wall, every shadow, every door she had opened had been built from her own fear, from the things she could never let go of. She had created it. She had created him. She was trapped in her own mind. But even as the darkness pressed in, as the voice whispered its taunts, something inside Emma snapped. A shift. For the first time in what felt like forever, she realized something she didn't have. To stay, the reflection grinned, watching her, waiting for her to break. But Emma refused to be broken. She could feel the weight of her past, her mistakes, her fears pressing down on her. But she wasn't going to let them define her anymore. The man in the coat, the figure in the shadows, wasn't real. He was just a piece of her. A part of her, yes, but not the whole. And she was done running. She took a step forward, and the walls trembled. She stepped again, and the shadows that had clung to her, to the room, began to break apart. Her own reflection was fading, twisting into something that no longer had power over her. She wasn't running anymore, and when she finally opened her eyes fully, the darkness fell away. The hallway disappeared, leaving only an empty, vast space in its place. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Emma stood alone, free, but a voice familiar, soft, whispered behind her, as though it had never left. "Are you sure you're free, Emma?" The space around Emma was nothing. It was as if the world had unraveled completely, leaving only an infinite void of white, sterile light. There was no floor beneath her feet, no walls around her. It was just an endless, seamless expanse, standing at the edge of everything. For a moment, Emma stood there, feeling the weight of what she had just faced, the reality that had shattered. The prison she had built in her own mind. She took a deep breath, as though trying to anchor herself in this strange, formless world. But the stillness around her felt suffocating. The shadows had vanished. The hallway had collapsed, and the shadowy figure, had disappeared along with it. The apartment, the labyrinth of distorted rooms and hallways, had all disintegrated into nothingness. Emma wasn't sure if she had escaped or if this was just another part of the nightmare. A new space built from her mind, the final part of the illusion. Was she free? She didn't know. The voice, the one that had tormented her, the one that had spoken from the shadows, from the corners of her mind, was still there. It hadn't left. It lingered, soft, like a whisper in the back of her thoughts, but she couldn't tell if it was real or if it was just the final remnants of her fractured consciousness. "Are you sure you're free, Emma?" The voice was different, no more distant, yet still unmistakably there. It felt like it was echoing from deep within the infinite white expanse. The voice wasn't taunting her anymore, but there was a heaviness to it. A question, a challenge. She turned, but there was no one to see. The space was empty, void. She should have felt relief, but instead, an overwhelming sense of unease crept over her. The question lingered in her mind, heavy and oppressive. She had thought she was free, that the nightmare had ended, that she had finally broken through the walls of her own mind. But now, she wasn't so sure. Was freedom real? Was this emptiness freedom? She squeezed her eyes shut, pressing her palms against her temples, trying to push away the lingering question that kept circling in her mind. She had faced the truth. She had confronted the man, the darkness, the fears that had controlled her reality. She had broken the cycle. She had made the choice to stop running. But now, as she stood in the vast, endless expanse of nothingness, she wasn't so certain anymore. The silence pressed against her like a weight. Was she truly free? Or had she simply traded one prison for another? A cold shiver ran down her spine. She could feel the weight of her past, the guilt, the memories, the years of fear that had built the world around her still, pulling at her, even in this place of nothing. There were no walls here. There were no doors. She was isolated, alone, and yet she wasn't free. She felt like she was floating in a space where time didn't exist, where nothing could anchor her. The voice whispered again, but this time it felt closer. The words were clearer. "There is no escape, Emma. You can't run from what you've created." Emma's heart lurched. The voice was familiar, but she couldn't tell where it had come from. It wasn't just a part of her mind. It was something else, something older, deeper. The voice seemed to echo from the very walls of the empty space, as though the very reality around her was alive with it. She opened her eyes, and the void shifted. At first, it was imperceptible, a tiny, barely noticeable shift in the light. But as her eyes adjusted, she saw it. The space was no longer empty. There in the distance, just beyond her line of sight, there was a figure, a shadow in the distance, barely visible, but unmistakably real. Her heart skipped in her chest. It was him, the man in the coat. The shadow, he, stood in the distance, his back turned to her, watching her from across the void. She could feel his presence, his gaze, even though he hadn't moved. He was still. He wasn't reaching out. He wasn't chasing her anymore, but he was there. "You can't run anymore," the voice echoed again, louder this time, carrying an unshakable finality. Emma froze. Her mind screamed at her to turn away, to run, to escape. She had seen him before, confronted him before, but now, standing here in the vast nothingness, he felt different, more real than he ever had before. He wasn't just a manifestation of her fears anymore. He was her fear. He was the embodiment of everything she had tried to avoid, every piece of herself that she had buried. but she wasn't sure what to do. She couldn't move. She couldn't speak. Was this really it? Was this what she had to face? She took a step forward, unsure if it was even her own volition. Something pulled her toward him. Something made her walk closer, even though her heart was pounding in her chest, her body trembling. Every step felt like it was dragging her deeper into a place she didn't want to go. She had escaped the prison of the apartment. She had faced the nightmare. But now, here in the empty space, the very fabric of reality around her twisted again, the shadows shifted and stretched, and she felt them tug at her dot, and then he spoke. "It's not over, Emma. You can't escape me." His voice was cold, as if the words were being pulled from the void itself. He turned slowly, facing her at last, and Emma saw his face for the first time. But it wasn't his face. It was hers. It was her own reflection, twisted, distorted, eyes hollow and empty. Smiling a grotesque, knowing smile that sent a shiver down her spine. "You can't escape yourself, Emma. You've always known that." Emma stumbled back, but the world around her didn't move. There was no place to go, no place to hide. There was only the empty space closing in around her, like the walls of her own mind tightening around her thoughts. She was the nightmare. She had built it. She had created it. The world was bending again. The edges of reality shifted. The shadows grew longer, darker. She was the one who had trapped herself in this space, who had created this endless loop of fear. She had always known this. The man, the figure, the voice, they were parts of her. Every inch of this world, this prison she had created, was made of pieces of herself. And now there was nowhere to run, no way to escape, no way to break free. As Emma fell to her knees, the world around her shattered completely, the pieces of her mind unraveling, breaking apart like glass. The figure, the shadow, was still there, watching her, and she knew deep in her soul that she would never escape herself. Emma knelt in the center of the shattered world, the walls of her mind collapsing in every direction. The once vast expanse, the endless hallway, the darkened rooms, all began to fracture, like a glass pane struck by a single crushing blow. The shadows reached out, stretching like tendrils, and the distorted reflection of herself, the figure in the coat, the man who had always watched her, whose voice had haunted her, loomed over her like an inevitable conclusion, had changed. The truth had come crashing down upon her, unraveling the very fabric of the nightmare she had been lost in. She was the one who had built this place. She was the one who had trapped herself inside the labyrinth of her own fear. The thing she had been running from, the darkness that had chased her for so long, was not outside of her. It was inside her. She had always known that. The shadow, the figure, smiled, that twisted smile again. But this time, it wasn't just the reflection of the man. It was her smiling at herself. She was the one who had been the monster all along. But then, something unexpected stirred inside her. Despite the overwhelming weight of it all, despite the suffocating truth that pressed against her soul, she felt something else. Something small, something faint but undeniable. It was a flicker of light in the dark. For the first time in a long time, Emma felt a surge of anger, not at the world, not at the nightmare, but at herself. She had created this. She had allowed herself to stay trapped in it. She had cowered in the shadows of her mind, too afraid to face what was waiting for her. But now she was done. She wasn't going to let this destroy her. She wasn't going to let the shadows, her own guilt, her own fear win. Her breath caught in her chest, and she stood up slowly. The moment her feet met the cracked, shifting floor, the world trembled. The shadows recoiled, the walls bent back, stretching, but they didn't close in. For the first time, she felt stronger than they were. "You can't escape me," the shadow whispered, the voice of the reflection, her own voice. It was everywhere, surrounding her, taunting her. But Emma wasn't listening anymore. Not running anymore, she said aloud, her voice steady, strong. It sounded foreign real. The words felt like a declaration, like a truth she had forgotten for far too long. The more she spoke, the more the world around her began to shift. The walls, once closing in, began to break away. The figure in the distance, the man took a step forward. But as it did, the ground beneath it began to fracture, pieces of the world splitting apart like shattered glass. The reflection, that twisted version of herself, staggered, trying to hold its form. But the more Emma stood her ground, the more the illusion cracked. "You can't fight yourself," the shadow sneered. "You'll never escape." "I don't need to escape anymore," Emma whispered, her voice rising in strength. "I'm not running from myself. I'm taking control." And with that, something snapped inside her. It was like the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. The last thread of the nightmare that had been holding her in place, the guilt, the fear, the shame broke away. Like a weight lifting from her chest, the floor beneath her began to shudder, then crack open, and with it, the world around her crumbled. The hallway, the shadows, the oppressive void, they vanished. The space around her began to dissolve into light, until there was only white, pure, untouched light. The figure in front of her, her reflection, stood still for a moment, like a shadow trying to hold on to something real. And then it collapsed, its form distorting into the light. Disappearing. For the first time in a long time, Emma could breathe. The walls of her mind had crumbled. The prison she had built for herself, labyrinth of fear and guilt, had shattered. And in its place, there was only light. For a long moment, she stood in the empty space, feeling the absence of everything. The weight of the nightmare had lifted, and the quiet was deafening. There was no more chasing, no more shadows, no more running. There was only the quiet hum of freedom. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Emma felt a sense of peace. She wasn't lost anymore. She wasn't trapped in the endless cycle of fear and guilt. She had confronted it. She had taken control, and now she was free. But even in this moment of freedom, Emma could feel a faint pulse, a presence, lingering just at the edge of her thoughts. A whisper, barely audible, but unmistakable. "You're not